on Channel 2 Action News at 6 and 11.
Brad Nitz, weekends on Channel 2 Action News.
You're watching ABC's Wide World of Sports.
You are looking live at the most famous racetrack in the world, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. For the 90th time, the eyes of the racing world center on the Brickyard, where 6 former winners, a pair of very familiar names, and 1 talented female have gathered to chase the dream of winning the Indianapolis 500.
The Indianapolis 500, the Everest of racing. A quest worthy of the best drivers in history, and one that feeds an insatiable desire to win at the Brickyard. Since 1911, speed has been the holy grail here.
Has just won the inaugural Indianapolis 500.
Every May they come to ride that razor-thin line between catastrophe and victory. History here echoes off the grandstands. And flows through everyone who gets behind the wheel. Unser Jr. grew up on this oval and has savored the ultimate victory not once, but twice.
Goodyear makes a move. Little Al wins by just a few tenths of a second.
And all of those memories have fueled a desire to run at the Brickyard again. The Andretti family has a passion for this race flowing through their veins. Michael has led the most laps of anyone without a victory.
Michael Andretti is slowing down at Indianapolis.
Now he will race against a driver that knows him better than any. His son, Indy rookie Marco Andretti. 2 generations thirsting for the ultimate triumph that Mario tasted. A winning tradition drives the great team Penske. Talented 2-time series champion Sam Hornish Jr. has yet to wear an Indy crown. Teammate Elio Castroneves is the hottest driver in the league and has won here twice, but both will risk everything on this fabled track to climb to the top of the racing world. Last year, Englishman Dan Weldon celebrated in Victory Lane. He returns in 2006 with a new team, but with the same fire for 500 glory. And 2005 Rookie of the Year, Danica Patrick. She's dreamed of this day. She's yearned for the chance. She knows the history. And last year, she rewrote it.
Danica Patrick up front of the 500.
And despite the worldwide acclaim, the singular goal remains. Every driver wants it. One will taste it. Welcome to the only time and place where speed and desire culminate in immortality. Welcome to the 90th running of the Indianapolis 500. It is time.
And so we begin another 500-mile quest. You know, the memories and the legends forged in Indianapolis last all of us a lifetime. 50 years after the outbreak of the Civil War, they crowned the first champion here at the Indianapolis 500. And through the years, this is the race that the world's greatest drivers have thirsted to win the most. That hasn't changed. It is time for the 90th running of the Indianapolis 500 telecast presented by Capital One. All 33 drivers walked into Gasoline Alley this morning dreaming of being the first to drive their race car across the famed Yard of Bricks and having their likeness immortalized on the Borg Warner Trophy here. Welcome to Firestone Race Day. And after a nasty month of qualifying, it has come up gorgeous. It is a beautiful day to go racing, everybody. Hello again, I'm Brent Musburger, alongside former NASCAR champion Rusty Wallace. Rusty's no stranger here, folks. He competed in many NASCAR races. You finished second 3 times, but this is your first time covering the 500 all month long. What's your impressions, Rusty?
Brent, I've been to some of the world's greatest races, but I've never felt this much excitement, seen so much speed, 235 miles per hour to straightaway, seen so many people. I'm looking at 400,000 people here today. I am so excited, and I cannot wait to get this day going.
Strap in, it's just beginning, and we've got so many stories to tell you about. No more significant one. In fact, it has been the most significant story in all of motorsports during the last 12 months. Danica Patrick, who 1 year ago on this track made history as the first woman to lead the Indianapolis 500.
The excitement last year proved that everybody is ready for something new, something exciting.
The fastest rookie on the racetrack.
Will she be the first woman to win the Indy 500?
Ladies and gentlemen.
Danica Patrick leads the Indianapolis 500.
Everybody say a prayer. Pretty darn close to winning that race. Woohoo!
You're the one who did it. You drove beautifully all day long.
A woman driver making racing history.
Were they yelling when I was in the lead?
Oh, hell yeah. Couldn't hear the cars over the shouting.
This year, it's been so much more work on the track.
Danica Patrick started 4th last year. This year, she will make her start from the 4th row.
Well, a year ago, Danica Patrick was the Cinderella story here. She was the American woman who almost won the race, but that was last year, and this is now. Now, all morning long here in the Rahal Letterman garage, there's been an air of quiet confidence. Bobby Rahal, David Letterman, the owners over there holding court, optimistic about what could happen here today. Back here, one of their 3 drivers, Danica Patrick. And Danica, what did you learn from that great run a year ago that'll help you in today's race?
One word, patience. That's it. I mean, it's a long race, and I think that you just have to, as a driver, know that that's the case, and not make any stupid moves that are going to put you out of it. It's you can stay in the race for hundreds and hundreds of laps without doing anything wrong and still have 100 or so left. So you just have to keep that in perspective.
Despite qualifying 10th, you are some 4 miles an hour slower than the pole sitter Sam Hornish. So how do you beat him?
The greatest thing about this race is it's long and there's time for mistakes. And I think that the driver who makes the fewest mistakes is going to win the race.
Hey, good luck to you and be safe today.
Thanks.
Danica Patrick. Well, Danica and some of the others might be chasing a team they sort of like the New York Yankees of IndyCar. They have dominated the modern era of open-wheel racing. Their drivers, well, you know them simply as Sam and Elio of Team Penske.
And the win goes to Team Penske. Spider-Man does it again.
Penske Racing sends out Sam Hornish Jr. He's going up the ladder.
When all you gotta keep is strong, move along like I know you do. Move along.
And it has been Team Penske that's been moving along since they opened the gates here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in the beginning of May. Sam Hornish Jr. grabs his first career pole position ever at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And Sam, I know you've told people you would trade your championships and all your poles for an Indy 500 victory. So what's it going to take today for you to get there and sip that milk?
We're just out here to finish all 500 miles, and you know, the thing for us is to make sure that we're running at the end. I think that if we can do that, that we'll be out there, you know, looking at a top 5, and hopefully we'll be, you know, battling for a win. But you know, Elio and I have both been pretty quick this month, so we're going to go out there and try to get Marvin Penske a 1-2 finish.
That Elio is Elio Castroneves, his teammate, who's climbed the fence and sipped the milk twice out of the 5 appearances here at Indy. You've already won on the circuit this year, but why are you so good, Elio, when you get to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway?
I don't know. I guess, you know, I respect a lot this place and patient. Believe it or not, when I say patient, all the drivers put the helmet on and they forget about it. But I seem to be listening now, especially the older drivers, you know, and they taught me a lot. But I'm still a lot to learn. And I think with this attitude, it helps me always to finish the race. And if you be in the right place in the right time, you climb the fence.
As much as they have been in the spotlight, the man that'll start on the outside of the front row, well, he won the championship and the race 1 year ago. But since then, boy, things have changed for Dan Weldon.
Celebrate victory at Indianapolis. It's gonna have to be a different man. Time may change me, but I can't trace time.
And what a year of changes it has been for Dan Weldon. Since winning here 1 year ago, he went on to win the IndyCar Series championship. And then, to everybody's surprise, he left Andretti Green Racing. And now he's back with a new team. Chip Ganassi is the boss. Scott Dixon is his teammate. And Dan, the biggest change perhaps is you're back at Indy as the defending champion. How has life been for you the last year?
Well, obviously, winning Indianapolis is the biggest race in the world, and you know, I'm desperate to win it again. And to do that, you need the right team around you. And obviously, with Target Chip Ganassi Racing and Chip and you know, Scott, we're looking forward to a strong finish. But it'll be tough out there. But I definitely think we have 2 cars that are very capable of being in victory lane. And I'd love to drink the milk again. As long as it's one of us two, who cares?
All right, Dan Weldon will be on the front row on the outside, and his teammate Scott Dixon is in 4th. Brent?
All right, Jamie, thank you very much. And the anticipation here at the Brickyard is starting to build. This is the world's largest single-day sporting event, and they started filing in at 6 o'clock. Now, coming up next, we're going to reintroduce you to a pair of legendary Indy names as Michael Andretti and Unser Jr. have come out of retirement looking to satisfy their personal desire to win Indy. And we'll give you insight into the very public life of Danica Patrick.
As you can see on my chart here, sales have exceeded...
What is that?
Small business owner. They come in looking for loans.
But we only care about big business.
Quarter. Our cash... Whoa. Our cash...
Do they normally catch on fire like that? Yeah, let's get some lunch.
Does your bank think small about your small business? Call Capital One instead for no-hassle business loans, lines of credit, and credit cards.
Hello, Capital One?
What's in your wallet? Oh, I want a loan. I want a loan.
Someday, you'll be able to deliver your data how and where you need it, along a secure local-to-global IP network. Someday, all your communications will work together through a wide range of IP solutions. Welcome to Verizon Business, where you'll get more than a network. You'll get the commitment of people who care about your business as much as you do. People who are accountable for making it all work for you. Someday is today. Verizon Business, where global capability comes together with personal accountability.
Duckers don't bite, do they, Daddy?
I used to have to beg to get my daughter to spend time with me.
I think I saw a mermaid down there.
We've made a lot of great memories since we got our Wave Runner. It's hard to believe. We've only had it for a week.
Yamaha 4-stroke Wave Runners. Unforgettable moments start at just $7,199.
The 90th Indianapolis 500 telecast presented by Capital One on ABC Sports, brought to you by Capital One, what's in your wallet, and the National Traffic Safety Administration. Folks, as you look down now from the Capital One copter cam, you get a little bit of a sense of how massive the Speedway really is, but how big is it? Well, check out, let's go to some of the sporting world's most famous arenas, see how they fit. Let's start with Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, all right? Well, let's go to NASCAR, Bristol Motor Speedway. Let's toss in Madison Square Garden and the Rose Bowl. We're still working, folks. We're going to Italy, the Roman Coliseum. Let's toss in Churchill Downs, and we've still got room to spare. All of those would fit inside the infield. In fact, that infield is also home to 4 holes of the Brickyard Crossing Golf Course. And a place, an event as large as the Indianapolis 500 attracts some of the biggest names in sport, and none bigger than the individual right next to me, the 7-time winner of the Tour de France. But forget that, folks. He has come here to drive the pace car today. Now, we're used to you going up to the Alpe d'Huez, the Pyrenees, my friends. Tell us about driving the pace car. You were practicing yesterday.
I was practicing. I probably did 30 or 40 laps. It's hard. It's a lot harder than you would think.
Lance, somebody said that you were semi-serious about doing a little automobile racing down the road. Is that true?
No. I have 3 kids. I'm not getting in a car at 220 miles an hour ever.
Well, Lance, you do have something on the agenda in July.
Yeah.
You're going to be hosting the ESPYs at the Kodak Theater in Los Angeles. Have you got your ad-libs and your quips all ready for that, my friend?
It's going to be hard to follow up Sam Jackson and Jamie Foxx and all these great guys, so hopefully I don't mess it up too bad.
Johnny Rutherford told me, he told you to beware of those guys. They might drop back. They might try to cheat on you a little bit when you're driving a pace car.
Yeah, they try. They play games with each other, but I think Johnny's going to have to realize that I'm nervous enough. I'm just trying to get out of their way.
All right.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Lance Armstrong. Whenever you think of the Tour de France, folks, you always think of Lance. And whenever you think of automobile racing, you think of Mario Andretti. It is remarkable that his son Michael and his grandson, 19-year-old Marco, will be competing here today. Now, Marco has been the fastest rookie in the field qualifying. Michael comes out of retirement to chase his elusive dream of finally winning the Indianapolis 500.
It's the biggest race in the world.
Indianapolis is a race is so important to a driver's career because you will be known for that much more than you would for any championship.
I mean, when you win Indianapolis, then, I mean, that you'll always be known as an Indianapolis 500 winner. That'll stay with you the rest of your life.
People don't know how many championships I won, if I won any, but they know that I won Indianapolis.
And Andretti takes it. He's won the Indianapolis 500.
And it's almost unfair to some degree because you need so much going for you, so much luck in many ways to be able to do it. And there's so many great champions that never won. They're viewed differently somewhat. You know, that's the unfair part about it.
To me, Indianapolis as a racetrack is probably one of my best tracks. I mean, I've had some of my best races, my best race cars at Indy, but I've had my worst luck at Indy.
Michael Andretti is slowing down. An unbelievable turn of events. The man who has dominated this race. 11 laps to go. Suddenly the car slows and Michael appears to be done.
I have never seen a race driver in my life that deserves this race more than Michael Andretti.
There's been a lot of plane flights home. That's why I remember just talking about how we could have won it and how we were so close to winning the race.
Unfortunately, right now, most laps led for a non-winner.
That's why I feel for Michael so much because was he capable of winning it? You're darn right. He dominated that race more than even four-time winners.
It was just an unspoken thing. You know, I don't think he needed to talk about how important it was.
We almost didn't talk about this place just because of how, like, we don't have many good memories here, to be honest.
After 14 Indy 500 starts, Michael Andretti retired as a driver in 2003 to pursue a career as an owner. Last year, Michael watched his car win the pole and then win the race, two feats he was never able to accomplish. Last December, Michael announced he would return to Indy.
I'll guarantee you the motivating factor is to experience being on the racetrack with his own son, just like he and I did. Believe me, in a lifetime, that's something that's so precious.
I experienced it as a driver and a team owner. Now I'm going to have to experience it as a father. I never thought that I'd have an opportunity to drive against Marco and still be competitive and still be young enough.
The thing is with us, we sort of just know it. We don't really talk about, oh, how cool it's going to be. You know, we're both going to be driving it. We sort of know that it's going to be awesome.
That's why I'm doing it. But once, you know, made that decision to do it, then it's like, all right, my goal's to win the race.
He wants to win this race, no question. He bounced right back into how he used to be, which is the most focused man I've ever seen in my life.
I never thought I'd have another opportunity to win this race, and I think I can win the race. I don't think I've lost anything. That's why I'm coming back.
At Indy this year, I like to see Michael win it. I'll be cheering him on to win. I'll be cheering Marco to be right behind him.
And the image of Mario Andretti on the Borg Warner Trophy. Of course, Mario, the 1969 winner, and Michael hopes his face will be on that famed trophy someday. Michael chasing that elusive Indianapolis victory, your 15th try today. And you do it with a couple of roles, driver and dad. How do you balance that today?
Well, today I'm driver. You know, it's going to be fun out there with Marco. Hopefully we're going to get the race together out there, and hopefully we'll be able for the win. That's our dream.
Marco Andretti, of course, the son of Michael, just 19 years old. He's a rookie at Indianapolis. Daunting enough to race here at Indianapolis as a rookie, much less as a 19-year-old with the name of Andretti. What are your emotions as you prepare to start this race today?
Never been so nervous in my entire life for anything, and you know, I sort of felt that last night, and it's only been growing. And I'm looking forward to what Tony Kanaan told me about his first year, and that's on the parade lap where your foot can't keep the throttle steady. But I don't know, you know, the NYSC boys have been doing a great job all month, giving me a comfortable car, and hopefully it continues today.
Marco Andretti. Brent, he will be the third youngest starter in the 90-year history of the Indianapolis 500.
Vince, an amazing story. 3 generations of Andretti's. I doubt that he's the only one who's nervous right now, though, folks, because grandfather Mario still remains one of the sport's biggest celebrities. So much so that he was asked to lend his voice to the upcoming Disney movie Cars. At the movie's premiere Friday night at the Lowe's Motor Speedway near Charlotte, over 30,000 people attended. That movie will be released June 9th, but here's a sneak preview.
Welcome back to the Danica 400. I'm Bob Cutlass, here with my good friend Darrell Cartrim. We're midway through what may turn out to be an historic day for racing.
Bob, my oil pressure's through the roof right now. If this gets any more exciting, they're going to have to tow me out of the booth.
Right you are, Darrell. 3 cars are tied for the season points lead, heading into the final race of the season. And the winner of this race, Darrell, will win the season title and the Piston Cup. Does the King, Strip Weathers, have one more victory in him before retirement? In the second place spot, we find Chick Hicks. He's been chasing that tail fin his entire career. You know, I don't think anybody expected this. The rookie sensation came into the season unknown, but everyone knows him now.
Will he be the first rookie to win a Piston Cup and land Danica?
The legend, the runner-up, and the rookie. 3 cars, 1 champion.
From coast to coast, cops are cracking down on safety belt violations. It doesn't matter who you are or where you live. They'll be on the lookout. Cops write tickets to save lives. If you don't buckle up, expect a ticket. Click it or ticket.
Think you know all there is to know about getting your cholesterol right? You may be wrong, because getting bad cholesterol down might be just part of the equation. You may also want to get your good cholesterol up. Even more surprising, this cholesterol medicine does both. Crestor. Crestor, along with diet, can lower bad cholesterol by up to 52%. But Crestor also raises your good cholesterol. Down with the bad, up with the good. Is Crestor right for you? That's between you and your doctor. Crestor is not for everyone, including people with liver disease and women who are nursing pregnant or may become pregnant. Simple blood tests are needed to check for liver problems. Tell your doctor about other medications you're taking, or if you experience muscle pain or weakness, as they may be a sign of serious side effects. Down with the bad, up with the good. Talk to your doctor about Crestor.
If you're without prescription coverage and can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be able to help.
It's a simple thing, just a ball and a goal. But once every 4 years, that simple thing closes the shops, closes a city, stops a war, and achieves more than the politicians ever could. Once every 4 years, a ball does the impossible. And if history means anything, the world as we know it is about to change.
The FIFA World Cup on ESPN and ABC.
Thursday, June 22nd, ABC will boldly go where no competition has gone before. Master of Champions. Each week, contestants with amazing one-of-a-kind skills. Handstand sprints. Compete in outrageous events. Helicopter bottle opener. It's the most extreme, over-the-top, eye-opening show ever. Master of Champions. Premieres Thursday, June 22nd, only on ABC.
The 33 cars have assembled on the grid here at Indianapolis, but this last Wednesday, that front stretch was home to the Mini Indy charity race. 33 of Disneyland's Autotopia cars were driven by teams of Indy drivers and area 4th graders. Harry Lyondike Jr. and his winning teammate, Jimmy Boker, took the traditional drink of milk, and they won a $25,000 donation to the Lance Armstrong Foundation. You know, many of those 4-year-old youngsters, they look up to Danica Patrick so much. She is probably the most beloved driver in today's field. 1 year ago, she shocked the racing world by finishing 4th, racing in a world surrounded and dominated by men. Danica continues to strive to remain very much a 24-year-old young woman.
I've never really been a girl's girl. I've spent my entire life
As one of the girls, who is one of the boys.
I wasn't a boy.
I am
a girl.
Early in my career, I didn't wear pink and purple because I didn't want people to look at me and think that they could potentially then not be confident or believe in the fact that I could drive. It seems like such a long time ago, but I've had a couple of lifetimes in the middle of all of it and dealt with a lot of things that normal teenagers don't deal with. I think the most relieving thing in the whole process is that I've come out of this some sort of a role model just because I'm different. I know that, and because I like to look like a girl. If I want to be in a swimsuit, then so be it. If I want to have heavy black eyeliner and curly hair, then so be it. There have been guys that have taken pictures that haven't been, you know, suit and helmet. It's a waste of time to criticize me when you don't know really what requests that we've turned down. The photo shoot that I did do with FHM made me see that I was still going to get to drive a race car and I could still do well. And I have this other side of me too, but everybody should know that that photo shoot was like 3.5 years ago, and I didn't have a boyfriend and I wasn't married and I needed a sponsor. Now, I choose it more wisely. I don't want to insult anyone. I can still look like a girl without wearing that little clothes and feel good.
You can be a racer, but you can still look good and dress like appropriate for what you're doing.
I think it's a great image for girls to look up to and follow. She's out there beating the boys and just achieving so much for women.
I do have a younger crowd who maybe they're a girly girl, but really tough, and if that's the case, then they can see it in me and see that they can be both of those people without being judged or criticized. I have a big voice, meaning I'm on TV, and I think that if you are, you should help if you can. And I hope that girls can relate and become more confident. I'm proud that I can sort of be a tough race car driver and be, you know, a little pretty.
Well, without a doubt, Danica Patrick is an attractive girl and a determined driver, but now she is also a wife, having married Paul Hospenthal back in November. And just moments ago, this poignant goodbye back in the garage as Paul and Danica were able to say farewell prior to her headed out to the car. And Paul, what are your concerns, your thoughts when you see your wife strapped in a 220-mile-per-hour Indy car?
You know, it's kind of ironic because I don't get that nervous, and I don't know why. Maybe it's because it's all I've ever known her to do. But certainly, I trust her, I trusted the drivers, and I think her mom and the rest of her family were enough for everybody.
Hey, good luck for you guys today.
Thanks, Jerry. Appreciate it very much.
Well, as a medical professional, he's worked for many years with Major League Baseball's World Series champions, but today, Brett, he hopes when the day is over, he'll be married to an Indy 500 winner.
Indeed, Jerry, and the scene here, the final 35 minutes before they drop the green flag. Everybody anticipating the Indy 500. The win certainly would make Danica an instant legend, joining some of the greatest names.
Everybody in the world knows the Indianapolis 500.
You're the first one across the yard of brick. Great feeling.
Take whatever you've ever done all your life that's made you the happiest you've ever been and quadruple it.
You know, winning this race will change any driver's career. It will change your life.
Earlier, the Andrettis, Michael and Marco, making their way out to the pit area. Will today be the day that Michael finally scores his first Indy win?
When we set out to build an entirely new type of motorcycle, we looked everywhere for inspiration, except to convention. The 113 cubic inch fuel-injected Star Roadliner. We build it, you make it your own. Exclusively at your Yamaha dealer. Now get a 5-year warranty plan plus low 5.9% financing on a new Roadliner or Stratoliner.
This is Ortho Season-Long Grass and Weed Killer. It works like this. With one easy spray, it kills existing weeds and forms a protective barrier to prevent new ones, all season long. Ordinary weed killers don't prevent weeds. So staying weed-free all season means spraying month after month after month, using up to 5 times as much weed killer. Ortho Season Long. All weeds, all gone, all season, guaranteed.
Discover the music you love wherever you go on XM Radio. Hear it, click it, save it for later with the first live portable satellite radio and MP3 player in one, only from XM Satellite Radio.
Eastern Conference Finals. The Heat dominated Game 3 behind a brilliant performance from their dynamic duo. Now down 2-1, the Pistons must win or will face elimination. Game 4, tomorrow 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on ABC.
Part of the great scene here at Indianapolis. A crowd in excess of 300,000 here today. And so many legendary names on the list of great winners at Indy.
Look well, therefore, to this one day, for it, and it alone, is life.
Since 1911, the Indianapolis 500 has attracted the most talented drivers from around the globe.
500-mile
We now honor the legends who turned this event into the greatest spectacle in racing. All Indianapolis winners immediately become immortalized as their likeness is permanently engraved on the Borg-Warner Trophy, the Mount Rushmore of motorsports. 703 drivers have competed at Indy, yet only 64 have taken the checkered flag, and only 16 have tasted the milk more than once. The fraternity of Indianapolis winners may be small, but their legend is not.
He is the winner at Indianapolis.
And ladies and gentlemen, here to help us celebrate the 90th Indianapolis 500, please welcome 1960 winner Jim Rathman. '63 winner Parnelli Jones. 1969 winner Mario Andretti. 1983 winner Tom Sneva. The 3-time winner, Lone Star JR, Johnny Rutherford. Two-time winner, Ari Lyondike. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, a man who today will have a car in the field for a record 49th consecutive year, the first 4-time winner, Super Tex himself, A.J. Foyt. Now, here is the starting grid for today's Indianapolis 500. In row number 11, rookie Thiago Medeiros. In the middle, son of the 63 winner Parnelli Jones. Please welcome P.J. Jones. And on the inside, in car number 61, rookie Arie Luyendyk Jr., son of two-time champion Arie Luyendyk Sr. On the outside of row number 10, Stéphane Grégoire. In the middle, in car number 88, Ayrton Darley. And on the inside, making his fourth Indy start, Roger Yasukawa. On the outside of row number 9, son of four-time winner Al Unser Sr., driving car number 31, two-time winner Al Unser Jr. In the middle, Jeff Simmons. And on the inside, 1996 winner Buddy Lazier. Starting 24th on the outside of row number 8, Jacques Lazier. In the middle, the son of four-time winner A.J. Foyt, driving car number 41, Larry Foyt. And on the inside, Jeff Bucknam. On the inside of row number 7, driving the number 14, made famous by A.J. in his 6th Indy start, Felipe Giafoni. In the middle, rookie P.J. Chesson. And on the inside, making his first Indy start in 4 years, the 1998 500 champion, Eddie Cheever. In row number 6, Max Pappas and Andretti Green teammates Dario Franchitti starting 17th and Brian Herta starting 16th. On the outside of row number 5, rookie Townsend Bell. In the middle, 2004 winner Buddy Rice. And on the inside, making his Indy return, son of 1969 champion Mario Andretti. Please welcome Michael Andretti. In row number 4, Vision Racing teammates Ed Carpenter and Thomas Schechter. And on the inside, in car number 16, driving for 1986 winner Bobby Rahal. Please welcome last year's Rookie of the Year, Danica Patrick. On the outside of row number 3, the grandson of 1969 winner Mario Andretti, fastest rookie in the field, 19-year-old Marco Andretti. In the middle, making his 12th Indy start, Scott Sharp. And on the inside, Kosuke Matsura.
Hey, Scott, best of luck. It's good to see you. Good luck.
In row number 2, on the outside, Vitor Meira. Starting 5th, 2004 Series champion, Tony Kanaan. And on the inside, in car number 9, 2003 Series champion, Scott Dixon. On the front row, starting 3rd, the defending Indianapolis 500 champion, Dan Weldon. In the middle, two-time 500 winner, Helio Castroneves. And on the pole, at a speed of nearly 229 miles an hour, in car number 6, Sam Hornish. Ladies and gentlemen, the starting field for the 90th running of the Indianapolis 500. And now, fans, performing their #1 song for the chart-topping album, Chapter 5, please welcome Stained with Right Here.
Condescending, it's as much as I can take. You're so independent, you just refuse to bend, so I keep bending till I break. But you always find a way, keep me right here waiting. You always find the words to say, keep me right here waiting. If you chose to walk away, still be right here waiting, searching for the things to say, keep me right here waiting. Don't want to remember the mistakes I have made along the way, but I always find a way, keep you right here waiting. Always find the words to say, keep you right here waiting. But you always find a way, keep me right here waiting. You always find the words to say, keep me right here waiting. If you chose to walk away, you'll be right here waiting, searching for the things to say, keep me right here waiting.
And it is right here where Unser Jr. returns to the greatest spectacle in racing. He was on top of the racing world in the mid-90s, but by the late 90s, his inability to compete at Indy led him to troubles off the track.
I tried everything. I mean, wine, women, and song.
May I take your...
Every vehicle we build comes with our racing spirit. Honda, proud to be part of the 2006 IndyCar Series.
Agent 24/7, come.
New Prudential real estate signs.
Now with Yahoo, very powerful. You'll need to reload.
More than usual.
You're gonna need them. Our exclusive relationship with Yahoo Real Estate has produced this new internet technology that makes it easier than ever to find or sell a home.
It's the future of real estate. Prudential Real Estate and Yahoo together. The future of real estate now.
The classic white wall. It's clean. It's contemporary. It says...
It says we can't pick the right color.
That's what it says?
You can't hear that?
The Home Depot has everything you need to paint with confidence. And during this Memorial Day weekend, get $5 off 1-gallon cans and $20 off 5-gallon buckets of bare interior paints and stains.
At the Home Depot, you can do it, we can help.
It's fresh, it's soothing. It's like a tropical vacation.
Wherever the wheels are rolling, no matter what the load, the name that's known is Firestone, where the rubber meets the road. Wherever hearts are racing, wherever seas are sown, the name that's known is Firestone, where the rubber meets the road.
the 90th Indianapolis 500 telecast, presented by Capital One on ABC Sports, brought to you by Capital One. What's in your wallet? And Firestone Tires, a tradition of innovation. Well, W.L. Slagle of Emporia, Virginia, may not be well known to you, but he certainly is to the Indianapolis 500. That's because W.L. has attended every Indy 500 since he was 17 years old, way back in 1948. Today, his 59th consecutive 500. He made the 15-hour drive with his son, grandson, and longtime family friend. Enjoy the race. And you know, to put it into perspective, W.L. was here 10 years before the first Unser even raced at Indy. Since then, the Unser family has racked up 9 wins, 2 by Al Unser Jr., the last one in 1994. But since then, folks, his life has been a roller coaster. He has battled the demons of alcoholism, and now he's back. Rusty Wallace found out why Indianapolis is the key to Al Unser Jr.'s recovery.
Little Al wins by just a few tenths of a second.
You just don't know what Indy means.
Ooh, what a lucky man he was.
After the dramatic Indianapolis win, Al Unser Jr. went on to win again 2 years later. But in '95, the unthinkable happened. Both Penske cars failed to qualify for the Indy 500.
You know, when I won the first year, it's hard to put into words, and now it's really hard to put into words what Missing the Show is about. The tears started coming before I even got into the garage, and then once I got into the garage and I saw my mom, you know, it all let loose. I mean, you know, it was crushing.
What do you think that did to you personally?
It affected me pretty big, quite honestly, personally, because '96, the split came. Each May would roll by, and it would just work on me more and more and more. That little bit, you know. Pretty soon, I didn't have nothing inside me, nothing.
You're feeling empty. You're feeling confused. What'd you do to fill that void?
I tried everything. I mean, wine, women, and song. I mean, anything I could get my hands on to fill this void.
Al Jr. continued to battle personal demons, and in July of 2002, he was arrested in Indianapolis for domestic violence.
You know, to let you know, stuff go like that was just it was a shame, embarrassment.
What was the motivation to turn your life around and get back on track?
Waking up in that jail. There's calling, you could call it hitting bottom. That was hitting bottom.
The fall for Al Jr. was especially difficult after achieving success worthy of the Unser legacy.
It's hard to put into words what Indy means to me. I mean, with all the pressures of Uncle Bobby and Dad, all of their success here, you know, wanting to follow the family legacy and the heritage and all that kind of stuff. Being a little boy growing up wanting to emulate my father. They were the dreams of a child coming true.
The dream did not come easily, as a decade of close calls and heartbreak kept Al Jr. out of victory lane.
I remember going home a lot of days after this race going, man, I'm never gonna win this thing, you know? To win here and just to be successful here is, you know, it just, you don't know what it means.
After a year absence from the Speedway, Al Jr. returns with a new outlook.
Racing wasn't something that just happened to me, you know. I mean, I fell in love with the sport and I loved it from a child. And you know, you can take the boy out of the races, but you can't take the racing out of the boy. And that is what has happened with me. And I just, you know, I'm out here, I'm having so much fun, and life is really, really terrific.
And now Al Unser Jr. returns to Indianapolis. Rusty, you spent time with him this month. You watched him qualify. You talked to him. What's your take on this comeback?
Well, Brent, my take is he's ready. He's 100% back. His team says he's incredibly focused, more focused they've ever seen him in his life. He's very physically fit. He's mentally fit. Gosh, I just hope his car is as good as he is right now.
Yeah, we all joined Rusty in that sentiment. He will start in row 9, folks, and right next to number 17, that is the ethanol car. Now, that car was to be driven by Paul Dana, who had dreamed of racing in the Indianapolis 500, but Dana tragically lost his life in a racing accident on the morning of the season opener in March. And Jeff Simmons has dedicated his race in that car to Paul Dana's memory, and several other cars will carry stickers remembering the late Paul Dana. And we'll be back.
Use your Capital One no-hassle card.
Protect yourself with Capital One's low rates and great rewards.
I'm so there for you. What's in your wallet?
Discover the music you love wherever you go on XM Radio. Hear it, click it, save it for later with the first live portable satellite radio and MP3 player in one, only from XM Satellite Radio.
From coast to coast, cops are cracking down on safety belt violations. It doesn't matter who you are or where you live. They'll be on the lookout. Cops write tickets to save lives. If you don't buckle up, expect a ticket. Click it or ticket.
The dream of every IndyCar Series driver to win a race.
Weldon will win it by 13 thousandths of a second.
Only the technology of 4 Firestone Firehawk tires could allow them to do this.
It's going to be Canard! Sam Hornish Jr. with the crowd on his feet. He will win here at Texas Motor Speedway. Herta will win it by a half a car length. It's going to be Scott Sharp.
Some of the greatest drivers in the world trust one tire company to help make their dreams come true. Firestone.
The singers have a dream. The judges have the answers. You have the power. But there's one big difference. This summer on ABC, when the performances end, the drama begins. For the first time, performers will compete together and live together. All the struggles, all the triumphs, and you will see it all. The One, Making a Music Star, coming this July, only on ABC.
The Indianapolis 500, the only race held at the crossroads of speed and desire. Two-time Indy 500 winner Al Unser Jr. comes out of retirement to chase the Grail once again. Michael Andretti, in his 15th Indy 500, still thirsts for that first win, while his son Marco carries the famous name into his Indy debut. Two-time Series champ Sam Hornish Jr. and two-time Indy champ Helio Castroneves both yearn to be the one to bring Team Penske back to victory lane. 2005 Indy champion Dan Weldon returns to defend his coveted crown. And the face of the league, Danica Patrick. She's already rewritten the record books. Now she wants to break them wide open. It's the greatest spectacle in racing. Welcome to the 90th running of the Indianapolis 500. It is time.
On this Memorial Day weekend, our national anthem takes on special significance. So right now, let's join PA announcer Dave Calabro.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your hats for the singing of our national anthem. Sung by Staff Sergeant Ramel Schaefer Hardy, United States Marine Corps, Staff Sergeant Jennifer Castle, National Guard, Musician Third Class Len Crisop, United States Navy. Staff Sergeant Justin Allen, United States Air Force. Musician First Class Lisa Taylor, United States Coast Guard, accompanied by the Purdue University Marching Band. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem.
Folks, we thank you for watching the Firestone Race Day on ABC on this Memorial Day weekend. And because of this very special holiday, we should not forget that we as a nation are at war. Thousands of brave young men and women are making sure that we can enjoy events like the Indianapolis 500. We'll continue after these messages from our local stations.
This is Ortho season-long grass and weed killer. It works like this. With one easy spray, it kills existing weeds and forms a protective barrier to prevent new ones, all season long. Ordinary weed killers don't prevent weeds. So staying weed-free all season means spraying month after month after month, using up to 5 times as much weed killer. Ortho season long. All weeds, all gone, all season, guaranteed.
T U V W X Y and Z.
The Scripps National Spelling Bee, Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern on ABC.
Channel 2 Action News at 5. Live coverage from all over Georgia.
Live in Northwest Atlanta and Fulton County.
Live in Henry County.
Live in Marietta. Wherever local news breaks, Channel 2 Action News rolls on the action.
Live in Clayton County.
We are live in DeKalb County.
On the scene of the day's top stories. Live coverage from where you live, putting you in the middle of the action. Get live, local, late-breaking coverage on Channel 2 Action News at 5. Coverage you can count on.
Responsibility never looks so hot.
Chevy Equinox.
A 5-star frontal and side impact rating.
Front and head curtain side airbags.
And the looks to back it all up.
Get a 2006 Equinox 1LS front-wheel drive starting at $19,990 after all offers.
Equinox from Chevy, America's #1 brand, America's #1 value.
See your local Chevy dealer or visit ChevyLocalDealer.com.
Appliance Mart's warehouse clearance sale is exploding with great prices in Smyrna and 4900 South Atlanta Road inside the perimeter. And you won't believe the savings. Thousands of items have been marked down and special purchases are arriving daily. Like this Bosch dishwasher with stainless steel interior and delay start, $4.99. Complete them and a 4-piece stainless steel kitchen with self-cleaning electric or gas range. Side-by-side refrigerator, tall tub dishwasher, and over-the-range microwave, only $19.99. These items are limited while quantities last. Selections vary by store. So hurry now. You don't want to miss Appliance Mart's warehouse clearance sale in Smyrna at 4900 South Atlanta Road inside the perimeter. You won't believe the savings.
Monica Kaufman, John Pruitt, Jovita Moore on Channel 2 Action News at 5.
Welcome back to the 90th running of the Indianapolis 500 and happy Memorial Day weekend. Last year I had the privilege of driving the pace car for the greatest spectacle in racing. Today I'm here to honor a very special group of Americans. It is fitting that this American sports institution takes place every year on Memorial Day weekend, a time when we pay tribute to those who have served and those who continue to serve our country. To all the military service men and women currently deployed around the world, we salute you and we thank you for your dedication and commitment to our great nation. And now, on this Memorial Day weekend, we take a moment to pause and pay homage to those men and women who, from the American Revolution through Operation Enduring Freedom, have made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom and for our country.
has become an institution at this race. Here to perform, back home again in Indiana, is our good friend, Mr. Jim Neighbors.
Back home again in Indiana, and it seems that I can see the gleaming candlelight still burning bright through the sycamores beneath the newborn hay. Out its fragrance through the fields I used to roam. When I dream about the moonlight on the waters, how I long for my Indiana
Ladies and gentlemen, Jim Neighbors. All right, it's that time. Here we go. And now to say the most famous words in motorsports, the chairperson of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Mary Hallman George.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
We are ready to go racing. Let's go upstairs to the gentleman who will call the action today, Marty Reed, with Scott Goodyear and Rusty Wallace. Take it away, Marty.
All right, thanks, Brennan. Hello again, everybody. I don't care how many times you come to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. When you hear that command and those 33 engines come to life, the hair on your arms stands straight up, and the wings on the butterflies in your stomach, They're as big as a 747, and that's just for the 300,000 fans in the stands. What about the 33 drivers? Well, Scott Goodyear, you've been in 11 of these events. What's it like for those 33?
Marty, I can tell you all these drivers in the car right now are living a dream. They're getting to race at the Indianapolis 500. To win first, they must actually conquer the toughest track in the world, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. 500 miles on a narrow 2.5-mile track at an average speed of over 220 miles an hour. On top of that, turn 1, lap 1 going in there is the toughest moment in motorsports. It's the most dangerous. And for all 33 drivers today, there's only going to be one that's actually going to end up realizing their dream when the day is done.
And as the cars push off, Rusty Wallace, you've been here for the Brickyard 400. You've raced at Daytona in the 500 there. You were amped up at the beginning of this event. You still amped?
You bet, buddy. I'm really amped up. You know, everybody knows I'm a stock car guy, and I know my buddies back in NASCAR land, Charlotte, Tony Stewart, Jimmy Johnson, Mark Martin, Jamie McMurray, just name a few. Guys, we've been to some big events, but this is the most excitement I've ever seen in my entire life. My heart is just racing like crazy. I've witnessed 235-mile-an-hour speeds. I've seen 400,000 people. This place is amped up and it's ready to rock and roll, and I can't wait to get this party started.
All right, thanks, Rusty. As they see, the first of 3 pace laps on the backstretch with 300,000 people looking on. Hey, if you want to enliven your experience a little bit, go to ESPN.com now for live interactive race coverage with Enhanced TV. Live race stats, trivia, so much more. It's Enhanced TV. It's sponsored by Capital One. All right, the weather is going to play a factor today. This is the hottest we have seen. It's almost tying the record set back in 1953.
Marty, I would tell you it's unknown for the drivers and the engineers. All the talk in the last couple of days is how are the cars going to handle on this racetrack. The cars will slip and slide for the first few laps. There is no doubt. Temperatures inside the cockpit, 140 degrees for the drivers. I can tell you from experience they will lose 5 to 7 pounds today. Concentration level is going to be tough for these 3.5 hours.
All right, let's take a look now at our Capital One starting grid. On pole, Sam Hornish. He has never finished 500 miles here at the Brickyard. Can he do it today? His teammate Elio Castroneves, a 2-time winner alongside, and the defending event winner, Dan Weldon, on the outside of row number 1. In row number 2, Scott Dixon and Tony Kanaan have both won series championships, but they've never won here at Indy, and Vitor Meira, the only single-car team to qualify in the top 19. In row number 3, teammates Koski Matsura and Scott Sharp, and on the outside, 19-year-old Marco Andretti. You heard him. He's never been so nervous in his life. And there she is, Danica Patrick on the inside of row number 4 with teammates from Vision Racing, Thomas Schechter and Ed Carpenter alongside. Then in row 5, Michael Andretti, still chasing the elusive dream. And remember, Buddy Rice hasn't been on this racetrack on race day since he won it back in 2004. Townsend Bell on the outside. As we take a look at the remaining parts of the field, we'll tell you that there are 19 Americans, 6 Brazilians, a total of 10 countries, giving it a really international flavor. Our broadcast is being seen in over 140 countries and also on Armed Forces Network. And to all our soldiers around the globe, thank you so much for what you are doing for all of us so that we can enjoy this great event. Scott, we've talked so much about the fact that this is the only time you start 3 abreast. What's it like if you're up front?
That's where the view is great, Marty. It's wide open. There's nobody in front of you. We ride along right now in Dan Weldon's car, who will start on the outside of row 1. He'll have a clean, open track. We now go to Townsend Bell's car, who's on the outside of row 5. And Townsend Bell will be in the middle of the pack. He will not get a chance to see the green flag from where he's at, and he'll have lots of dust and dirt circling inside his cockpit from the cars in front. We're going to move back to the outside of row 9, Unser Jr.'s car. I've started back here before. He'll have all the problems that Townsend Bell does, but add on to the fact that your car is almost undrivable from all the turbulent air that's in front of you. The steering wheel almost doesn't work, and also the brakes are very difficult to push also.
So there you get an idea what it's like to start over. There you are on board with Lance Armstrong, the pace car driver. What's it like for all these drivers? What are they thinking about on the pace laps? We asked them.
Every time the start of the race comes, I get goosebumps. Even when I was a kid, and still now.
You win Indy, and the world knows that you've won Indy.
I think I can win the race. I don't think I've lost anything.
We still love this place, and we still want to conquer.
I don't care if I don't win any other race this year, as long as it's, Indy. That's the only one I care about.
It turned out to be one of my wishes to be coming here and
and do my best, and hopefully as well put my face in that trophy.
So as the field heads down the backstretch on the last pace lap, the final scenes of a month-long marathon are about to unfold. On the world's largest stage, this is theater at its best. 33 different characters, each with a part to play, where the script will be written at 220 miles an hour. We know how this drama ends. We just don't know who will play the lead role.
Car, bring it around at 110, please, Lance. 110.
That was Brian Barnhart talking to the teams and the pace car.
Row 5, back it up a little, row 5.
Pace car comes off. Let Act 1 begin. Ladies and gentlemen, the 90th running of the Indianapolis 500 is green. Slicing and dicing down the backstretch. It looks like trying to go underneath. Can't get it done. Weldon has to tuck in.
Guys, Danny Weldon was fast off the start. You see they got the jump on both Penske cars. Certainly Sam Hornish wanted to lead the first lap. Weldon's got the fastest race car right now.
Weldon's car is really fast right now, guys. He's real quick. He made a real aggressive move in the beginning. I'm glad he backed out because that could have been big trouble. Here he goes again, taking a peek on Hornish. All well right now, Marty. These guys need to get their tires warmed up, get their heads screwed on right, and just calm down a second here. Let's get this race going.
So Helio Castroneves leads lap number 1. Dan Weldon, Sam Hornish, then Tony Kanaan and Vitor Meira round out your top 5, and everybody makes it through lap 1 clean. Jerry, you've got more.
Dan Weldon told his crew he was going to try to lead lap 1 in turn 1. Whoa, trouble.
Jerry, we have a crash involving at least 1 car and possibly 2. Yes, there's another car sliding to the infield on the backstretch. The number 92 is involved. That is Jeff Bucknam. His father raced here, and his race is over in lap number 2. I'm trying to see who that is on the second car involved.
Rusty, you had mentioned something about cold tires, and that's the situation here you have. And actually, it's warm outside, but I'll tell you something. These guys have to have the patience to get to the end.
That second car involved is P.J. Chesson. He is out of his race car, and he appears to be okay.
These guys just got in a hurry. It looks like somebody made a mistake somewhere. P.J. is definitely one of the drivers, got one of the least experience out here in Buckman. They both ran pretty good speeds in practice, been out of trouble all month long, but I was concerned, Scott, that at the beginning of this thing, this was going to happen.
Let's go back, take another look. Oh, my.
Totally nothing to do with P.J. Buckman lost it getting in the corner and took him with him. Unfortunate.
Remember, he's running in dirty air with that packet car in front, and one of those cars was actually Jeff Simmons. So those 3 or 4 cars that are in front, all that turbulent air that comes off there makes your car not handle very well. You can see right at the middle of the turn where the G-forces, the load on the car, is the highest, is where the car lost grip, and it went up into the wall. Here we go again from a bit further back. You can see how the car does a 180 and continues and hits the wall. And what ends up happening is P.J. Chesson is just along as a ride because he gets taken out in that accident.
We've just been informed by officials that Jeff Bucknam is out of the car. As you take another look in slow motion, these guys are going to get back into the garage area, and they're going to realize that the national anthem lasted longer than they did in the Indianapolis 500.
Marty, that's just too bad, man. We've been up here for a solid month. A lot of money, a lot of time has been spent. And Buckman that's just a classic case, Scott Jurger. He just missed it. He just lost it right there. The car got out from underneath them. You know, you can talk about getting the left front tire down the white line. Folks, I'm telling you, the white line here at Indy now is flat. You can put the tire on the white line and not upset the car like we've heard in the past here.
So we're going to take you side by side. The first time it's happened here at the Indianapolis 500. You won't miss a thing. They'll continue to work here on the track, and we'll reset the stage.
Yeah, no, I gotta go. Yeah, I'm getting on.
I totally spaced on that one.
That was bad.
let's just use your Capital One no hassle card.
Protect yourself with Capital One's low rates and great rewards.
I am so good.
What's in your wallet? The response to the FedEx number 11 car has been overwhelming. Kevin Moss from Boston, Massachusetts writes, "To whom it may concern at FedEx, did Denny Hamlin have any previous jobs before becoming a race car driver?" Well, Kevin, before Denny made it to the big leagues of racing, he did have another job.
Danica Patrick's dream to be the IndyCar Series Rookie of the Year.
Danica Patrick looking to make history here this afternoon.
Only the technology of 4 Firestone Firehawk tires could allow Danica to do this.
Green flag will wave. Crowd comes to its feet. Danica Patrick going side by side with Weldon. She'll be the leader in turn 1. My goodness. This young lady is going to be a force to be reckoned with in the years to come.
Some of the greatest drivers in the world trust one tire company to help make their dreams come true. Firestone.
This Sunday and Monday only at Circuit City's Red, White, and Blue sale, you'll get no interest till 2008 on all purchases $299 and up. Plus, all CDs are just $9.77 each. This Sunday and Monday only at Circuit City's Red, White, and Blue sale.
What happens if your latest product goes global in a single bound? Because we consider what might change tomorrow, our customers can feel more relaxed about what might happen today. Zurich, because change happens.
You can't sell yourself for $1, Junior.
Why not?
Because as long as you live in my house, you'll live by my rules. You got it?
I wish I'd never been broiled.
Whopper Junior for $1. Bringing some attitude to the new BK value menu.
Thursday, June 22nd, ABC will boldly go where no competition has gone before. Master of Champions. Each week, contestants with amazing one-of-a-kind skills and sprints compete in outrageous events.
Helicopter bottle opener.
It's the most extreme, over-the-top, eye-opening show ever. Master of Champions. Premieres Thursday, June 22nd, only on ABC.
As cleanup continues here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway from a Lap 2 crash involving Jeff Bucknam and P.J. Chesson. We can take you back and show you with the telemetry on Bucknam's car. It'll give you an idea how fast they were going.
Now watch the steering angle, see how it's starting to make the car maneuver itself around because it was starting to go out of control, and the throttle is actually up and down because he's searching for a good line on the racetrack. It's amazing how quickly the car can go out from underneath you. You know, you got so much speed here, guys. Danger is always lurking around the corner in the Indianapolis 500.
Well, we've got a moment. Let's check in. Rusty, I think you've got radio communication with Scott Sharp.
Scott Sharp, Rusty Wallace, ABC. You got us, buddy?
Wallace, ABC, you got us, buddy?
Rusty, how you doing up there, man?
Oh, it's going pretty good. It's been very hot, man, since carburation day. How's the balance on your car right now?
We were a little tight just there at the start of the race, but we're totally adjustable with the tools we have here in the cockpit for now. As a guess, I think for everybody with such a huge condition change, you know, just what is that right level of downforce to be carrying? And we'll have to sort of just race unfold.
All right, buddy, I know you're real busy right now. Thanks for taking time with us, and we'll get back with you. Have a great race today.
Thanks, bud.
Meanwhile, up front, it is Helio Castroneves leading for the 4th time in his Indy 500 career as he is in his 6th start this time. There he is as he makes his way down the backstretch.
Marty, let me update you just how emotional you can be, even if you've won 2 Indy 500. On those first couple of laps when Helio Castroneves took the lead, there was a problem with the computer on board that measures a lot of the telemetry. At least Helio Castroneves thought so. In a very excited conversation with his statistician, Tim Cindric, he let him know that he wasn't getting a readout on his Pi dash where all the readings are. Turns out no one was. They've got it fixed. Let's check in down pit road with Dr. Jerry Punch. Thank you, Jack. Down in the Dan Weldon pit, when you saw the green flag wave, Dan has told his crew there's no reason both those Penske cars should run 1-2 into turn 1. Not if I get a jump, I'm going to lead it into turn 1 from third spot. He gave it a shot, but Helio Castroneves got there first. Why did he want to be there? Well, they think their big concern here in the Target Ganassi pit is the two Penske cars will hook up together and try to pull away. I said, Dan Weldon, how do you stop that? He said, well, it's divide and conquer. I've got to get between them and stay between them so they can't hook up and pull away. Then maybe I can take one of them on and then lead this race. That's what's happening here in the early laps. Guys?
As we come by this time by, they'll get the signal for one lap. Now, they were talking about keeping them separated. That freight train effect, it can really be devastating if they get out there together.
Well, these cars are made to race together. That's what racing's all about, Marty. But what we're talking about here is not getting too anxious too early. Now, Weldon, he talked pretty aggressive right there. Hey, I want to lead the first lap. I want to do this. I want to do that. This is 500 miles, Scott Goodyear. He's got to be a little patient. They need to get at least a little time under the belt to find out how their handling characteristics are today.
Well, it certainly means that he's got confidence with his car, and there's some people taking advantage of this yellow caution period to come in and get tires and fuel.
Yes, Stefan Gregoire, P.J. Jones, Arie Luyendyk Jr., all of those three cars were further back in the field. So they come in, they top off, maybe they get a break when they go out of sequence.
A little bit different strategy. They don't have the pace of the cars up in front, so they'll take advantage right now. They're not really losing any track position because they were at the back of the grid. As they come into turn 3 this time by, they will get the green flag. Pace car has already pulled off, and the leader sets the pace. Castroneves into 4. Green flag flies, and we are racing at Indy again. Now you see the low line. He comes down to protect the inside. Weldon's going to think about it and get it done. No.
Tried to tuck it in underneath, cannot make it stick. So Castroneves holds on. And boy, he opens up some ground, Rusty.
Yeah, Weldon stuck his nose there and made one shot at it and said, hey, that didn't work. Let's get back in line. That was probably the only shot he had to do what he just did there, Marty. And I know if I was Castroneves leading this race and I saw that right front tire of Weldon stick underneath me, I'd have been a little concerned. But Helio was able to get in the corner and get that nose down.
Pretty much single file through the rest of the field. As Vince, I think you've caught up with P.J. Chesson.
P.J. Chesson just down to the infield care center. Did you have any opportunity to avoid it at all?
Not really. It was one of those racing things where he just got that white line to look like, or got real low on the racetrack and spun up into me. It's a real shame. We had Carmelo Anthony here today, and I want to thank Ron Himmelgard and everybody there. That all my guys for busting their butts to make this a great opportunity for me, and it's a shame we had to go out that way.
An unfortunate end in his debut for P.J. Chesson.
Boy, while you were talking to P.J., Buddy Rice and Danica Patrick made Townsend Bell a sandwich. They both went around him.
I tell you, Buddy Rice was high on that exit of turn 2 right there, Scott Goodyear. He was so high that right rear tire was up in the green. I'm going, man, this is a little too early to be doing this.
Look at those rub blocks, making those sparks from all the cars out there. 30 gallons of fuel, and here goes Danny Weldon.
Down into turn 1, and Weldon's going to make it stick this time. So we have a lead change as we're working lap number 10.
You know, my mind just wondered about Castroneves, Scott, because he was really complaining about his car in carburation day, whether he had this thing hooked up or not. Now Weldon just took the lead and pulled out. Here comes Hornish to the inside of him. I expect Ellie just to give up, and he does. So let's see what Hornish has got right now, because he's the one that spun all by himself the other day, and I got a lot of concern about the handling of that car.
So right now, reset it for you. It's Castroneves, followed by Dan Weldon, Sam Hornish. Tony Kanaan has moved into 4th, and Thomas Schechter has jumped from his 11th starting position up to 5th.
That snaking line down the front stretch. Everybody runs wide, going into the entrance to 1. Come down, get the apex, get yourself set up for 2, which you're looking at right now, onto the long back straightaway. 5/8 of a mile long. They'll hit speeds of over 220 to 25 miles an hour going into turn 3. And as you see, Danny Weldon, who's working with the Target Chip Ganassi team for the first time, and new engineer Andy Brown.
And we fall back a little further in the field and pick up the Andretti clan. They are running in lockstep, 9th and 10th. Jamie, you've got more?
Well, Marty, Marco Andretti made up 2 positions on the start of the race, but after that restart, he went back 2 spots, and right now, of all people, he's trying to hold off his father in the #1 car. Michael Andretti sits in 9th position.
That's right, Marco is 8th. Michael is 9th. They've gotten around Koski Matsura.
Well, Marty, as we're talking, Tony Kanaan, he's running pretty doggone good right now. He just ran 217.5 miles an hour, and he's definitely running Castroneves down.
That was Buddy Rice, it looked like, as he was trying to make a move a little bit further back in the field, trying to get around Scott Sharp. Meanwhile, there's the freight train coming down the front straightaway. It's Weldon, Hornish, and Tony Kanaan has gotten ahead of Helio Castroneves.
Tony Kanaan, we talked about him all month, guys. He's very happy with the way his car is handling. Right now, Scott Goodyear, I think we're in a position right now where speed isn't a big deal. We're looking at handling now. It's really hot here today.
Jerry, you've got more?
Guys, very atypical of Tony Kanaan. He is playing a waiting game here today. He said, you know, a year ago, he and Sam Hornish and Dario Franchitti had a combined 146 laps, and none of them won the race. Who won the race? Dan Weldon, who didn't lead until lap 150. He said, lesson learned. I'm going to be patient early on and wait my turn to lead this thing late. Then I can win it. Jack? Jerry, when you take a look at what happened to Helio Castroneves, first taking the lead, and then all of a sudden fading back and allowing several cars to pass him, the reason, according to his information, relayed back to his crew, wow, I think I'm going to sit back here and watch this for a while. So he's backed out of it just a bit, guys, and he's going to let some other people lead, and he'll follow.
Well, and Scott Goodyear, you've always talked how when you drove this race, you broke it into 5 acts, 5 different segments.
Usually 100 miles at a time. You're always working with the car, communicating with the people in the garage area. Back there is working on the computers. All the way through in pit lane, they have an opportunity to see exactly what's going on with the car through their computers and trying to make a change for the car to make it better on each particular pit stop. Now, as we're along with the Firestone telemetry, see Danny Weldon running in first. Just by 1.3 seconds, he gets this information on his dash that he can actually see at any time when he's driving. Right down here, all that information's coming on that digital dash. Look at the speed. He'll probably reach 223 by the time he goes to turn in. Just a little bit shy. The throttle, though, Marty, look at the throttle. His car's working great. 100% throttle flat all the way around.
As you look down from high above, the Capital One copter cam, what an impressive sight.
It's an awesome feeling going down that front stretch, looking at a sea of people going through the turns. Remember, this track is basically flat, only 9 degrees of banking in the turns. It's not like a high bank track. That's what makes this track so tricky, coming down into the turns at 225 miles an hour and having to make a beautiful left-hand turn.
Lapping at about 216 miles an hour right now. It is Dan Weldon up front, followed by Sam Hornish Jr. Then it's Tony Kanaan, Helio Castroneves, and Vitor Mira. That is your top 5 at Indy as we go side by side.
I'm a curious kind of guy. I want to know how things work, what makes them tick. So I was glad when my doctor prescribed Nexium for my acid reflux disease. I got the purple pill and signed up for Purple Plus, a great program from Nexium. I'm learning what I need to know to manage my acid reflux disease. With the Purple Plus program, I get useful advice, great tasting recipes, even ways to save on my prescription. My doctor said prescription Nexium can relieve my heartburn and heal the erosions in my esophagus that acid reflux caused. So I don't just feel better, I am better. He also said I could still have other serious stomach conditions and that headache, diarrhea, and abdominal pain could be side effects of Nexium.
Ask your doctor if switching to Nexium is right for you. To learn more about Nexium and Purple Plus, call or visit our website.
Mints can trigger heartburn.
If you can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be able to help.
The classic white wall. It's clean. It's contemporary. It says...
It says we can't pick the right color.
That's what it says?
You can't hear that?
The Home Depot has everything you need to paint with confidence. And during this Memorial Day weekend, get $5 off 1-gallon cans and $20 off 5-gallon buckets of Behr interior paints and stains.
At the Home Depot, you can do it, we can help.
It's fresh, it's soothing. It's like a tropical vacation.
From coast to coast, cops are cracking down on safety belt violations. It doesn't matter who you are or where you live. they'll be on the lookout. Cops write tickets to save lives. If you don't buckle up, expect a ticket. Click it or ticket.
When immigrants landed at Ellis Island, they brought a dream. Work hard, opportunity will follow. At TD Ameritrade, it's no different today. You bring your own drive to succeed, they'll help in every way, with people who'll sit and talk with you about your strategy, solidly independent research, straightforward pricing. The new TD Ameritrade. Independence is the spirit that drives America's most successful investors.
For my sport, the only sunscreen is Coppertone Sport.
It's non-greasy, so I won't lose my grip.
And it doesn't run in my eyes, no matter how hard I sweat.
Coppertone Sport, high-performance sunscreens.
The 90th Indianapolis 500 telecast presented by Capital One on ABC Sports, brought to you by Capital One. What's in your wallet? Ortho season-long grass and weed killer. One application kills and prevents weeds all season. And Honda, proud sponsor of the Indy Racing League IndyCar Series. A couple of major themes to update you on. Our defending Indianapolis 500 champion Dan Weldon has slipped into the lead. He took it from Helio Castroneves, who has been in a free fall after giving way. At last check, had slipped all the way to 7th. Let's go back to Marty Reed and the gang.
All right, thanks, Brent. As you take a look, Dan Weldon going around some slower traffic as we are already lapping here at Indianapolis. He leads Sam Hornish Jr. by 2.1 seconds. They're lapping, well, Weldon's lapping at 218 miles an hour. Meanwhile, back in the field a little bit further, Danica Patrick trying to move up. She's running 14th. Jerry, what's up?
Well, a year ago, Bobby Rahal told Danica Patrick as a raw rookie, he said, if you just try to finish the race, I promise you, you'll have a chance to win it. And guys, she almost did. Just before she climbed in the car, Bobby Rahal leaned over and told her this. He said, you know what? Under these conditions, the smartest race driver will win this race. You got to be smart early on. She's trying to be smart, finding a nice place to ride for the first 50 to 75 laps, listening to what her owner told her just prior to the start.
All right, Jerry, thanks for the update. You saw while Jerry was talking, Tony Kanaan and making a move and getting around Sam Hornish.
Well, right now, Scott Goodyear, Tony Kanaan's got one of the fastest cars in the field. He's handling good, and he's mowing down Weldon right now, who's leading the race. His times just keep flashing back and forth. As everybody knows, the draft does a big thing here at this racetrack.
Rusty, I think we need to chronicle AGR. They were so strong here last year. Obviously, they won with Danny Weldon when he was driving for Andretti Green Racing, but they arrived here this month, and they were certainly slower than the Penske team and Target Chip Ganassi. They started to change their focus from trying to get a car to sit on the front row in qualifying and try to get a car that was going to be strong in the race, and that was Tony Kanaan's focus. And I think it's proved out to be a very smart program for him because he's got an opportunity to have a great car in traffic.
Let's go back just a few moments ago on board with Tony Kanaan and how he got around Sam Hornish.
Look at this draft. He's going to turn around and get Sam. Got slowed by the car in front, which was Stefan Gregoire, and he slides through there. Guys, that's at 225 miles an hour, and I just cringed on my chair.
Man, he just knife-edged that hot rod right through the center, didn't he? That was a heck of a move right there. But, you know, we didn't talk about these guys all month long near enough. He's got a great handling car.
The paybacks are coming back. Yep. Now Tony Kanaan gets slowed down by traffic. And here we go. Sam Hornish will turn around and pay the favor back.
What a great race. Jerry, what's up?
Tony Kanaan, they were concerned about him not taking it easy. You saw that pass a moment ago. And Jim Green asked him, and Tony said, I'm saving fuel, guys, and I am taking it easy. We're just that good. That may not bode well for the rest of the field this early on. When that guy right there, Tony Kanaan, who wants to win this race so badly, is that quick early on.
Remember, all this action is happening, and you saw it there at 218 miles an hour. As these guys are flying around it. That's Michael Andretti, and Michael has moved up to the 8th position. Marco has moved into the number 6 spot.
Well, guess who finished second last year? Remember that's Marty? Vitor Mira. Guess what? He's 4th right now and coming on.
There's Michael chasing that elusive dream. He has come here so many times wanting to win. This is his 15th Indy 500. He has come so close. 11 laps just 1 year from victory, and it just didn't happen. Meanwhile, that is Marco, the 19-year-old rookie that has just not put a single wheel wrong the entire month of May. He is running 6th right now and closing on Thomas Scheckter for a top 5 spot at the age of 19. Jamie, we're on board with Marco. What's happening in his pit?
Guys, he is doing an amazing job handling this car. You're watching his onboard right there. The entire team just keeps looking at each other, smiling, going, we can't believe what he's doing out there. They're very proud of him, and they just keep him calm and keep telling him, great job, very great job. Hey, remember final practice the other day? Marco was so confident in his car. He said, hey, I'm a potential winner, and right now, he's looking like it could be done. Guys,
He also looks like an Andretti. Did you see that hand gesture when he went by Tiago Medeiros? That was typical Andretti. We should point out while all this was going on, Marco's teammate Brian Herta has stopped. He's in the pits. He's back in 26 now. Let's go back and take another look at this. I have seen this gesture many times, and so have you, Scott.
It's important to note that Marco Andretti, who you see right now on board, like, make up your mind, get down low, get down high, give me some space. But Marco Andretti just before that actually passed Thomas Scheckter of the Vision Racing Team, car number 2. So now Marco Andretti is in 5th. And I got to tell you, Rusty, at the very beginning as a rookie, I just did not think that he would be very fast, but he continues to impress. And here we see Castro Neves, who was on the front row, and now is just turning around and struggling for speed. And we have some more information on that down below. Jack Root.
Well, Scott, Brett Musburger called it a free fall. A guy who led some of the early laps, Helio Castro Neves. In a way it is, but it has been precipitated by the heavy race traffic. About 10 laps ago, when they were coming down the front straightaway, Helio Castro Neves found himself caught in a cluster of slower cars led by Stefan Gregoire. He had to get out of the throttle, going from 223 to 218 miles an hour. It was discretion being the better part of valor for that man, Roger Penske's team driver. And now is taking him some time to get caught back up to speed. Look for the front runners to pit in about 8 laps.
All right, thanks, Jack. As this race continues to unfold, can Helio Castro Neves reel back in the leaders? Stay with us. We'll find out. We'll be back after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Pillaging was great this time of year, but with so many people switching to Capital One, we've taken jobs as camp counselors. We've taught the kids a thing or two. We're not exactly role models. Burnt a village to the ground, doo-dah, doo-dah. It's hard to let go of the old ways.
For low rates and great rewards, switch to Capital One.
What's in your wallet? Barbecue.
The Eastern Conference Finals. The Heat dominated Game 3 behind a brilliant performance from their dynamic duo. Now down 2-1. The Pistons must win or will face elimination. Game 4, tomorrow 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on ABC.
Bill, we're in the core.
I know. What I don't know is why I'm chasing tornadoes when I could be at home watching DirecTV. It's the best.
Cal.
I mean, come on. You get the top box office hits as soon as they're on TV.
Another cow.
Actually, I think that was the same one.
Call today to get our most popular programming package for free. There's good TV, there's better TV, and then there's DirecTV.
Every day, Progressive does something that's, well, progressive. They have this ticker that shows their car insurance rates and their top competitors. Right now on Progressive.com, you can see actual rates that people are getting. Sometimes Progressive is the lowest. Sometimes they're not. Hey, if they're this helpful when you're shopping for car insurance, imagine how they'll be once you're a customer.
Founded in 1925 as a community for the orphans of our fallen soldiers, the VFW National Home for Children continues to serve the needs of our military families. So in honor of Memorial Day, Buick, Pontiac, and GMC are donating $100 to the National Home for every car and truck we sell from now through May 31st. If you're at all serious about getting a new car, this would be a good time to do it.
Severe Weather Team 2 on Channel 2 Action News.
Back here at the motor racing capital of the world, Dan Weldon has checked out on the field right now. As everybody else's tires have been giving way, we're about one lap from pit stops. He's opened up over an 8-second lead over second place, Sam Hornish Jr. Hornish, remember we told you, has never completed all 500 laps. He's trying to track down Dan Weldon. Showing you how far back it is to second place. There is Sam as he's got traffic. And look right behind him, the 19-year-old Marco Andretti with Tony Kanaan, his teammate, going side by side for third. And Tony takes over the spot again. And here comes Helio Castroneves. He had fallen off the pace precipitously. He had dropped down to 15th spot. Jack Arute.
This is the longest drive that any IndyCar driver has to make. It's down pit road at the same speed you and I drive on the highway. 60 miles an hour. Now look for an adjustment on Helio Castroneves' car. They're going to adjust the wing with one turn because he was very, very loose. Jerry? And Jack, 27-year-old Dan Weldon, defending Indy 500 winner, comes in for his first stop where he was a year ago when he left here as the leader. Now Weldon called off a front wing change. He said, change full fuel. He is down and away. 9.7 seconds. Danica Patrick coming down for her first stop of the afternoon as they will change all 4 tires on the Ray Hall Letterman car. They have told Danica to be very patient. They added downforce in the car, about 100 pounds of downforce. With a routine pit stop for last year's Rookie of the Year.
And here comes Marco. Jamie, I think you're there.
Guys, they're counting him down. Kyle Boyer, his race strategist, calling him in to work on your brakes. Remember, guys, 2 of the 3 races this year, you tried to exit too fast and broke the drive shaft. This is so important and critical. He's a rookie. They're keeping it alive. And he's out, guys.
That was a very good stop from Marco Andretti.
Yeah, the kid looks solid all day long, not making any mistakes, really concerned about his half jump. Battle for the lead right now, Tony Kanaan inside Sam Hornish.
And it's going to be Kanaan taking over. Now remember, these two have yet to stop, and they are working lap number 38. So the question is, have they kept the wick down? Remember, they have a control inside their cockpit, Scott, that we should probably explain. They can adjust how much fuel they want to pump in.
Basically, it's a fuel trim knob that they can adjust on their electronic steering wheel. It now looks like they're starting to build some speed up and try to go around Marco Andretti, who's coming out after his first pit stop here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The most important thing, though, you have to remember, if you turn back to lean the engine out, give it less fuel, you get better fuel mileage, but not as much horsepower, but you do get to run an extra lap or 2, which is exactly what they did.
All right, so here come the leaders now. And whoa, lighten up the tires. Remember, the speed limit is 60 miles an hour, and the penalty can cost you the Borg Warner Trophy. Jerry, you've got it.
Tony Kanaan has asked for no changes on the car whatsoever. And folks, write it down. He went 2 laps, making 3 laps farther than Dan Weldon or Helio Castroneves. 38 laps for Tony Kanaan. They pit on lap 39. Watch the fuel stop. You'll hear him tell him to go momentarily. Let's go to Jack Arute. Meanwhile, Sam Hornish Jr. takes 1/2 turn out of his front wing, and that gives him a precious 3 more seconds than the stop should have taken. How far does 3 seconds equate out on the racetrack? At these speeds, 3 football fields, guys.
So as we recycle through all the pit stops, guess who's back in the lead, guys? The 10 car defending event winner, Dan Weldon.
And I'll tell you what, he has been in a different zip code of the whole race. I never thought Weldon was going to get this big a lead and be this strong. But you know what? We've set the reset button right now, Scott. These guys have made some changes. Let's see if they get their cars handled the way I want them right now. They needed to stop real bad. But they wanted it under caution flag.
as he's now starting to run a little bit of traffic, and watch the throttle on the telemetry, and he gets back on it. He wants to build speed coming out of the turn. 1 going into 2. He gets past the traffic, 100% throttle. You can see the steering. He'll start to unwind to go down the back straightaway, and now watch the RPMs and the speed rise. Very important note, more understeer on this set of tires than previously. He will make some cockpit adjustments with the weight jacker or roll bar, which changes the handling of the car.
There, the set of tires,
Smart comment by Chip Ganassi. New set of tires, get them up to temperature, and then give us a reading on what the car is going to do.
And let's go back through the pit stop, because remember, they're going to be doing this 7, maybe 8 times, and every time they're going to be putting on a new set of tires. They also put in 30 gallons of methanol, and it's usually about 2.5 miles to a gallon. Oh no, the 18 car, Thiago Medeiros, is heading for the garage. It looks like the 33rd finisher is out. Vince?
Well, when they took the rear cowling off the race car, they could not keep the car running. It would start and then it would die immediately. Terminal problem with the race car, certainly, but disappointing exit for Thiago Medeiros in his first Indianapolis 500.
And remember, that was the Paul Diatlovich crew that literally put that car together in 48 hours of nonstop work just to make it into the field, and they are out before we reach lap 42. So a tough break for them. Meanwhile, motoring up front, Dan Weldon by 11.4 seconds over Sam Hornish Jr. And then it is Tony Kanaan, Marco Andretti, and Scott Dixon as they continue to move around the speedway at over 216 miles an hour. What are they fighting for? It is the Borg Warner Trophy and immortality.
What are we fighting for? What are we fighting for? What are we fighting for? What are we fighting for?
This is Ortho's season-long grass and weed killer. It works like this. With one easy spray, it kills existing weeds and forms a protective barrier to prevent new ones, all season long. Ordinary weed killers don't prevent weeds. So staying weed-free all season means spraying month after month after month, using up to 5 times as much weed killer. Ortho season long. All weeds, all gone, all season, guaranteed.
Here I am. Love me. Time magazine has declared Cars the first great movie of the summer. Oh, yeah! And an instant classic. Holy Porsche. Loaded with heartfelt feeling. Critics agree Cars is truly amazing. You've never seen anything like it.
She's my fiancée. What? I'm just kidding. She just likes me for my body.
It's 2 thumbs up for Disney Pixar's Cars. Rated G. Starts June 9th. Okay.
Agent 24/7. Come. Our exclusive relationship with Yahoo Real Estate has produced this new internet technology that makes it easier than ever to find or sell a home.
It's the future of real estate. Prudential Real Estate, the future of real estate, now.
You ever think about being a race car driver? No. Good, you shouldn't.
Oh, dude, you lost to a girl. Shut up, Rico.
Can you reach the pedals? Next. Next.
My secret for not breaking a sweat when I'm racing? The strength of Secret Platinum.
I'll show you how it's done.
Let's see what you got, Al.
Secret. Strong enough for a woman.
May I take your...
Every vehicle we build comes with our racing spirit. Honda, proud to be part of the 2006 IndyCar Series.
You've got a lot of stuff to paint, but not a lot of time. The new Wagner Power Painter with innovative lock-and-go cartridges lets you go from staining to painting in a snap. Wagner, paint fast, paint smart.
T U V W X Y and Z.
The Scripps National Spelling Bee, Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern on ABC.
The 90th Indianapolis 500 telecast presented by Capital One on ABC Sports is brought to you by Capital One. What's in your wallet? Star Motorcycles. We build it, you make it your own. And Firestone Tires, a tradition of innovation. As we approach the top of the hour, let's get you up to date on what has occurred. Jeff Bucknam, the son of a former Formula One driver, Ronnie Bucknam, losing it here in turn 2 on lap 3. P.J. Chesson got involved in it, and both cars were knocked out of the race early. The defending champion, Dan Weldon, slipped into first and hasn't looked back. He lost it briefly for a pit stop, but then the story is Marco Andretti moving up into the top 10. The rookie who qualified better than any rookie within striking distance. Meanwhile, Helio Castroneves, who had the lead early on, falling back and losing contact with our leaders. And let's send you back to Marty.
All right, thanks, Brand. As you continue to watch, it is Michael Andretti and Marco.
Oh, Marty, let me interrupt you for a second. Marco Andretti's car is wiggling all the way through there. It's wagging his tail, Rusty. I'm not sure if you saw that going through there. Now, this is where if a rookie has to learn something here. You got to sit back and just turn around and take the opportunity to sit back and maybe make some changes in the car.
You see that Marco is in 6th place. There is Dad Michael. And just a few moments ago, here's what we picked up on Michael's radio.
All my lights are on my tags. All my lights are on. Is everything still running okay? Just all the lights are on my tags. But I don't know where to shift.
All right, you've been in this cockpit. What's he talking about?
Well, when he says the lights are on the dash, that means his digital steering wheel, everything is on there that gives you the oil temperature, the pressure, and everything about the car. All the lights are on, telling him he understands nothing that's happening inside the car. He cannot even see the RPMs of the engine, and he said, I don't know when to shift. But the most important thing, guys, I think it's fine, simply from the fact I've had it before. Probably electronic glitch there somewhere because the car is still working fine for him.
So it's not a situation he can't keep. He can stay out there.
He can stay out there. He'll get no fuel information. Nothing is happening. The question, though, is, guys, is the information from the car being sent back via telemetry into the computers in the pit lane for the engineers to read what's happening so they know how much fuel mileage he's getting. Otherwise, he's going to be like you guys are, Rusty, sort of calculating it in your head.
Did not work.
Okay, did not work. Probably tried to reset it. It's not work. He's probably got that problem for the day.
Well, right now, we know these cars have a lot of electronics, and they're pretty complicating, that's for sure. Now, to me, he's just got to be worried about water temperature, oil pressure. That seems to be fine right now. He made another comment, I don't know when to shift. He's just going to have to use gut instinct. When he hears that engine get down, he's just got to shift and forget about the lights.
Guys, we have just passed the 1/4 mark. 50 laps down, 150 laps to go. It is still Dan Weldon up front by a sizable margin over Sam Hornish Jr. with Tony Kanaan, Scott Dixon, and Thomas Schechter rounding out the top 5. Let's check in now for this week's edition of the Star Motorcycle Tech Report. Jack?
Well, you're talking about the problem that Michael Andretti is having with his dash. The dash is on a $25,000 steering wheel. All the lights that he's saying are on are all the precious readouts that Scott Goodyear alluded to. Now, when you're running with this steering wheel and it's got all the lights out, well, it'd be like you and I driving down the highway and not having any gauges at all. Oh, I forgot. One big difference. They're doing 4 times the speed.
The speed right now up over 217 miles an hour, and look how fast he goes by as Dan Weldon continues to lead. It was one of the A.J. Foyt cars that he went flying past.
And Dan Weldon right now has lapped the field all the way up through 13th, and his next victim will be Buddy Rice in the 12th spot. If he can see him up ahead, that's going to be his next target. Shows you the speed that Dan Weldon has right now over the rest of the field.
And the one thing we talked about leading up to this race was you just want to stay on the lead lap, Rusty. And here's Scott Sharp, one of the guys who we thought could contend. He's now a lap down.
Oh, you're right. We just completed lap 54 right now, and you do not want to go a lap down this early, Marty. It's all about handling. I'm telling you, I'm drilling these guys' heads all about handling.
think he says you're closing on Buddy Rice.
That is his next target.
While all this was going on, this is what happened to Marco Andretti.
Whoa! I'll tell you what. He's going, yeah, I'm not sure who he's shaking his fist at. He's just probably thinking, you know something, my heart rate's now racing about 200 beats a minute.
You saw him, Rusty, you noticed he went for the adjustment on the left side of the cockpit.
Yeah, he just either puts a wedge in his car, some cross weight. We're supposed to call it, I guess, Scott Goodyear. I call it wedge. Puts a wedge in our car, or else he made a sway bar change. The car's real loose right now, so he's got to get some cross weight in it, or put some more sway bar in the front of the car, or soften the rear bar up to get some more forward acceleration, some more side bite.
Now, guys, we should explain, this is a lot more that goes on in what your cockpit, Rusty. You don't have those kinds of adjustments, and his hands are very busy.
Very busy. You can change by the weight jacker, which is actually a little button on the steering wheel, which actually starts to transfer weight from one end of the car to the other, maybe up to the left front to get it to turn better. And now he's going for the shifter. He's going to take a draft situation here, looking straight ahead for maybe Thomas Schechter.
I'll tell you, one thing that's going on right now, Scott, you're exactly right. He's been using his hands to shift. He's been using his hands to shake and hand his competition. So he's using his hands for everything in that cockpit.
Meanwhile, the action continues as you will go side by side. The action at the Indianapolis 500 where Dan Weldon leads Sam Hornish by 12 seconds.
When we set out to build an entirely new type of motorcycle, we looked everywhere for inspiration, except to convention. The 113 cubic inch fuel-injected Star Roadliner. We build it, you make it your own. Exclusively at your Yamaha dealer. Now get a 5-year warranty plan plus low 5.9% financing on a new Roadliner or Stratoliner.
I've been racing for 36 years. There's one thing that I've learned. Racing is all about trust.
Trust in your crew, trust in your car, most importantly, trust in your tires.
We race on Firestone. They're committed to building quality tires.
Because whether you're going over 200 miles per hour
or just going home, it's all about trust.
The pinnacle! Man's ultimate achieve! What's that? Ultimate chalupa! I thought it'd be cool, you know? Ultimate flavors, man's ultimate adventure! That does sound pretty cool! You know what? I only brought one! Next time!
Taco Bell's new Ultimate Chalupa has layer on layer of carne asada steak, guacamole, sour cream, and fiesta salsa, surrounded by a crispy, chewy chalupa shell for layers and layers of flavor.
How's that?
Think outside the bun.
That is ESPN. This is mobile ESPN. This isn't like sports in your current phone, okay? This is a whole new phone service from ESPN. It gives you unprecedented access to ESPN. It gets you in. It's all... Oh, hang on. Dan Patrick. Dan! Hey, buddy! It's Matty. Get my audition tape? Look, I bought a jacket on the internet. Cool? No, later. We'll chat later. He's good people. He's just busy. But this gets you in every time. This has unique features like the sideline where you can personalize your favorite teams and players, real-time play-by-play on Gamecast, and the fastest alerts. When something important happens, the phone calls you. Okay? They don't call so much. They will call security, however, which is ridiculous because you are staying the 500 yards away from the building, which is an arbitrary number. Yeah.
Switch today. Call 1-800-GET-ESPN.
Faster than I look. I ran JV track in high school.
It's about singers, the judge's opinion, and the country's decision, with one big difference. Their dreams will become your dreams as you live with them, rehearse with them, and have a backstage pass as they perform live, so America can decide who is the one. Making a Music Star, coming this July only on ABC.
Back here at Indianapolis, Dan Weldon has just put Helio Castroneves, 11th place, down a lap. And he's closing on Vitor Meira. Guess what? After winning last night, Shaq, Dwayne Wade, and the Heat are now up 2-1 over the Pistons. Tomorrow night at 8 Eastern on ABC, they meet Miami. Critical Game 4. It's all here on ABC. And today's aerial coverage is brought to you by our Capital One Copter Cam. As we take a look from high above, as you can see, Dan Weldon has just opened up a 13.9-second lead over Sam Hornish. He is checking out. Let's get you caught up to speed, Jerry.
Well, guys, Dan Weldon is having the kind of days that a driver could only dream of at Indianapolis. You saw he's already led 47 laps today. He led only 30 a year ago. And they told him a moment ago, hey, by the way, you just lapped a two-time winner, Helio Castroneves. Hornish is flying. Jack?
Since Sam Hornish Jr. first came to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway as a 4-year-old, he dreamed about winning this race. So far in his career, he has not. He started on the pole as he chases Dan Weldon. He reports that his car is fairly good. Accentuate the fairly. Has not asked for major wing adjustments outside of a half turn, but during that pit stop, Doc, they lost precious seconds when they had a miscue on that wing adjustment.
Guys, Dan Weldon's teammate Scott Dixon is playing a waiting game. He knows he's got a car that can win this race. He knows he's got a teammate. It's just dominating right now. So Scott can afford to sit there and wait. He has a bit of an understeer in the turn, but when the sun stays out and the track warms up, the understeer goes away. Now right behind him, the 2004 Series champion Tony Kanaan, the 7-Eleven car. Kanaan very, very patient. And remember now, Kanaan went 3 laps more than Dan Weldon did on fuel. He's getting outstanding fuel mileage and he's being very patient. Kanaan could be a sleeper in the final 50 laps. Jamie?
Well, Doc, Marco Andretti, I don't know if you can say he's had patience today, but he showed resilience. He has made a few mistakes for a rookie. He's only 19 years old, but he has recovered, and that is the key. Now, when Dan Weldon left Andretti Green Racing, Marco Andretti inherited that championship-winning team. And today, if they keep hitting their marks the way they are, guys, I wouldn't count out Marco Andretti at the end. Now, Thomas Scheckter in the number 2 on a new team this year, the Vision Racing Rockin' Republic driver. He's having a phenomenal day so far. Thomas Scheckter started 11th, and he's moved up now to 6th position. Vince?
Dario Franchitti is having an excellent afternoon. He has not had a race car throughout the course of this month in preparation for the race that he was very happy with, but he is happy with his race car today. He has moved up 10 positions and is now running 7th after starting 17th. He said he didn't like the Indianapolis 500 the first time he came here, but I guarantee you he's liking it a lot better today.
Guys, as we reported a little while ago, Michael Andretti having problems with his dash. It's completely blank right now. He is getting no information. The team told me he is driving with pure feel right now. Hey, that's when 15 years of experience here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway really pays off. Doc?
Well, last year's Rookie of the Year, Danica Patrick, was playing it very coy early on. She started 10th and dropped back to 16th spot in the first 25 laps. But now the track is coming to her. They're encouraging her on the radio and saying, you are doing a great job working traffic. But now she's got to hustle the car to try and stay on the lead lap because, as you see in the middle of your screen, Dan Weldon, the leader, is moving in from behind. Danica Patrick currently 9th on the grid. Jack?
All month long, Scott Sharp and the Delphi crew liked their race car. Not good enough or fast enough to go for pole position, but they felt they had a comfortable car. Then the temperature soared above the 90-degree mark today, and the car continued to get pushy. But that means the nose wants to push out to the wall the way if you were driving on snow and you tried to turn. Each and every stop, his Delphi crew has made adjustments, and the car still pushes. Jamie?
Entering pit road.
Right at the attenuator as Scheckter, he was running in the top 5. Let's listen in. Team's asking him if he's okay. He seems to be okay, but don't know if the radio is going to work. Our second caution, and guys, comes at a very opportune time. As you can see out the back of our onboard camera, there is not much left of the Vision Racing number 2.
Well, you opportune time because we were getting within a lap or two of needing to come into the pit lane for fuel. So you can see the Delphi safety crew right there now starting to put the fire out that's on board Thomas Schechter's car, but they will not open the pit lane until they get this wreck out of the way. So this will have to be removed before they'll allow people to come in the pit lane. Hopefully nobody will run out of fuel, Marty.
So the safety crew helps Thomas get out of the car. Let's take a look and see what happened. Oh man, coming out of 4.
Remember, he crashed in turn 4 the very first year that he was here. He was leading. In the first 2 years that he raced here at Indianapolis, he had led a total of 148 laps. Looks like he had his first race won here until he had a crash in turn 4. Just a little bit high there coming off, and the back end walked around from him. And then, luckily, he did not get pegged as he was sliding across the track and hitting the attenuator, which is on the entrance to pit road. Let's listen. Whoa, right, the left front wheel down on the rumble strips, upsets the balance of the car, takes the back end, swings the back end around. And Rusty, you and I have both been in that situation before. When you're spinning like that, you just hope you don't get hit.
Yeah, he had the front of the car real down low in the racetrack. Whether it upset him or not, Scott, I don't know, but he definitely lost it. And I tell you what, thank gosh he got slowed down enough before he hit that inside wall, because that could have really hurt.
Well, I'll tell you, that's the difference between your car and our car. You guys can run up on those rumble strips, we hit them, and we're in trouble.
Now, all of a sudden, Thomas is sitting down. The safety crew is being looked at. Now, we also get word that something may have flown up into the grandstand. You can see everybody has turned, and that is well up underneath. That's about, looks like about 25 rows up into the grandstand. So we'll keep you posted. We are going to take a break here. We'll be back after this word from our ABC stations. We'll update you what happened here at Indianapolis.
Charles Gibson, he's been there, seen it, never backed down. In times like these, it's important to trust the source. Charles Gibson, one of the most respected names in news, now anchor ABC's World News Tonight, your trusted source.
Something special has arrived. The F-150 Chrome Edition. Lease Super Crew Chrome Edition for just $2.99 a month, only at your local Ford dealer. Visit our showrooms or go to F150chrome.com.
Blimpy Guy presents...
What's your Blimpy?
I love the Mediterranean.
I can see that. You got some on your chin.
This is Sam. We're talking ham, pepperoni, and prosciutto. Forget about it. The Tuscan with roast turkey and pepperoni.
It reminds me of growing up in Italy.
Honey, you've never been to Italy?
Introducing 3 new Italian tastes from Blimpy. Hot off the panini grill on our new garlic herb focaccia bread.
I want my Blimpy!
Now try a ham salami and provolone for just $2.99.
What you pay that guy?
A lot. 96 Rock, the regular guys in the morning and the home of the Braves.
96 Rock is the home of the Braves. You sure this is a good idea?
That was weird.
Yep.
It was.
WSBTV.com mobile. Stay connected to coverage you can count on.
Our second yellow of the day here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway at the 90th Indianapolis 500 telecast presented by Capital One. It was a one-car incident involving Thomas Schechter, and we did have a piece of debris fly into the grandstands. Watch what happens here as Jacques Lazier comes down the straightaway.
He's got lots of room on the racetrack. I can't really understand why he hit it. Maybe he was looking at some other debris that was further down, but watch his left front tire actually hit and shatter the piece of wing. And here we go now. The black piece of carbon fiber is actually going up into the stands. Remember, he's probably still doing 120 or 30 miles an hour. Here we go again. Shatters it, and the pieces are just going every which way, and that looks to be what is actually ejected itself up into the grandstand, Marty.
Safety officials are on site. We have no report yet as to what has happened, if anyone has been injured up there, but never want to see that. And of course, over the years, they have raised the fence higher and higher just for those purposes. Meanwhile, let's go back and show you what happened with Al Jr. as Al Unser Jr. goes through the debris.
Well, Frank, that's Marco Andretti actually just slicing right underneath him. Luckily, he did not get taken out in it. Al Unser Jr., very wise, just slows down. Al Jr. currently running 14th. Remember, he just came back out of retirement, and now they've opened up the pit lane. Even though there's still some debris there, guys, they had to open up the pit lane because everybody was close to their fuel run.
All right, as they come in, let's check in with Jerry Punch.
We're going to show you the top 3 guys pitting here. It'll be top, middle, and bottom. It'll be Dan Weldon, Scott Dixon, and Sam Hornish. Top, middle, and bottom of your screen as they all come down pit road at 60 miles an hour. No changes on Dan Weldon's car. A slight front wing adjustment on Scott Dixon's machine because of an understeer in the turn. Let's head down to Jack Root as you watch the target crew working here.
Sam Hornish Jr. pulls into the marks. He's not quite sure what sort of an adjustment to make on his car, Jerry. He says the car handles differently in each of the corners. So all they did is take out the 30 gallons of fuel and then was counseled by Roger Penske to watch for the traffic until he was clear.
There were several cars that benefited from this yellow. One of them just went through your screen. Danica Patrick came into the pits in 8th place. She was going to be Dan Weldon's next victim if it had stayed green, and she'd have been a lap down.
She got a heck of a break.
Now that was the team telling her that she has a number of lap cars between her and 5th place, which would be Marco Andretti. All right, while we're waiting for everybody to get sorted out after pit stops, let's go back and take another angle at this wing that goes up into the stands.
As you can see, it's flying and right over the crew members in the pit lane. That just took off like a blade of a helicopter or something, Rusty. It's amazing. Now look at the car coming here, the yellow car coming. You'll see there again, Jacques Lazier, the 21 car, completely explodes. What's going to end up happening here? You'll end up seeing some of these pieces just going directly that way. Up and over. Some actually go into the no man land, as we call it, over there by the entrance to the pits, and that main piece of carbon fiber wing.
There's Jacques Lazier. I mean, it flies like a frisbee, but unfortunately it's not made of rubber or plastic, and it's it can be wicked when it goes up into the stands.
Now, dude, look, he does have new front wing on there. It's all black, so they have come in and replaced the wing.
All right, we've got an update on the fan. Jamie Little.
Well, guys, that one fan was just escorted out with medical crews. They said he walked out on his own power and he appeared to be unhurt. He was laughing and joking about it. You know he's enjoying his time here, but all we know is he walked out under his own power, and if we get an update, we'll get it to you.
Well, that is great news, Jamie. Thanks for passing that along, because it was a scary moment. As we said, that piece flying up as we go side by side. There is your top 5 at Indy.
As you can see on my chart here, sales have exceeded...
What is that? Small business owner. They come in looking for loans.
But we only care about big business.
Quarter. Our cash... Whoa. Our cash...
Do they normally catch on fire like that? Yeah, let's get some lunch.
Does your bank think small about your small business? Call Capital One instead for no-hassle business loans, lines of credit, and credit cards.
Hello, Capital One?
What's in your wallet?
Oh, I want a loan. I want a loan.
Divers don't bite, do they, Daddy?
I used to have to beg to get my daughter to spend time with me.
I think I saw a mermaid down there.
We've made a lot of great memories since we got our Wave Runner. It's hard to believe. We've only had it for a week.
Yamaha 4-stroke Wave Runners. Unforgettable moments start at just $7,199.
Your business is on the move, and we're there for you every step of the way. We are Verizon Business. We're there for you with a global IP network that is flexible and secure. A network you can access how and where you need it. There with the expertise to help design and manage your most critical data solutions end to end. And at Verizon Business, we're there for you in the most important way, with a dedicated team that's personally and passionately committed to your success. People who are accountable for making it all work for you. Global capability,
with personal accountability. That works. Verizon Business. What happens when new technology overcomes carelessness? Because we consider what might change tomorrow, our customers can feel more relaxed about what might happen today. Zurich, because change happens.
There's only one way to get the inside line on the fastest racing on the planet. IndyCar Series Magazine, the only publication dedicated to the fearless competitors of Indy. Coverage bearing the soul of racing history, behind the scenes of the greatest spectacle. Travel the twists and turns of road racing. Speed into the mystery of racing's purest future. 4 issues and a premium gift, only $15.95. Call 866-462-9773 or visit IndyCarMag.com.
The 90th Indianapolis 500 telecast presented by Capital One on ABC Sports, brought to you by Capital One. What's in your wallet? FedEx, every day is race day, and Allstate, official insurance sponsor of NASCAR. Reminder, next Sunday, folks, the IndyCar Series returns to ABC for 60 laps on one of America's most famous road courses. Don't miss the Watkins Glen Indy Grand Prix next Sunday at 3:30 Eastern, right here on ABC. We are still under the yellow caution here at Indianapolis. The word on Thomas Schechter is good. Only a minor knee injury, we are told, from down below. Meanwhile, at pit out, down where our set is, take a look at the first 2 teams down there, arguably the 2 best in the IndyCar Series. There is Roger Penske. He is in the #1 position, having qualified both drivers in the front row. Right next to him is Chip Ganassi. And earlier this morning, when Rusty Wallace and I were down there, we went over to the Penske team and said, aha, it's good that you can keep a close eye here on Ganassi. We then went down to the Ganassi team and they said, they can keep a close eye on us because we're not telling them what we got in the store. Rusty, here they are, the Ganassi team, running 1 and 2 right now.
Well, Weldon has just been setting the track on fire, and Dixon has been just right there with him too, Brent. He's just running great. Kanaan, Hornish. Now, Hornish, I was concerned about Hornish and Castroneves early because of the spin out that Hornish had, and Castroneves is really concerned about his car, and he doesn't appear to be handling it. So the 2 Penske cars are definitely not where they want to be in this race right now.
We are still under yellow, the second yellow of the day at Indianapolis. You'll go side by side, and hopefully we'll be green momentarily at Indy.
You could say food's my life. I watch my diet. Still, my cholesterol's a little higher than my doctor and I want it to be. We talked about statins, which are a good option. For me, he chose a medicine that helps lower cholesterol differently. Zetia.
Most cholesterol medicines work mainly with the liver. Zetia works in the digestive tract, as do some other medicines, but Zetia is unique in the way it helps block the absorption of cholesterol that comes from food.
And Zetia, along with the healthy diet, lowered bad cholesterol by as much as 30 points. That's 18%. It complements what I've been doing lately, like eating healthy and exercising.
Zetia may not be right for people who have ever had liver problems, are nursing or pregnant, or may become pregnant. Your doctor will decide if Zetia is right for you. Unexplained muscle pain or weakness could be a sign of a rare but serious side effect and should be reported to a doctor right away. Common side effects included tiredness and stomach pain.
So eat healthy and ask your doctor if Zetia is right for you. Now you can tell everybody that a waitress gave you a tip.
Zetia. It's a different way to help fight cholesterol.
Danica Patrick's dream to be the IndyCar Series Rookie of the Year.
Danica Patrick looking to make history here this afternoon.
Only the technology of 4 Firestone Firehawk tires could allow Danica to do this.
Green flag will wave. Crowd comes to its feet. Danica Patrick going side by side with Weldon. She'll be the leader in turn 1. My goodness. This young lady is going to be a force to be reckoned with in the years to come.
Some of the greatest drivers in the world trust one tire company to help make their dreams come true. Firestone.
Look at this. Amazing. Oh my. There's a spot right there. It's too small. Take him back in. Casey Kane.
You ask me if there'll come a time when I grow
Now would be a good time to have accident forgiveness. Part of Allstate Your Choice Auto Insurance. Are you in good hands?
You think he saw me? I want to ride. I want to ride. I want to ride. I want to ride.
I know. Let's go.
The full line of fun and reliable CRFs from Honda. Everyone wants to ride. Want to ride? We want to help. Right now, payments start as low as $39 a month.
For anyone who's ever looked for love.
So you're a swinger?
Yeah. Monday, June 12th, ABC will show you the way.
How do you find the guy?
2 expert love coaches will give 4 single women the tools they need to remove their roadblocks to love.
Eye contact.
Get in their personal space.
Smiling. Show teeth. It's complicated.
ABC takes the mystery out of meeting Mr. Right. How to Get the Guy. Series premiere Monday, June 12th at 10/9 Central, only on ABC.
That's the great thing about side-by-side. You did not miss the restart, and you have seen how quickly, in less than 2 laps, Dan Weldon has opened up the lead again over his teammate, Scott Dixon, Tony Kanaan, Sam Hornish, and Dario Franchitti. That is now your top 5. And the big beneficiary in this, Rusty Wallace, as we go on board with Scott Dixon, was Elio Castroneves.
Elio short pitted. That really saved him. He got his car back in the lead lap by doing that. Just a great call that Tim Singer and the guys did down there in the pits on that one.
We have 9 cars now on the lead lap with Elio in that 9th position. Jack?
Well, it was a good decision to go short pit, but the bad decision was running through some of the debris that was out on the racetrack. There was first lodge on the left front upper suspension wishbone on Elio Castroneves' car. They asked him for caution to shake it off. He did, but now it is lodged into the air inlet on the driver's left-hand side, and you need air in this hot weather to try and keep your car's radiators cool. In fact, today, this is the hottest Indy 500 in history. The last one, 92 degrees back in 1937. All the drivers have had some tire issues as well. The concern was, would they last? In the first pit stop, the front runner's tires were just about worn out. But now that there's more rubber on the racetrack, fellas, that second set of pit stops, the Firestone Firehawks looked good.
Tell you that the ambient temperature is now 96 degrees. Track temperature is up to 125. People are starting to report to their pits. It is getting pretty slick out there. One guy who found out was Thomas Schechter. Vince Welch?
Thomas, first of all, I know that you're okay. You walked out all right. But what happened that caused you to lose control?
I think I was getting quite low, just trying to get by. You know, there's so many back markers. We were lapping some of the same guys every 4 laps. So, you know, try to get low, try to get some clean air, and I got loose. It was a big hit.
What are the track conditions like?
Track conditions good. My car was super, you know, running in the top 5, and everybody at Rock Republic, I have to thank them for giving me a chance out here, but it's just real unfortunate for the whole team. We had a good car.
Costly mistake from Thomas Schechter.
All right, thanks, Vince. You're on board with Tony Kanaan as he is in 4th. Now, you heard Jack Arute talk about a piece of debris that they were trying to shake off of Elio's car. Let's go back and show you. We think we can see it here.
It's a small piece of debris. It's blocking part of the left inlet, but it's still open, Scott Goodyear. I believe it's enough to stay cool in the car. Only the instrumentation inside the car. I'll tell you, the piece just flew off there. There's still one piece left, but it looks like it's got some opening still to cool.
If the car can breathe, so will Elio. At least he'll breathe a little bit easier. Racing action continues. We have just gone past 81 laps. That's just a little over 200 miles, 300 to go. It is still Dan Weldon, Scott Dixon, Target Ganassi Racing 1 and 2. Then Hornish, Kanaan, Franchitti, and 6th place is Michael Andretti.
What I'd like to know where the debris went. It flew off the car. It's evident on the racetrack somewhere, and nobody's reporting anything. I don't know if it flew to the infield or what it's done, Marty, but it's out there somewhere.
Watch straight ahead from Kanaan's inboard camera. Right now we have some Firestone telemetry, and that's Sam Hornish Jr. that was mixing it up with Dixon. And now Kanon's going to have a look to see if he can get around Hornish Jr.
And we just had a report. Tony turned the second fastest lap of the race at 220.8 miles an hour. But you saw what happens when he has to get out of the throttle.
You have to pay the consequences if he cannot complete the pass, which ended up happening with Tony Kanaan. Now Scott Sharp is a lap down, but he did end up getting past Kanaan. So Kanaan is still in 4th. Sharp being in 10th. If he wants to get back in the lead lap, he needs to march his way past all those cars in front of him, past Weldon. And then at the next yellow, they'll let him come around to the back end of the lead lap.
Meanwhile, the action continues out on the racetrack, and Danica Patrick has moved up to 7th place. Jerry.
And for those of you Danica Patrick fans, keep a watch out, because we just said a moment ago that when the race began, Danica said her car was just sliding all over the place. But now, as the track has gotten hotter and hotter, and her engineer, Ray Lito, set the car up for a very hot day, hotter than it was when the green flag waved. And now Danica says that right rear tire is starting to grip. In fact, the whole car is gripping. They told her a moment ago that she was starting to approach the leader's lap times and speed. She's getting quicker and now moving up in the lineup.
She is, Jerry. 216 the last lap by for the leader. She was at 214. And Rusty, you've been in these races. We're just past 2/3. What does that do for your psyche when you know your car's coming to you?
Well, right now what she needed was a pit stop. Like, she just had to figure out what the car's doing and make some adjustments. Now she's made the adjustments that was concerning her. She's back on the racetrack and she's reporting, hey, that worked. That feels a lot better. Now she's marching herself back up the front, and now she's in 6th position, and she's just running a 2:15 lap just in. The car's definitely a lot better. So now, if she needs to make another stop, she might get better yet.
All right, we're P6 now. P6, we're focusing on Dario. Dario's next.
All right, you can see that they are looking at that battle for second right now, as Sam Hornish Jr. is starting to make his presence felt again. Jack?
Well, Marty, we followed the travails of Sam Hornish throughout the course of this race, coming and parrying and thrusting back and forth. And all of a sudden, the adjustments, minor as they have been during the pit stops for Sam Hornish Jr., he likes his race car. Remember, this is a guy that has experienced success everywhere but here at the greatest spectacle in racing. Not a lot of talk back and forth between Sam Hornish and Roger Penske, but a lot of coaching by the captain, Roger. But he just told Sam, we've got a good race car.
Your top 5, the top 2 are Team Ganassi. Then it is Team Penske in 3rd with Sam Hornish. Then it's Andretti Green racing 4th and 5th. And Danica Patrick, who just turned a 2:17 lap, her fastest of the race, is in 6th.
She's running great right now. The leader, Dan Weldon, just ran 2:17.39. Patrick, 2:17.11. She is running neck and neck right now with Weldon. She just wrapped around the other side of the racetrack.
All right, question for you, Scott, as we're seeing a little bit of lap traffic again. Is Dan Weldon maybe backing out of the throttle a little bit, maybe leaning the fuel a little bit to conserve, maybe pacing himself, or is everybody else just catching up to him?
I think both things are happening there. I think he's pacing himself, plus I think the other people are actually improved their cars in pit stops by communicating with their engineers and telling them what the car is doing. They've made those changes during the pit stops. Now let's watch Weldon's straightaway speed.
Outside. Clear outside.
The spotter information from high atop in the grandstand in turn 3 tells him that he's clear, and he's doing 222 miles an hour. Now, it's very important to note that Weldon's obviously on a new team and with a new engineer, Andy Brown, who was with Sam Hornish Jr. when he won the 2 championships. I spoke with Andy yesterday, and he said it's going to be very hot. We're going to set our car up for running in hot conditions. We're going to make our car take care of its tires also.
Hornish is all over Scott Dixon. Dixon driving a bit defensive. He's got the low side covered. Hornish can't get around him.
Hornish has definitely got the car driving better. That last pit stop, just like Danica Patrick, really helped him out. They made some changes on that car to fix what he was complaining about. Now, again, if these guys are running the way they're running right now, this thing's going to be a heck of a race, Marty, because I'm seeing a lot of new names pop up in there. Dixon strong, Hornish is strong, Kanaan strong, Franchitti strong, and Danica Patrick running the fastest laps of the month in this car in race conditions.
Right now, it is Weldon, Dixon, Hornish, Kanaan, Franchitti. That is your top 5. They fly down the front straightaway, and again the speeds, this time up over 216 miles an hour. So the pace continues despite the fact that we are at record-setting temperatures, 96 degrees. Can you believe how hot it can be inside those cockpits? We'll be back after this word from our ABC stations. There's your leaderboard.
Thursday, June 22nd, ABC will boldly go where no competition has gone before. Master of Champions. Each week, contestants with amazing one-of-a-kind skills and sprints compete in outrageous events. Helicopter bottle opener. It's the most extreme, over-the-top, eye-opening show ever. Master of Champions. Premieres Thursday, June 22nd, only on ABC.
When severe weather threatens Georgia, Severe Weather Team 2 tracks the storms, morning, noon, and night, 7 days a week, with a team of experienced meteorologists. Chief Meteorologist Glenn Burns, David Chandley, Karen Nenton, and Brad Nitz, with early morning Doppler 2 radar network and street-level mapping for accurate forecasts and earlier warnings. Severe Weather Team 2, morning, noon, and night, 7 days a week on Channel 2 Action News. Severe weather coverage you can count on.
Something special has arrived. The F-150 Chrome Edition. Lease Super Crew Chrome Edition for just $2.99 a month at your Atlanta area Ford stores. Visit our showrooms or go to f150chrome.com.
When you've been injured...
Yes, I'm calling to follow up getting paid on my insurance claim.
Miss Kelly, yes. I need to transfer you to the person handling your check. Just a second.
Does it sometimes seem like the insurance company isn't giving you all the attention you deserve?
Nice catch.
That's because the adjuster works for the insurance company, not for you. At Montlick & Associates, we work for injured people to get them the best possible settlement they deserve. Why not call Montlick & Associates? Dial 1-800-LAW-NEED.
Monica Kaufman, John Brewitt on Channel 2 Action News at 6 and 11.
Back here at the greatest spectacle of racing, we are at the 90th running of the Indianapolis 500, the telecast presented by Capital One. And we're glad that you're with us as we have had 2 cautions. We are working lap 93. I'm Marty Reed along with Scott Goodyear, Rusty Wallace, Brent Musburger is with us as well, and we've got 4 of the best pit reporters in the business, and they are all sweating bullets right now because the temperature is 96 degrees. As you look at Dan Weldon, his teammate Scott Dixon right behind him in 2nd place. Then you've got Team Penske in pursuit with Sam Hornish. We knew those were going to be contenders. Then it's Tony Kanaan and Dario Franchitti running 4th and 5th for Andretti Green Racing. And Danica Patrick in 6th. What about the Andretti family? Well, Marco Andretti is running 7th, and Michael Andretti, as we go on board with Marco, is running right behind in 8th place. And remember, Michael has no telemetry on his dash in his cockpit. But what about this 19-year-old rookie, guys? Unbelievable. Let's also take a tip of the hat to Unser Jr. He is a lap down right now. He's in 15th spot as he has managed to fight his way from 27th.
He's running an incredibly smart race right now, though, guys. He hasn't touched anything. His pit stop's been pretty good. He is a lap down. He's definitely got a shot to get that lap back right now. Marco Andretti's the one that I'm really impressed with right now. Just like we talked earlier, he hasn't touched anything, and that car's been driving great all day long. And it appears that Michael keeps covering his backside, like it's his wingman, so to speak.
Marco continues down the front straightaway. One of his goals was to be Rookie of the Year at Indianapolis. It runs in the family. Mario did it in 1965. His dad did it in '84. John and Jeff. Now, Jeff was Rookie of the Year. John was the only member of the family who did not win Rookie of the Year honors. And as Marco continues, smoothly I might add, let's talk about the fact that he's racing with Dad.
We're going to enjoy the month together, and it's going to be awesome for me having him been on the track that same day and be able to talk to him about, you know, anything about, you know, and it helps, you know, I can ask him questions on any given day, but having him driven on that same day, you know, and on the same track is priceless.
Can you imagine what it would be like if you could drive with your son Steve, Rusty Wallace?
It would be amazing if I could run with Steve out there in the track, you know. And Greg decided he didn't want to be a driver. He wanted to work in the family business side of it, and he's helping us big time on that end. And Steven wants to be the racer, but if I could ever be out there and race with him and see him in front of me, that would be something.
Marco showing some patience here, Scott. He waited for the front straightaway to make the move.
You have to do that, because if you go and stick your nose underneath the car in front, you can sometimes get yourself taken out. Now the question is, Michael Andretti, if that was not his son Marco up ahead, boy, would he have continued past and dove down into turn 1? I think he just might have.
All right, let's get more on the Andrettis. Jamie Little.
Well, guys, Marco Andretti becomes the 4th son to ever race against his father in the 500. Now, you were just looking at Mario Andretti a moment ago, and I asked him, so what do you think about your grandson and the job he's doing today? And he simply said, solid. He is making his marks, and he is exceeding expectations. Marco also told us Rookie of the Year means a lot to him. He really wants to take home that title, and just being the fastest rookie was enough for him the other day. So, guys, so far, he is your top rookie.
All right, thank you, Jamie. As Marco gets ready to make it to the halfway mark of this race, we're approaching as Dan Weldon will be leading 100 of the 200 laps, or at least at the halfway. And look at this, he has led 85 of the 98 so far. And here comes Elio.
Remember, Elio Castroneves short-pitted. What we mean by that, to gain an advantage. He didn't take a full load of fuel, so he has to pit early. We're surveying inside of the radiator, and the debris that we mentioned is gone. Has a full load of methanol mixed with 10% ethanol, and he's back out in the racing war.
And Rusty, that was the gamble that they had to take. It did get him bound on the lead lap, but then he had to pit earlier.
Yeah, he definitely had to pit early. He's about 7 or 8 laps off of what the leaders can run right now. Because of the short pitting mode.
All right, as Dan Weldon continues to lead this race, as this time he gets the halfway mark, and we are halfway home in the 90th running of the Indianapolis 500. Jerry?
Well, we all know Dan Weldon has the horsepower, he has the car, it's dialed in, and he has the speed. But does he have the fuel mileage? Right now, Chip Ganassi has given an order to his engineer, Andy Brown, and they have just told Dan Weldon, you've got to go to fuel position 4. Now, number 1 is full rich. Number 2 is about 1 to 2% less. Now, if you go 3 and 4, that is very conservative. They are trying desperately now to save some fuel here for the second 100 laps.
These guys are all 30 laps from their last pit stop.
And what they're trying to do is when they make the engine run lean, as we saw before, we documented, you end up in a situation where you might get another lap or 2 out of that tank full of fuel. It's almost like if you're going along the highway at 75, you want to make up and gain some fuel mileage. You turn around and start driving the car at 65. Well, these guys don't put their foot any further away from the bottom of the pedal, Rusty. As you know, it's flat on the floor all the time. They just use the control knob on the steering wheel to let the engine management actually start to turn the engine back as far as the amount of fuel that gets used.
Well, Scott Weldon is running so well right now that there's no reason he can't go to position number 4 and lean this thing out. From what I hear, it's going to give these guys maybe 2 to 3 laps more fuel mileage, something like that. And if you can get it as free, why not do it?
Well, but the thing is that Dixon and Hornish are starting to close. In fact, the lead is down to 1 second between Weldon and his teammate, Scott Dixon. Meanwhile, what's going on with Danica Patrick? Jerry?
Well, we told you the car was coming to her, and man, has it ever come to her. They have told her if this continues that she will be faster than Dan Weldon, the leader. And there are a lot of smiles here in the Rahal Letterman pit, particularly the guy who owns this car, Bobby Rahal, because he played a patient waiting game 20 years ago today when he won his only Indy 500. He thinks they're in real good shape for Danica to be a factor before the checkered flag waves. The track is coming to her.
Her last lap at 215.7 miles an hour. And, guys, she is becoming a key factor now. This car really has come to them.
Now, guys, let's talk about that comment. The track is coming to her. Remember, the track had not been used for a couple of days because the final practice was on Friday. And now we end up in a situation where it sits dormant. You get some dust and some dirt on it. And then you start sending the cars out there. And Rusty Wallace, as you know, then the cars start to go around. The rubber starts to peel off the tires and fill in the grooves on the racetrack. This track was ground a couple of years ago. And then the rubber starts to lay down. Now, a car handles differently on a dirty track with a little bit of dust and dirt on it, and a racetrack is happening right now where the rubber is starting to get on the racetrack, and now their cars were set up for this type of conditions, and now they're starting to work in them.
While Danica continues this blistering pace, her desire to win, yeah, she's got it.
She was off the pace there, guys, going through turn 4.
That is a battle for position. So Danica, all of a sudden, after having some great laps, slows down to a lap of 2:08 and gets passed by Andretti.
I think she might be out of fuel, though, because I see her wiggling the car just a little bit coming out of the turns. The fuel sloshes to the outside.
Could not make out what they said on the radio.
Focus forward. You're looking fine here. Hit this lap. No threat.
Yeah, pit this lap. She must have started to make the motor starve for fuel.
Well, it has been 34 laps since her last pit stop, so she was stretching it. So here she comes, peeling off in 6th. Now, as she hits the line, she has got to get down to 60. What about this? I could not make out what she said, could you?
I could not, but 60 miles an hour, you push
right on your mark.
Push a button on the steering wheel to set the pit speed limiter. Jerry?
Remember, a year ago, she stalled the car on pit road in the middle of the race. You hear Ray Lito talking to her driver. Very deliberate. Use the clutch. Be careful getting off pit road. Routine stop, Danica Patrick. Great stop for the Ray Hall Letterman crew.
12.5 seconds on the clock. Danica rejoins the fray. Meanwhile, Dan Weldon continues. Remember, he backed off the fuel flow and is trying to stretch a few more laps out of it. Scott Dixon is only 0.6 of a second behind.
You know, we talked about the racetrack, Scott Goodyear. It's got grooves in it, and the longer this race goes, the grooves fill up with rubber, and the cars get tighter generally.
Now, what do we mean by tight, guys? Because we have a lot of people that are just, that this is the only race they watch this year.
Well, that means when you go in the corner and you turn that front wheel, the front end doesn't want to turn. Or if the back of the car's sliding around on you, you're going to get more grip. So as this race goes on and these grooves fill up, she's going to get a better handling car. I mean, everybody's going to get a better handling car for that much. But Danica Patrick, who got herself all the way up to 5th place, she has been flying out there, running some great speeds. Now I'm looking to see what's going to happen with this next stop, with these conditions from that stop she just had, how much better that's going to help her yet.
What I'm amazed at, we've gone 37 laps since the last pit stop, and yes, finally peeling off. Oh, and he lights up the tires. Getting it down to 6. And you always talk about it's up to the driver. Be quickly in, quickly out.
Okay,
Jerry?
get down here. We're wide open. Straight in, and let's stop on the mark.
All right, Dan Weldon making his pit stop 60 miles an hour. They make sure they tell him about the pit speed. Doesn't want to make a mistake with this good a race car. Stops perfectly on his mark. You've got to get it full of fuel. They said get it completely full of fuel. Look, puts it in. Dan Weldon goes out. Sam Hornish runs in second, follows about a second and a half later. Now, fellas, here was a strategy made by Roger Penske. Sam Hornish Jr. enjoyed this. Scott Dixon makes a pit stop. We'll tell you about the strategy after this stop. Jerry? Here comes the leader, Scott Dixon, the 2003 IndyCar Series champion. All the way from New Zealand, he and his dad have dreamed about coming to Indianapolis and winning the greatest spectacle in racing. Car stopped perfectly. They had talked about a possible front wing change. He said he may have to use the rear bars. All 4 fresh fire toes. Yeah, the front wing change being made. And Dixon is down and away. Jerry, let me complete the story about what Roger Penske has done. I find this very, very interesting. They continue to make minor adjustments on the front wing. But what they did in that last stop, the one previous, they put sticker tires on. And what that means is they're brand new. They still have the stickers. But what they did is they said, we're going to go back to the scuffs because we need 1 set of stickers for the end of the race. Jamie?
Guys, 19-year-old Marco Andretti is 3 for 3. He is nailing his stops. The crew is on him. Guys, you can't go wrong so far. The team said no changes. He's happy with the car. He made an air temperature adjustment in his last pit stop, and everything is coming to him.
All right, thanks, guys. Great job. There's a lot of action going on down in pit lane as You ride on board with Scott Dixon. Right now, he is in first.
Actually, Weldon just got a great draft going down the front stretch because Dixon came out of the pit lane and still had not been up to speed. So now Weldon takes the lead going through the turn 1, turn 2 segment, and now leads going down the backstretch with Dixon very close behind in the third car. As we have a yellow coming out, the third car is Sam Hornish Jr.
Oh, and we've had another crash involving 2 cars. That looks like it's coming. It's Elio Castroneves, the 2-time winner. He has completed every lap that he has raced here at the Speedway in all of his prior races in the 5 times that he's been here. Here in his 6th, on lap number 110, he hits the wall.
Now you saw Elio, the visor is up. He was actually moving the visor up on his helmet when he was actually starting to drive. There he goes and starts to take out some of the molding around the head surround.
And Buddy Rice, the 2004 winner here, he is also involved in this. Castroneves was running in 9th place, and Buddy a little bit further back. He's already out of the car. Safety crews trying to help Elio climb out of the cockpit of his car.
That is an incredibly hard hit. This car is torn to pieces.
All right, let's go back, take a look, see what we can see in turn 4.
Oh, there you go. Elio had a run on Rice because Rice got held up by traffic, and he thought he would just be able to get underneath Rice, carry the speed through, and Buddy Rice just didn't know that he was coming because the closing rate was so fast, and the cars just touch, and then they go into the safer barrier that's on the outside of the racetrack. The cement wall is what they're rubbing against now, but when they hit the wall in the turn, it's called the safer barrier, the steel and foam energy reduction surface that they go against. Something that was designed by the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Rusty is used on all the open wheel tracks now, and now used on all the NASCAR tracks.
Scott, I don't think that Rice even saw this coming. You know, Castroneves got in so hard, he had no chance of the grip and got right into him, and really, that was a hard hit. Both noses straight up into the wall.
So for the first time in his 6 tries here at Indy, Elio Castroneves will not be running at the end of the event. It was a great string while it lasted, but it's over for Elio today. So Team Penske is down to 1 bullet. We're going side by side.
Since FedEx started sponsoring the number 11 car, we've been overwhelmed with interest from our fans. Scott Kaplan writes, "Dear FedEx, does Danny have any hobbies that he enjoys?" Well, Scott, Danny is an avid fisherman who enjoys the peace and quiet of a day on the water.
I'm Joseph Rainier, and this is my story. What I really enjoy doing is working out as far as lifting weights and doing the boxing. Can tend to be a little hard on the joints at times, especially at my age. After, a couple hours after working out, you're starting to stiffen up. It's agonizing. A friend of mine told me about a leave. I had been trying all these different things and not getting any results. I just take it when I need it. It does the job. For me, a leave works great. The pain goes away. I mean, you talk about knockout power. A leave does have a knockout punch, and that's a good thing.
We're on a journey to find real people who love their Weber grills, like college student and Campus Barbecue Club president Andrew Gress.
This is an official barbecue club meeting. We don't have roundtable discussions, we have round barbecue discussion. 30 years old, this grill. This is an heirloom from my father. When I moved out of the house to go to college, I brought this with me because this is the grill he taught me on.
Real people.
I love being a college student, that's why I've been one for so long.
With real passion for their Weber grills.
The testament is it lasts.
Go to WeberNation.com to find out more about what you get when you buy a Weber grill.
Yeah, okay. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Showtime.
Introducing the very attractive Civic Coupe from Honda. It's full of surprises.
Rookie.
So, what kind of financial help are you looking for? Maybe you need insurance to help protect you. Benefits to help your business reach new heights. Or a retirement plan to invest for the future. Then again, maybe there's someone who can help with all of those things. The Principal Financial Group will give you an edge.
This Sunday and Monday only at Circuit City's Red, White, and Blue sale, you'll get no interest till 2008 on all purchases $2.99 and up. Plus, all CDs are just $9.77 each. This Sunday and Monday only at Circuit City's Red, White, and Blue sale.
Desperate for a little fun?
Monday, June 5th, the Elmo Awards come to ABC. The biggest Latin names, the hottest acts.
Summer just got a little spicier.
Eva Longoria hosts the 2006 Elmo Awards, Monday, June 5th, 9:30, 8:30 Central.
Solamente on ABC.
The 90th Indianapolis 500 telecast presented by Capital One on ABC Sports, brought to you by Capital One. What's in your wallet? Firestone Tires, a tradition of innovation. And the Home Depot, you can do it, we can help. Well, this summer, ABC is taking competition to the extreme. Each week, contestants with amazing one-of-a-kind skills will compete in the most outrageous events. You will not believe your eyes. Master of Champions series premiere June 22nd only on ABC. Marty, a year ago when Scott Goodyear and I were up here, there is something similar happening, and that is Danica Patrick's Indianapolis 500 skill. She dropped back to 15th or 16th early on here today, and then slowly she began gaining on the leaders, crashing into the top 10. And now under this caution, she is sitting number 6. Now, the difficulty, as Scott knows, is that those two Ganassi cars that Rusty has talked about, they are performing so very well in this race.
Brent, you're absolutely right, but I don't think Danica would want you to say crashing into the top 10. You know, no racer wants to ever hear that word, especially Elio Castroneves and Buddy Rice, because that's what put us into our third yellow, guys. Let's go back and take another look at this.
This is when the crash had already been completed, where Elio Castroneves tried to go underneath Buddy Rice going in through the turn. And here we'll see it again, going a little bit slower motion. We'll see what happens as we start to roll through the tape. Cars will come from the right-hand side of your screen. See, Elio comes up upon the traffic. Buddy Rice was already slowed by the two cars that were in front of him, one being the yellow, and Castroneves tries to get down low and go underneath Buddy Rice just because he's carrying so much speed, but certainly couldn't get it done cleanly.
Well, he couldn't get it done. I mean, look, Letterman's like, what just happened? Oh my gosh, look at this. But anyway, I think that Elio tried to make it in, and he just got the rear end out from underneath him, Scott, because he couldn't get the left front of the car even close to the white line. He was in the middle of the racetrack when he got into Rice, and when they hit, Rice was a sit and duck because he couldn't even turn the thing. He just steered it right to the right. They both went straight up in the fence.
Yes or no? Did Elio run out of patience there? The one thing he said he wanted, that they did so well here? Yes or no?
Yeah.
All right. We're going to go side by side. We're still under yellow. It's our third here at Indy.
People could save hundreds of dollars on car insurance by switching to Geico. It says here, new customers report average annual savings of over $500.
Easy money.
Easy money. I mean, you do have to go to geico.com.
Which is like what? Asking you to stand up? Hello there, you know, if you stand up, you could save loads of money. I doubt you're going to be like, no thanks, I'm so rich, I think I'll keep my seat.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
It has French doors, more room, and ice and water right here on the door.
Love it now, pay for it later. Come to the Home Depot this Memorial Day weekend and take advantage of no payments, no interest for 12 months on purchases store-wide when you use your Home Depot consumer credit card. Plus, get 10% off select appliance purchases of $297 or more.
The Home Depot. You can do it, we can help.
When we set out to build an entirely new type of motorcycle, we looked everywhere for inspiration, except to convention. The 113 cubic inch fuel-injected Star Roadliner. We build it, you make it your own. exclusively at your Yamaha dealer. Now get a 5-year warranty plan plus low 5.9% financing on a new Roadliner or Stratoliner.
Dan Weldon's dream? To win the IndyCar Series championship.
Side by side, Dan Weldon, the leader in one. Dan Weldon winning the 89th Indy 500.
Only the technology of 4 Firestone Firehawk tires could allow Dan to do this.
On the inside, Weldon will win it. His 6th win of the season. Dan Weldon will officially become the 2005 IndyCar Series champion.
Some of the greatest drivers in the world trust one tire company to help make their dreams come true. Firestone.
They're built to last for 1 million miles. They're designed to increase horsepower and acceleration. They're an American original, still made in the USA. K&N is the only air filter used in the IndyCar Series. And the same air filter technology is available for your car. Make your move with K&N, the world's best air filter.
Silly little ferry.
Oh! Introducing the all-new Dodge Caliber. It's anything but cute.
Andretti exiting the pits here as we're still under a yellow. And today's aerial coverage is brought to you by our Capital One Copter Cam. And to find out more on the accident, take a little look down from the copter cam here, and we can see that they are still cleaning that debris. And of course, earlier today, if you were not with us, Dan Weldon, our defending champion. You know, there are 19 Americans who started this field, but only 1 Englishman, and there he is. Dan Weldon, the defending champion, who now lives in St. Petersburg, and his teammate from New Zealand, Scott Dixon, right there. And that's going to make it very difficult to pass them late if they continue to run 1-2. But how about Danica Patrick doing it all over again? Remember a year ago when she charged into first? There she is, stalking the leaders back in the top 10. Elio and Rice, 2 former Indianapolis 500 champions, tangled up, and they are out. And meanwhile, a 2-time winner, Unser Jr, is starting to move up, and the fellows have talked all day about the extreme heat. Buddy Rice is now with Vince, so let's go to Vince.
Buddy, first of all, from your perspective, what transpired there in the accident with Elio?
Oh, I mean, we were just trying to survive. We were burning the right rear tire off, and we'd finally looked like we got a handle on it. And, you know, I think we got checked up with some of the slower cars, and Michael got a run there too wide. And, you know, Elio had been behind me, but I didn't, you know, he hadn't really made any runs or anything. So we got checked up and made a run down in there. And by the time I started to turn into 4, by the time they even said anything, they even there, I didn't even know he had a run. It was too late. I mean, we just ended up banging wheels once, and then the way I hit him or whatever happened, it's just we slid right up to the fence and took both of us out. It just, you know, it's unfortunate. I mean, obviously he was on the lead lap, and you know we were just trying to survive, and we're just getting a handle on our car. But you know, it's just the way it goes. The track's hot and slick right now.
Glad to see you're okay, Buddy Rice. Let's go to Jerry.
And David Letterman was standing back here watching that accident, and Buddy Rice, sorry about your driver, David, but you got 2 pretty good horses out there, including Danica, who's getting stronger and stronger. You know the history and heritage of this race. What would it mean for the Indy 500 if your driver now, Danica Patrick, could pull off the win?
Well, the history of her career has been that she's transcendent, and to win this event would be a much, much bigger situation and circumstance in the world of sports than just winning the Indianapolis 500. It would mean so much to every young person in sports for whom she's become a role model. It would just turn everything upside down. And talk about the girl to pull it off, man. She apparently very happy with things right now.
All right, David Letterman down here. He's going to be moving down from Buddy Rice's pitch to Danica. They're very optimistic that Danica's car is going to get any better and here in the final 50 to 75 laps, guys.
Yeah, and if she does win, I know what late night show she'll make an appearance on first. There's your top 5. We'll be back after this word from our ABC stations.
GMC.
Panasonic is about to change your perspective on television. Panasonic, ideas for life.
Founded in 1925 as a community for the orphans of our fallen soldiers, the VFW National Home for Children continues to serve the needs of our military families. So in honor of Memorial Day, GMC is donating $100 to the National Home for every truck we sell from now through May 31st. If you're at all serious about getting a new truck, this would be a good time to do it.
Jason from California.
Kathy, Michigan.
Today, thousands of people will go to Progressive.com, where they'll get their quote for car insurance and see what other people have been quoted as well. Whether Progressive is the highest or the lowest, you'll see it all. Go to Progressive.com, because the more you know, the easier it is to make a smart decision.
Panasonic is about to change your perspective on television. Panasonic, ideas for life.
Brad Nitz, weekends on Channel 2 Action News.
Another beautiful day on this Memorial Day weekend here in South Florida, where tomorrow night in the American Airlines Arena will play host to Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Last night, Game 3, Shaquille O'Neal and Dwayne Wade were unstoppable. Wade spectacular, elevating his game once again to the tune of 35 points with an array of brilliant moves. Shaq was dominant, 27 powerful points to go along with 12 boards as the Heat took a 2-1 lead in their best-of-7 series with a 15-point win over the Pistons. Game 4 tomorrow night, the Heat hope to take control of the series, but the Pistons will look to do what they do best, bounce back and even things up. Coverage begins at 8 Eastern. Now let's go back to the Brickyard and Brent Musburger.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. We certainly look forward to that game. And as Bill Walton said at halftime last night, the Shaq man seems to have regained his form, and that makes the Heat very tough. And the Heat fan here, Elio Castroneves, done for the day after his accident. Let's go back to Marty.
All right, thank you, Brent. It's Dan Weldon still leading in our third caution as they are still finishing up the cleanup. Now, Michael and Marco Andretti. Marco's in 7th, Michael is in 8th, and Jamie, you overheard something very interesting, I think.
I did. Like, Michael doesn't have enough things to worry about today. As we reported earlier, everything failed on his dash. He didn't have any information. Well, I'm happy to report they have that back up and operating. Now, just a few laps ago, under the caution, he was following his son, Marco, and this is what he reported back to the pits.
Tell Marco to get down. He's up in the freaking stuff. He's getting crap on his tires.
Worrying about his son. Just to put it into perspective, how young his son Marco is, he's 19 years old. Michael Andretti was in his 4th Indianapolis 500 the year Marco was born. Pretty incredible, and this is a first for Michael Andretti. Guys?
Here's Dad worrying about his son. Let's talk about what he referred to, though, as far as getting up in the marbles and getting that stuff on his tires.
Well, there's a lot of speedy dry out there in the racetrack from the crashes that just happened, and the marbles off the tires. The tires wear, the rubber granulars go up the top of the racetrack, and there's a lot up there. Marco's just driving around the caution flag right now. He's getting too high, and he's getting a lot of it built up on the tires. And Dad's sitting behind him watching this happen, and he's concerned for his son, and he's back there telling him what to do, what he likes and doesn't like.
Vince, I think you've caught up with one of the two guys involved in the reason that we had this caution.
Well, and Elio Castroneves just slipped on one of his winning rings from the Indianapolis 500. He won't add another one from this year's race. What happened, Elio?
Oh, I don't know. I just had a momentum to pass Buddy, and I really thought that I was already even side by side of him, and he was really slow, and all of a sudden he just came down. I honestly, it's a shame. In the car, he said that his spotter didn't say anything, and well, I guess this is going to bring my average in Indianapolis pretty bad. So, but you know, we're going to cheer for Sam. Hopefully, going to get some momentum from him. Definitely, it's hurting the championship, but we still have a lot of race to go.
How have the conditions changed as the race has progressed, Elio?
Well, mine particularly, I started pretty good, and all of a sudden, something that we never had was a loose car, and all of a sudden I'm start having that. I just have to back off until I'm not becoming the yellow, especially on the first stint. We're trying to be patient. We're doing that actually pretty good, but it's one of those things that happens. But right now, race seems to be exciting, good crowd, and that's what's all about.
Elio Castroneves, the two-time winner. He had completed every lap in the 5 previous 500s that he'd run in, but he's well short today, Jack.
And Vince, if you are Roger Penske and have won more Indy 500s than any other owner in this race, you want to have both of your horses in the race. Why? Because the guy that's left, Sam Hornish Jr., has never won this race. And the team that he has been competing against all month long is his good friend Chip Ganassi, who, oh, by the way, has 2 horses left, pretty stout ones with Scott Dixon and your current leader, Dan Weldon. For Roger Penske, as Michael Andretti tops off his fuel and goes back out, it's been an interesting day. Sam Hornish likes his car. They've done some decision-making as it applies to tires. They experimented with some scuffs, which take the sheen off. They only have a couple of laps. The car was still competitive, but it was the sticker tires, the brand-new tires, that Sam Hornish Jr. liked the best. They've got 3 sets for the remaining 79 laps in this 200-lap contest, and Roger has assured his driver that he's going to deliver on the promise he made when he signed Sam Hornish, that he would deliver to him an Indy 500 victory.
And we have just passed the 300-mile mark here as Sam Hornish motoring around in 3rd place. Remember, 4 of the prior times that he has run here, he has finished 23rd or worse. How would he feel about winning the 500?
I don't care if I don't win any other race this year, as long as it's, you know, Indy. That's the only one I care about. And I mean, I want to win the championship and do all that other stuff, but for me to come in here, I've won the championships. I know Roger wants to win a championship. I'll do whatever I can. But when it comes down to it at the end of the year, if there's only winning Indy, I'll take that any day.
I tell you what, if I could have won the Daytona 500, I would have took that one any day too. That was a big race. You know, Roger was talking earlier about the sticker tires versus scuff. In hot conditions, these sticker tires can get better grip.
Well, if he wins, here is what he would take home. Let's take a look at our Capital One prize money. In 2006, a total estimated at $10 million. And look at the difference from 1911 to 2006.
Now, we do have to note that 2006, the estimated $10 million, that's for the complete field. The winner takes home about $1.5 million. Still a good payday.
Yeah. Big payday, yes.
All right, this time by, we will be going back to green flag racing as the leader, Dan Weldon, with 2nd place, Scott Dixon, Sam Hornish.
Starter, green flag.
You heard the call, and we're back racing at Indianapolis. That smoke is the oil dry that you see. They're kicking up that dust from the residual.
Now, Marty, this is the first time all day long we've had the 2 team cars hooked bumper to bumper, Weldon and Dixon. So this is a perfect opportunity to see how strong Dixon really is. He's been good all month long, but Hornish, I think he's probably got his car handling better right now than he's had it this entire race.
And remember, Sam Hornish has got to feel very lonely out there right now. He has no team help from anyone. And here comes Andretti Green's best help, and that is Tony Kanaan.
And behind Tony Kanaan is his teammate Frank Keedy, as Kanaan works the throttle in the turns, and Frank Keedy is about 2 seconds behind him. Now, I think we need to also note that Michael Andretti, when he came in to top off, is now changing his strategy just a little bit, as it looks like we've got a pass for the lead right now. And Dixon gets a nice run on Weldon coming down the front stretch through the drafting and pops on the inside of him in turn 1.
So all of a sudden, Scott Dixon gets a little racy and says, hey, teammate, I'm going to take over.
You know, Martin, we watched this race unfold all day long. Weldon got out in front, got gone. Dixon was back in the pack a little bit on the start of this race. He never had been in a position throughout the race to get right up there with Weldon. This was the first time he had that shot. He took advantage of it, slingshot pass. It's taking his lead. He's got a great car right now.
Now, as we come back to the racing action, we have just gotten some great news, guys. All those fans that were involved with the debris flying up into the stands, they are okay. As you see, Sam Hornish taking over 2nd place from Dan Weldon. So all of a sudden, Dan Weldon is falling back. And now, does he have a problem, Jerry?
Well, Dan Weldon does not have a problem. He has not said anything on the radio at this point in time, but he is dropping back a little bit, trying to be a little more patient. Remember, they're trying to conserve some fuel. You see Tony Kanaan now looking ahead at his next victim, but Scott Dixon made a quarter-turn front wing change in his last stop. And the crew said it's not going to do much, but what it does to the driver mentally is you cannot measure. Dixon said, I want the change. It isn't going to do much for the wing, but it's done a lot for his comfort in the car, as you saw by the move he made a moment ago on the restart to take the lead.
Top four, literally in your screen all at once. This is what the single engine program was all about. They were thinking that this would be what we would see, guys. Everybody on the Hondas, and here we go.
And Sam Hornish Jr. is probably going to pay for trying to get Dixon on the inside because he got slowed up.
Inside, sir.
Great spotter information for Hornish.
So Sam drops back to third, Weldon back up to second, and there is Tony Kanaan licking his chops saying, I want a shot at Sam.
And that spotter information for Sam was actually four-time winner Rick Mears, who's high atop the grandstand in turn 3.
Well, right now, Marty, this track is not cooling down any at all. It's up to 126 degrees right now. It's only a degree hotter, but it's definitely, Scott, you're not getting any cooler. It's definitely getting hotter, and the handling's at a premium right now.
Let's also talk about driver fatigue, guys. What's it like inside the cockpit? I mean, outside temperature is 96 degrees, and these guys are in fire scissors. Here we go again. Weldon retakes the lead from Dixon.
And Dixon's going to end up getting paid, and will be the same situation like Castroneves and Rice. I almost saw that one coming, but look how much Dixon's going to pay the price now for getting thrown off stride. 3 wide, will that work? And Townsend Bell.
Townsend Bell, all of a sudden, he sticks his nose into it as well.
And we got to say that everybody in the front stretch right now is all standing up as they went through their 3 wide. Reminds me of Buddy Rice a few years ago coming down, making all the boardmen sort of jump back from the wall.
Now you're saying what happened to Townsend Bell? Well, he is still 1 lap down, but he is trying to get back on the lead lap, guys. And so far, the 31-year-old in the number 90 car driving a pretty strong race. He is right now in 9th place. Let's go back and take another look at this, Rusty.
I want to see this, Marty, because I really think he's a lap down rider. Look how far ahead the leaders are in this picture. That was a doggone tough move. Oil drives on a bottomless racetrack, a lot of speedy drive. That was a very nervy move. Really good on Scott Dixon's part to back out of that thing.
And a battle for the race lead, and Sam Hornish now takes over the top spot from Dan Weldon. If you thought this was going to be a boring Indianapolis 500, you are being proven wrong. These guys are going after it, and we are still just past the 300-mile mark.
Well, 219.88 for Sam Hornish that last lap. He's just flying out there. This top 5 cars, guys, I'm looking at it right now. They're so equal. One passes another one. The other one passes them back. This is flat out hot rod racing right now, and it's hot out there.
Right now, lapping that last one, even though they were passing each other at 216 miles an hour. And Sam Hornish, remember, he has never completed 500 miles. And look at this from Team Penske. Since 1979, they've not competed in 3 consecutive races without a win. Best finish in 04 and 05, you saw it there on the screen. So does Sam Hornish bring it home for Roger Penske's 4th team victory and his 1st. It is still too early for that call as we are just passing lap number 130. But right now, Hornish is out in front at Indianapolis.
It looks like all these guys have got their cars handling better and better. I haven't seen anybody slip backwards whatsoever. Now, Weldon, he's right up there in Hornish's tail. He slipped a little bit, but gained it back. Danica Patrick still in 6th position, doing a great job out there right now. She's about 217 and some change, 215. Any of these guys are running anywhere between 215 and 219 with straightaway speeds approaches 224 miles an hour, Scott.
This is an important time of the race, Rusty, as you know, because you maybe got 2 more stops left. So the most important thing for the driver to do is communicate with the team engineer back in the pit lane and tell them what the car is doing. They have 2 more shots of changing the car to get it right for the shootout. This is the time when you need to start thinking of the shootout. The car on the top of the screen, Jeff Simmons, just went very high in the exit of 4, got very close to the wall.
You ride on board with Danica Patrick. She is in 6th. Right behind is Marco Andretti in 7th. Jerry.
Well, last pit stop, they finally made a slight air pressure adjustment on Danica Patrick's car. The car is very consistent. We told you how good the car had gotten. They told her now's the time to be patient. She's not getting the best of fuel mileage. She's probably going to have to pit 2 or 3 laps before some of the leaders pit. She's looking probably to go in the low to mid 140s, which means she'll have 2 more stops. So right now it's be patient, save some fuel, and just bide your time until it's time to push the button.
Doc Punch had some great information. If she's not getting as good a fuel mileage as some other people out there, that's probably because she has more downforce on her car, more aerodynamic grip to get the car through the turns, which certainly helps on hot days. We'll have to see if the aero balance will be right if she ends up in a shootout at the end of the day.
And remember, it was fuel last year. They had to back out of the throttle. That cost her the victory there at the very end of the race, and she ended up finishing 4th, which wasn't a bad run for a rookie. Now, she is getting ready to approach Unser Jr. He is 2 laps down from the race leaders, but he has moved from 27th up to 15th. And a car that all month long, Rusty Wallace, was really just short of being junk as far as being able to go fast.
He never did have the speed all month long, and he's been real concerned about this. This is a brand new team put together to the last minute. Now he's doing a pretty good job with what he's got to work with right now, Marty.
Vince, you got more?
Well, Unser Jr. was in a situation today where they were not sure what kind of race car they were going to get. They took some of the changes and some of the setup suggestions from Buddy Lazier's car, his teammate, and it seems to have worked well for Al Jr. Even though he's a couple of laps down, he's very happy with the race car. And hey, remember, his dad won his 4th Indy 500 after being a lap down, so little Al's not going to be giving up on anything just yet.
Well, and let's give a tip of the hat to the team, because after, like we said, the car was terrible throughout the early part of the month and right up through qualifying. They are running at 216 miles an hour. They're in 15th place. As you take a look, Sam Hornish Jr. over Dan Weldon. That is the spread as we go side by side. Can Sam pull it off at Indy?
Use your Capital One no-hassle card. Protect yourself with Capital One's low rates and great rewards. I'm so there for you. What's in your wallet?
Appreciate it. Anytime.
Gracias, Manuel.
You know him?
Yes. He's my ex-boyfriend.
Bold moves. They happen every day.
If there were a store in your town called Peace of Mind, would you pay it a visit? Across America, in towns big and small, there is such a place. New York Life. It starts with our values of financial strength, integrity, and humanity, and continues with our agents. So look for us in your town. You may already know our people, and we are confident that peace of mind is why New York Life is the company you keep.
You've got a lot of stuff to paint, but not a lot of time. The new Wagner Power Painter with innovative lock-and-go cartridges lets you go from staining to painting in a snap. Wagner, paint fast, paint smart.
Where would you go for a delicious panini hot off the grill? How about your microwave? Try a Corner Bistro panini from Stouffer's. Cooked on our revolutionary grilling tray, they're the only panini that actually grill to perfection in your microwave. For a crispy, restaurant-inspired panini at home, try our full menu of Corner Bistro panini. And see what's cooking at Stouffer's.
Whoa! That's one monster case of athlete's foot. Blitz that with Tough Actin Tenactin. It cools, cures, hey, it even prevents most athlete's foot. Lamisol AT can't say that. Get boom! Tough Actin Tenactin.
Doctors don't bite, do they, Daddy?
I used to have to beg to get my daughter to spend time with me.
I think I saw a mermaid down there.
We've made a lot of great memories since we got our Wave Runner. It's hard to believe. We've only had it for a week.
Yamaha 4-stroke wave runners. Unforgettable moments start at just $7,199.
The 90th Indianapolis 500 telecast presented by Capital One on ABC Sports, brought to you by Capital One. What's in your wallet? Weber, making the world a better place, one grill at a time. And Allstate, official insurance sponsor of NASCAR. Let's take a look at our Capital One no-hassle fastest lap. Turned in by the Kiwi, Scott Dixon. And over 221 miles an hour, 221.251 to be exact. Lap 41. That is our no-hassle fastest lap of the day. And Marty, again, it's coming down. Ganassi versus Penske, but Ganassi has got one more bullet.
You're right, Brent. It is Sam Hornish all alone, but he's alone in front right now. Elio Castroneves crashed out of this race back on lap 112. We're working lap number 142. Right behind in that target, Chip Ganassi town. It's Dan Weldon in second. Scott Dixon is third. Tony Kanaan fourth. And you can see the number of pit stops completed. Let's talk a little bit of strategy, guys, because we're coming up on the next round of green flag pit stops. And the one guy that we sort of have to keep an eye on will be Michael Andretti, because he came in right at the end of that yellow. He's got 13 laps in hand.
And it was a very smart move because, as Jack Root reported, came in for that splash and go. What that allowed him to do, because he was not going to lose any positions because he was already the last car on that lead lap. He simply came in at the very end, filled it up with fuel, popped back out in the racetrack, and resumed his position.
All right, let's get you caught up to speed. Jack?
Your leader, Sam Hornish, started his driving career in go-karts, racing against the likes of one Danica Patrick. Today, he leads Danica and the rest of this field in a dream drive. It's been a dream drive because the car is handled terrifically. They've made minor changes, and all of them have been to the positive. He has plenty of tires left, not reporting any problems, and they are anticipating his next stop, Jerry Punch, on lap 150.
Well, the guy who dominated early on here, Dan Weldon, last year's winner, starting to see the first chink in the armor. They are starting to give him instructions on maybe using the weight jacker to try to dial the car in. His next stop, lap 152 to 154. Right now, the car display being very patient with Dan Weldon. Now, behind him, his teammate, Scott Dixon. We told you Dixon had made a slight front wing adjustment for a bit of an understeer. The car wouldn't turn in the corners. Dixon said the car is much better now. He will pit around lap 151 to 152 as well. Now behind them, one car to keep an eye on, who has not shown his hand today, is Tony Kanaan. The 2004 Series champion will probably go to lap 148 or 149 on fuel. Kanaan believes he's got the car that can be a factor in the final 25 laps.
Well, Tony Kanaan's teammate Dario Franchitti has had quite a run today. He started 17th. He's all the way up to 5th as you see the battle for the lead. Dan Weldon taking the top spot. Dario Franchitti has moved all the way up from the 17th starting spot, now into the top 5, and his team is very happy with his race car, and Franchitti is very happy with his team. After his last stop, he said, "Way to go, guys. You're on fire. We're going to bring it home."
Danica Patrick will be the next car among the lead group to come on the pit road. She is currently being shown in the 6th position. We told you the car has really come to her in the last 75 laps. The big problem, and Scott Goodyear hit it exactly on the head. The downforce, she's not getting the fuel mileage. She will pit now in the next 2 to 3 laps, about 3 laps earlier than anyone else. Jamie.
Well, guys, Marco Andretti going his first 500 miles in an Indy car. Right now, he says the car is good. He did get caught up in some lap traffic there that he had to contend with. Meanwhile, he continues to lead his father, Michael Andretti, who's back in 8th position. Michael having a battle to get around Eddie Cheever a few laps ago, guys. It's kind of like the old rivalry spark coming back to this year's 500. Eddie Cheever running in 17th position would not allow Michael around, and he got caught up there. But Michael has about 15 laps to go over these guys before he has to finish.
And it looks like Eddie Cheever may have just gotten right back behind. That is one of the 2 black cars from Cheever Racing. Max Pappas is the other. Pappas running in 10th right now. He's a lap down. Let's go back up front, and it is Dan Weldon now. And we'll see what's happening back behind with Sam Hornish and Scott Dixon. They are in lockstep battling for second place.
Interesting to watch what's going on here right now, because as soon as you come out of the pits and you see whose car is working well, it looks like the Penske car of Hornish starts to work well at the very beginning of the run and starts to maybe does a great job, and then later on in this stint it seems like the Ganassi cars are the best.
Jerry, Danica's heading your way.
Danica Patrick coming on the pit road. She knows that the Ganassi and Penske cars can run at least 3 more laps. She will need 1 more pit stop on lap 175 to make it to the checkered flag. Trouble with the right rear. They finally get the right rear tire on. They've got to get it completely full. They had to hold her for fuel, guys, because they had to get it full because of the fuel mileage.
Oh, no, and Danica is going to get the bad break this time because yellow comes out on the race course for a crash involving Al Unser Jr.
Yeah, I'm okay.
So Danica a lap down. Let's wait and see if Al is okay. He's moving in the cockpit.
It's actually Al on the radio, radioing back to the pits, to the Dreyer and Reinbold team, saying, you know something, I'm okay.
He was running in 15th position. There is a part of the debris that is out on the racetrack. And you can see the marks up on the turn 2 wall. So a tough break for Al Unser Jr., of course, the 2-time winner here. Won the race for the first time in 1992 in what is still the closest finish at 43 1/1000th of a second over Scott Goodyear. And then also 2 years later, let's go on board.
The car's not right on the way in. It makes you wonder if their suspension piece or a tire going down or something of that nature. We really don't know. We're just really speculating, but you can see he was nervous on the turn in, and then you saw him fight the steering wheel because the car was not as it was previously. And you can see at this point in time, he gets to the middle of the turn where the highest G loading is, and the car has already come around.
Scott, that car got loose way early going at that corner, pretty well in a straight line. I mean, he could definitely tell something was happening. He was just a passenger at that point.
Okay, guys, I'm a little bit confused. We had a close-up of some debris back in turn 2. That's where I thought the accident occurred, and obviously we're looking at turn 3, which brings back a bad memory for Al. If you remember back in 1989, that's where he had contact going down to the wire against Emerson Fittipaldi. Could something have come off that car?
Well, it's when you said debris, I didn't see it back there, but it was something in 2. It did look to me like when he went to turn in, the car was nervous and loose, and maybe the right rear tire started to go down because he didn't want to turn the wheel down to the turn because it was very nervous.
All right, so we're under caution for the 4th time today. As let's go back and show you what happened with Townsend Bell's pit stop.
Now this is the fueling rig that they have plugged in here. You can see, try to remove it, and it starts to get stuck. And Townsend luckily starts to pull away without taking the fuel nozzle with him.
Vince, you've got more on another incident in the pits?
That's right. In the Jeff Simmons pit area, the number 17 car came in for a fuel stop with Steve Dixon, team manager. And Steve, what happened on that stop?
Looks like he just left a little bit early, and looks like we might have part of the fuel probe in the car, so we're going to have a look at it here.
And what's the condition of the fuel assistant that's down?
We're certainly trying to check on it here as best we can.
The pit crew member is up, and he's being tended to by the medical crew and the safety crew that is here. Seems to have a left arm injury. That's the area that they're tending to, but he is awake, alert, he is conscious, and crew members working on him. But certainly a scary situation anytime you're talking about the fuel hose of a car. Now they're going to bring Simmons' car into the pit box, and he does come in. Doesn't look to be anything attached to the car. Oh, there is actually coil that had been stuck in the back of the car. It was not actually stuck in the fuel receptacle.
All right, thanks, Vince. And of course, that is Team Ethanol, and of course, that is the fuel that we will be running entirely next year, 10% this year, and that brings us to our Star Motorcycles Tech Report. Jack?
Well, we're talking about what fuels these Honda power plants. It's a mixture of methanol, which is a renewable resource, and now 10% ethanol. How do you make ethanol? Well, real simple. All you need is a whole bunch of this, and in the Midwest, they got a lot of corn. Right now, the mixture is 10%. Now, where I live, guys, I get gasoline that has 10% ethanol. But next year, it'll be 100% pure corn in these high-powered Honda engines in the Indy Racing League. I can't find 100% ethanol where I live. What about you guys?
Not yet, and that is the legacy that Paul Dana left behind. He was instrumental in bringing the ethanol and all the three groups of ethanol producers together, and it's going to be the one thing that will live forever in memory of Paul. It looks like the pits may be open this time. You can see the oil dry that is out there from where Unser Jr. hit the wall. And that brought out our fourth caution at lap number 149. We're crossing lap 150. It'll be 151 this time by. Jerry, you've got more from the pits?
Well, Dan Weldon going to make his pit stop, and they're all going to come in this time with the pits open, and they should be able to make it now on one more stop with about 15 laps to go, and that should make the fuel strategy very, very interesting now. All these drivers being reminded as they peel off and come down pit road 60 miles per hour. Dan Weldon, the leader, leads him down. Behind him, Sam Hornish, and then his teammate, Scott Dixon. They have not changed a thing on Dan Weldon's car all day long. He has made adjustments, but they have not changed air pressure or any kind of wings at all on the leader's car. He brings it to a halt. There will be no changes here. What happens down in Sam Hornish's pit as we check in with Jack Carew?
Jerry, if it's like playing offense for a driver, then when the crew goes to work, it's like playing defense, taking out 30 gallons of fuel. And Sam Hornish in the drivers stalls the car in an effort to try and not get beat. He pulls away from the fuel tank. He ruptures the fuel nozzle. It is still stuck in the car. There is a bit of a fire. Quick thinking, though. Removes the fuel nozzle, but boy, oh boy, what a costly miscue. And guys, I'll tell you right now, he saw in his mirror that Dan Weldon was closing and had completed his stop, and emotion came into play, and Sam Hornish pulled out too soon.
All right, we're taking a look at the replay, and there it is. And Hornish, he actually runs over the right foot of the fueler. This is a replay of what happened to Townsend Bell, although this time, look at all the fuel gushing because it does break the hose. He stops the car. Big problems for Sam Hornish and this team now.
Marty, the guy in the left front holding his hand, he pulls his hand back. Watch this. This is the key for the driver to leave. Stay watching. Pulls it back.
Now, Rusty, that's not true, because Penske is about one of the only teams up and down this pit lane that uses radio communication. I've said this before. If the driver is looking at their right front man, and the right front man holds there and stands there, the right front man gets to look at everything that's going on around the car. He notices when the four tires are done, the fuel's pulled out, then he can release the car. We've seen this before because they're going by a radio and they go by timing. So now they're probably saying, get ready, get ready, get ready. I disagree with the system they have there. I always found it best to have the guy that's on the right front.
I disagree with your system too. You're no doubt about that. But if a guy's got his left front, his hand on that tire, and he jumps back, that's an indication to me. That's tough trying to make that call.
Sam Hornish has dropped down to 7th spot. Stay with us. We're going to go side by side, and we'll look back at Al Unser's photo finish in 1992.
Wow, I can't believe we're really going to meet Casey Kane. This is going to be so much fun.
There he is.
I wonder what he's like.
Now would be a good time to have accident forgiveness. Part of Allstate Your Choice Auto Insurance.
I'm super sorry about your car.
Are you in good hands?
We're on a journey to find real people who love their Weber grills.
It's just a better grill.
Like Jack Traxler and his wife, Joyce.
It just works perfectly all the time. It's easy to work on. It cooks great. People think you're a better cook. How's that? People think that, wow, you did this. I didn't do this. But they don't have to know that.
Real people with real passion for their Weber grills. Is it easy to use?
Can you turn a light switch on?
Go to WeberNation.com to find out more about what you get when you buy a Weber grill.
I want to ride. I want to ride. I want to ride. I want to ride.
I know. Let's go.
The full line of fun and reliable CRFs from Honda. Everyone wants to ride. Want to ride? We want to help. Right now, payments start as low as $39 a month.
The singers have a dream. The judges have the answers. You have the power. But there's one big difference. This summer on ABC, when the performances end, the drama begins. For the first time, performers will compete together and live together. All the struggles, all the triumphs, and you will see it all. The One, Making a Music Star, coming this July, only on ABC.
There's only one way to get the inside line on the fastest racing on the planet. IndyCar Series Magazine, the only publication dedicated to the fearless competitors of Indy. Coverage bearing the soul of racing history, behind the scenes of the greatest spectacle. Travel the twists and turns of road racing. Speed into the mystery of racing's purest future. 4 issues and a premium gift, only $15.95. Call 866-462-9773 or visit IndyCarMag.com.
Back here at Indianapolis, we are under our 4th caution of the day as a result of Unser Jr. crashing in turn 3. Now, let's go back. Remember I mentioned something about turn 2 guy, a piece of debris, and I thought that's where the crash was? Well, Jeff Simmons apparently may have lost something on his car. And yes, he's coming out early onto the track there, crossing over the grass.
Okay, now if we were, and he just drove over something on the right front, if we get an opportunity to go back and look at that, maybe we'll stop it, and we can see that there was something there. And you know, it looked almost like a wheel nut or something round when he had the accident before, it was rolling out in front of the car. Now comes Jeff Simmons on the right-hand side. Something's going to come off the car right there.
But he already hit something outside.
You're correct, Rusty. Something is further back there.
Well, that makes me feel better. It doesn't make me feel better at all, but Al Jr.'s car has been handled. He's really happy with the car for it, just to go in a corner, Scott, and just spin out on him.
Well, as we said, he went to turn in, and he didn't feel comfortable with it. I mean, with his experience, he knew the car wasn't right.
All right, so now we know what happened to Unser Jr. Notice that the first car behind the pace car right now is Danica Patrick. This is significant. She stayed out. Now, under IndyCar rules, what they will do is they will wave everybody by until they pick up the race leader, Dan Weldon. That means 5 cars are going to get the wave by, including Danica, which will put her back on the tail end of the lead lap. Now, let's go back and pick up what happened with Sam Hornish one more time.
Now you can see the car on the right. He's starting to leave the red and white Marlboro car, and he gets radio contact that he has to stop. Remember, the fuel buckeye is still in the side of the car.
This is an incredible job Team Penske's doing. You can't see this ethanol burn. They're dumping this water on top of him just in case there's a fire. Scott alluded that Team Penske is one of the only teams that tells a driver to leave by communication instead of a driver letting him go by.
What a shot from the Capital One copter cam down the front straightaway. Does this bring back any memories for anybody to 1982? That was when Rick Mears was dominating throughout the month, was dominating in the race, then had a mistake in the pit that cost him the win. Jack, you've got more?
Yes, if you're Roger Penske, in the midst of all that chaos, they call him the captain for a reason. He was calm and directed first the water going on the crew member and also Sam to stop in the pit box so that they could remove the fuel buckeye. Then immediately he ordered the crew to get the spare fuel hose, and they have reasserted it now, inserted it into the fuel tank. And this is the one thing, as you see the team, and Jeff Simmons under caution has just collided with the wall. You can see the right rear down, guys.
So Simmons was one of the 5 cars that was getting the wave by, so he was coming up to speed to catch up to the tail end of the pack. Now, Simmons was running in 16th spot, 3 laps down, but he would have gotten one of those laps back because he would have gotten back to the tail end of that lap. And here he is now extending our caution period because we never truly did go back to green flag racing. Jerry, you've got more with Team Ganassi?
Well, down here with the team that's had the 2 dominant cars today, Chip Ganassi is the owner. And Chip, before we talk about your domination here today, you were a little frustrated by what you saw happen with the Sam Hornish pit stop. Why?
Well, no, you know, that we've been getting nitpicked all day by the director up there, hearing from the owner down there in the Penske pits, and I just want to make sure he was aware of what happened on that last stop, that's all.
Is there a penalty involved if that happens, if the fuel hose is attached and someone falls, in your mind?
Historically, when you leave the pits with equipment attached to it, there's a penalty with that, yes.
All right, now what about your 2 cars here, 1-2 here? What kind of team orders, when you talk to these guys, you know they're going to be this good between Dan Weldon and Scott Dixon, what do you tell them? What orders and restrictions do they have?
Well, there's no restrictions. They know that, but it's, you know, there's a hell of a long way to go here, Jerry. And, you know, we just want to keep the target team up there where it is right now. And a lot of race to go.
All right, Chip Ganassi not wanting to feel too comfortable right yet. This is his 13th Indianapolis 500 today. He has seen this chapter many times when he's had dominant cars, but they have not made it to the finish. And he doesn't want to say anything now, but he was frustrated a moment ago when he saw what happened down in the Penske pits.
And you heard him say it's a penalty if you leave the pit. Well, here's the question that we're going to have to ask IndyCar officials. Does he fully leave the pit? He still has got half of the car in the pit box. There he is. There's the line right under the name team. So half the car is out of the box, half is in. And we're going to have to get a ruling from IndyCar officials on that.
Well, usually if you end up running over a line, throw your wheel gun, or obviously hitting a crew member, then that can be a penalty. In this situation here, we're going to have to find out exactly what the ruling will be on this.
Rusty, let's go back and take a look at what happened to Jeff Simmons. Remember, he, along with 4 other drivers, had just been given the wave by to go around. And, he brushes the wall up in the exit of turn 3 and then just keeps coming.
I'd have to see another replay of that, but I would think what happened, he had rubber built up on his tires. They gave him the wave around. He gassed it, got going, got the thing out from underneath him, Scott. Look, he's up high.
Out of the black, which is where all the rubber is, he gets himself up into the gray. Whether it was a mechanical problem or just a misjudgment going into the turn, we're not completely clear. But there is the end result, Rusty, because going across the short chute on the north end and then going into the turn 4 wall.
Yeah, he definitely rushed that system to get himself back up on the go-around. He probably got excited. He was going to get a lap back. Went in there pretty hard. It took off the front end, took off on him, and then happened. You know, going back to the Sam Hornish thing, guys, he stopped, and that fuel receiver still stuck in the car. I'd like to know if they pulled that thing out before he went back in the track.
So as the cleanup continues here, what about the desire for all of these racers? They all want their likeness on the Borg Warner Trophy.
When we set out to build an entirely new type of motorcycle, we looked everywhere for inspiration, except to convention. The 113 cubic inch fuel-injected Star Roadliner. We build it, you make it your own. Exclusively at your Yamaha dealer. Now get a 5-year warranty plan plus low 5.9% financing on a new Roadliner or Stratoliner.
Introducing Taco Bell's new Ultimate Chalupa. Layer on layer of carne asada steak, guacamole, sour cream, and fiesta salsa surrounded by a crispy, chewy chalupa shell. To experience the ultimate taste, think outside the bun.
What happens if reducing stress reduces accidents too? Because we consider what might change tomorrow, our customers can feel more relaxed about what might happen today. Zurich, because change happens.
Someday, you'll be able to deliver your data how and where you need it, along a secure local-to-global IP network. Someday, all your communications will work together through a wide range of IP solutions. Welcome to Verizon Business, where you'll get more than a network. You'll get the commitment of people who care about your business as much as you do. People who are accountable for making it all work for you. Someday is today. Verizon Business, where global capability comes together with personal accountability.
It started with a dream that led to a philosophy that led to a mission. Never stop learning. Never stop winning.
Coverage of the $50 million NHRA Powerade Drag Racing Series continues tonight on ESPN2 at 10 p.m. Eastern with finals of the O'Reilly Auto Parts Summer Nationals from Topeka, Kansas. You think it's hot here, it's going to be blistering over there on ESPN2 and ESPN2 HD. We have gotten the word from IndyCar officials. Sam Hornish Jr. will receive a drive-through penalty. Scott, let's explain what is going to happen, and let's first show the reason why he's going to get the penalty once again.
Now we're getting the report that the drive-through penalty is because he is trying to leave his pit box with the fuel buckeye still in the car. Now, as the car stops, it's not completely outside of its box, but you can see the parts right there moving, and that's part of the fuel holes in the fuel buckeye. And so then once that gets removed, then the car then leaves. So I think what the IRL officials are looking at was giving him a drive-through penalty, and what that means is that when the track goes back to being green, Sam Hornish has to come into the pit lane, obey the 60-mile-an-hour pit speed limit, come down and drive right through the pit box all the way out the other side. He does not have to stop in his pit box, continues to go past it, gets back onto the racetrack. Hopefully he'll get back up to speed and get to the tail end of the group and maybe not go a lap down.
And Townsend Bell, we have been told, is going to get the same penalty because we showed you what happened with him a little bit earlier. Basically the same thing, although it did not break the fuel hose. Vince, bring us up to speed on something that you've got down in the pits.
Well, we've got Al Unser Jr. with us, and Al, we saw on the replay it looked like debris off the Jeff Simmons car. Did you see it coming out there on the track?
I saw something right before I hit it coming off turn 2, and you know, it definitely hit the car real hard. And you know, I went down the straightaway and you know, was looking at everything, and everything felt okay. And then I took it easy getting into 3, and then you know, I think it was the right rear went down on me, and it just spun around. But the A1 Team USA Geico Special was running good, and it's a shame.
Thank you, Al. Jack?
Well, Sam Hornish Jr. is on pit road to take fuel and test the way his fuel replacement hose is operating. They use that as a test. It is not the drive-through penalty. Roger Penske lobbied the officials that he had not fully left his pit box. The officials, led by Kevin Blanche down here, informed Roger Penske that it had nothing to do with whether you left your pit box fully or not. The infraction of the drive-through penalty, a result of having started to leave the pit box with the fuel buckeye still inserted in the car, guys. So Hornish will have to be back down here as soon as it goes green.
And the word we're getting is that we could be going green one more lap. under caution.
I want to bring up a point. We talked about just with the Al Unser Jr. accident, there are some parts coming off of Simmons' car which caused Al Jr. to crash. Rusty, I just wonder if there was something going on with Simmons' car, and then when he tried to get back up to speed when he got the wave around, if something wasn't happening on his car which caused him to crash.
Well, the confusing part to me is I saw Simmons on the bottom of the racetrack. I saw the debris on the outside of the racetrack, and it looked like it was two totally unrelated things to me, Scott. Now, I'd like to get some clarification because Simmons was all the way in the bottom of the track, and we saw the debris clear way out on the outside of the wall early.
All right, that is one separate situation. I want to bring up what's going to happen in the last 39 laps. We're into that stretch where it's sprint time to the finish. Sam Hornish came back in, topped off his fuel. Yes, he's going to have the drive-through penalty, but will he be able, if we get one more or if we keep going with a few more laps of yellow, could he make it without having to stop and steal this?
Well, you're talking about Sam Hornish Jr. Also, Michael Andretti very smartly did the same thing too. Came in for a splash of fuel because they're at the tail end of that lead lap. So remember, 30 laps usually on a tank full. If we get back to green about 162, you know, can you make it run lean and make that happen? We'll have to wait and see.
Jamie, you've got more on Michael Andretti's situation?
Well, guys, I don't think we can talk about it enough. Michael Andretti back in the Indianapolis 500 after 3 years. Now, he has raced here 14 times. He has never won it. He's led the most laps of any driver who's never won here, but he wants this one in a bad way, you guys. He's been working out, training, lost about 20 pounds over the last 6 months. He wants this race, and it's going to be interesting to see if he can close on his son Marco and see if he can make it to the end of the flag, guys.
And we're back to green flag racing at Indianapolis. And there come the two combatants that have to do the drive-through penalties. You saw that at the top right of your screen. Meanwhile, Dan Weldon, Scott Dixon, and Tony Kanaan, 1, 2, 3 into 1.
Oh, Dixon doing some weaving and bopping, making sure Kanaan didn't get that run on him going into 1.
And we're getting word that Sam Hornish actually made contact with Townsend Bell on entry into the pit lane. Remember, it's 60 miles an hour. They've got to do this pass-through and somehow get back out up to speed before they get lapped. Oh, and Sam almost got on the throttle too quickly. You saw the back-end twitch. Here comes the race leader. Let's go back and show you what happened here. Here's Townsend Bell's on board.
Remember, coming in from about 110 miles an hour. Look at Townsend Bell just trying to get, maybe going a bit too fast. Remember, he's going to be pitted a bit earlier coming into pit lane. Sam Hornish is all the way down the other end, but Townsend Bell just coming in a bit too quick.
No harm, no foul on that one, Scott. I didn't see any damage whatsoever. Now, the way I'm calculating this, there's 38 laps to go. When Hornish came back in and topped off a little with that fuel, he should be able to make it. And he did not go a lap down.
And Townsend Bell is stayed in the pits, guys, so maybe something else happened on his car. That would be our 10th car out of the race. Meanwhile, the battle up front is really not a battle yet. It's lockstep racing. Dan Weldon, Dixon, Kanaan. Now, where is Sam Hornish in relationship to the racetrack? There he is into turn 2, and here come the race leaders. So he's still on the lead lap.
Now, what Sam has to do is just get going as quickly as possible, catch up to the tail end of that group, and start to get himself through traffic before Dan Weldon catches up to him. And hopefully Dan can get through the traffic near as quick. And on the next yellow, he'll be brought himself back around to the tail end of that lead lap during the pack-up.
So the track is so big here that drive-through penalty that he made, he didn't even go close to going a lap down, Scott. And he's almost a half a track ahead of the leader to point, so no danger of going down a lap at the moment.
Not at the moment. He is 41.5 seconds behind the race leader, Dan Weldon. And look at the domination of Weldon right now. You saw the number there of all the laps that he has led today. His teammate Scott Dixon right behind him as we're working lap 166. Jack, you have got more on Sam Hornish's fuel.
Rusty Wallace, you are always going to be a racer. That's exactly what you speculated, what Roger Penske has instructed Sam Hornish to do. Dial back the fuel, make some gas, make some ethanol, make some methanol. They do not want to make another pit stop, but it will be a fuel conservation run similar to the one that Danica Patrick used last year to lead and then finish 4th in the Indy 500.
And the one guy that could stand in his way if that strategy plays out, though, is Michael Andretti. Andretti did the same strategy, but he is a lot closer to that lead pack.
It could work for both of them right now. 38 laps to go when Hornish came down and put that extra fuel in the car to top that car off. He can bring that motor back about the 4th position on the fuel if he's got enough lead on Hornish to not go, Weldon to not go a lap down, Scott. So I believe he can make it on fuel.
Marco Andretti has just moved into 4th place, the 19-year-old rookie. Can you believe this? If you were with us for the pre-race, you heard him freely admit, I have never been more nervous in my life. Well, if he was, the nerves went away, and right now he has got himself one bad race car. While he continues, you go on board with Tony Kanaan in 3rd. Andretti Green, look at the day they are having. They were never at the top of the speed charts throughout the month. But Tony is 3rd, Marco 4th, Dario Franchitti in 5th, Michael in 7th. They're all lead laps. Only Brian Herta is in 22nd place. Let's get more on 3rd place, Tony Kanaan. Jerry?
We told you that Tony's ideal all day long was to be patient, not push the car, not try to lead too early. Although it's getting harder and harder for TK to sit behind those 2 target cars. Kim Green has told him, if you can just hang on and get some pretty good fuel mileage, we might be able just to do a splash and go at the end and possibly steal a win. But Tony is really feeling racy, and it's hard for him to hold back. Jamie?
Marco Andretti currently running 4th. The crew gives a thumbs up. They haven't made a change or an adjustment to the car all day. He asked if he should conserve fuel. The team said no. Go full rich. Run with these guys. We'll see what happens, because right now we think everybody has to come back in one more time. Vince?
Well, and that one more pit stop is what's got John Anderson and the Franchitti team sweating it. I just asked John, what lap are you targeting? He said, I'm not sure yet. We're going to have to see how it unfolds with everyone else. But make no mistake, the 27 of Franchitti has definitely got to come in. But they are really happy with the way his race car is handling, and they believe they're going to be in the mix at the finish.
All right, thanks for the update, guys. We have been informed from race officials Scott Dixon has been given a warning for blocking on Tony Kanaan. Do it again, it could cost him dearly, because you can see right there, he's only 0.2 of a second behind Scott Dixon, or I should say his team partner, Dan Weldon. So it's Weldon, Dixon, and Kanaan as we go side by side, and there is Danica Patrick. She's running in 6th, only 4.4 seconds out of the lead. This is going to get good.
Yeah, no, I gotta go. Yeah, I'm getting on.
I totally spaced on that one. That was bad.
Let's just use your Capital One no hassle card. Protect yourself with Capital One's low rates and great rewards. I am so good.
What's in your wallet?
Agent 24/7, come. Our exclusive relationship with Yahoo Real Estate has produced this new internet technology that makes it easier than ever to find or sell a home.
It's the future of real estate. Prudential Real Estate, the future of real estate, now.
This message is being brought to you by the Department of Transportation and the new Disney Pixar movie, Cars. From coast to coast, cops are cracking down on safety belt violations.
Not in my town, you don't.
It doesn't matter if you drive a vintage classic or a shiny new sports car.
Sit down!
Cops write tickets to save lives.
All right. Show off.
If you don't buckle up, expect a ticket.
Ah!
Click it or ticket.
Yeah! Ka-chow!
Okie dokie.
Letters keep coming in with questions about Denny Hamlin and the number 11 car. Brian Simpkins writes, Dear FedEx, what does Denny Hamlin do to relax? It's funny you should ask, Brian. Denny was just saying that he finds a few hours of yard work to be a great way to unwind.
This is Ortho season-long grass and weed killer. It works like this. With one easy spray, it kills existing weeds and forms a protective barrier to prevent new ones, all season long. Ordinary weed killers don't prevent weeds. So staying weed-free all season means spraying month after month after month, using up to 5 times as much weed killer. Ortho season long. All weeds, all gone, all season, guaranteed.
Every 4 years, sick days around the world skyrocket, but not one employee is fired because the bosses are out sick too.
The FIFA World Cup on ESPN and ABC.
Back here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, if you have not been with us, it has been one of the most exciting races. As the 90th edition has Dan Weldon in front of Tony Kanaan, but Scott Dixon, we have been told, and he's already received a black flag for blocking. We had told you he had been warned. Here he comes down pit lane. Now this will be a drive-through penalty and an extremely expensive penalty, as here's the reason why.
Now you're allowed to just drive out of the turn and pick your line and choose one line only, but here is obviously weaving and took Tony Kanaan all the way down to the grass area going into the turn. So the IRL officials looked at that. That was not only his first warning, that was probably the second incident, so hence the reason for the penalty.
You better believe Chip Ganassi's going to be ballistic, but it has cost Dixon probably every chance that he has of winning unless they get a yellow here soon. Jerry?
Well, obviously they are very upset down here in the Scott Dixon pit because of the drive-through penalty. But the good thing that happens is, even though they disagree with the official and disagree with the call, is what happened was Brian Barnhart sent Rocket, one of his key officials, down here to discuss with Mike Hall and explain to him why the penalty. He wanted him to understand that we haven't video proof that he did block, so you're going to have to pay the penalty. Mike Hall said, we understand, we don't agree, but we'll abide by the penalty.
Now that is race control on the right side, and that is Brian Barnhart, the president of the Indy Racing League. He makes all those calls. As it now, let's set it for you. That was Tony Kanaan. He is in second place right behind Dan Weldon. Get ready, folks, because guess who is in third place, just 3.5 seconds behind these guys battling up front? The number 26, the 19-year-old Marco Andretti. His teammate Dario Franchitti is fourth. Danica Patrick has moved into the top 5. Jamie, you've got more on Marco?
Marty, all day it's been all skill on Marco Andretti's part, but that was a little bit of luck with Scott Dixon having that drive-through penalty. Marco moves into third right now. If there's no more yellows, they are expected to come in around lap 196 for a splash and go to get that last 6 laps into the checkered flag. Vince?
Well, keep an eye on Dario Franchitti as he trails the number 20 car of Ed Carpenter. Franchitti is complaining that Carpenter is blocking and not allowing him by when Franchitti believes he has the faster race car. John Anderson of Dario Franchitti's team just spoke with a race official a moment ago, and now they're having the spotters get together to try to let Carpenter know that Franchitti is behind him and trying to get by. Jerry Punch?
Well, Danica Patrick needs this race to finish under green. She does not get the fuel mileage. She pitted 5 laps earlier than the others. Thus, she will be coming in the next 7 to 8 laps. So she needs to make her final stop and then hope we can stay green so it'll cycle back around and they'll have to pit. And hopefully she can get back in the top 5 or maybe have a shot. Again, Danica making her final stop in the mid-180s.
This time by, we have 20 laps to go. The final laps will bring you without commercial interruption, and it's thanks to Capital One. The shootout is underway. Dan Weldon leads Tony Kanaan. You can see it from the Capital One copter cam. They're that close. Marco Andretti just 4 seconds behind the race lead. Dario Franchitti, Danica Patrick, and Michael Andretti. That rounds out the top 6. There is Sam Hornish. Remember, he is in 8th place right now, and he is still on that lead lap. And we got good news from the pits, or at least Sam got good news from the pits.
Sam got good news from the pits from Roger Penske a little while ago. He said, go full rich, hammer down, you can make it. It looks like a lot of these guys are going to have to pit. If it's full green, Sam does not got to pit. He could still win this race.
Let's go to Jackaroot.
That's exactly right. Again, Roger Penske wanted a little bit of a margin. So for the last 4 laps, he asked Sam to cut it back by just a quarter of a position, down to 3.5. He kept reassuring Sam that margin of safety, but also kept telling Sam that he would not have to go back to pit road. But here's the conundrum that they find themselves in. They are just 10 seconds away from being lapped, and they are trying to maintain a speed. And then they have to hope that those splash and goes take longer than just a couple of seconds.
Look out the back of Dan Weldon with Tony Kanaan. They used to be teammates. Now they are rivals. And right now they're duking it out for first place as you look down with our aerial coverage brought to you by our Capital One Copter Cam. All right, let's give you an idea of the perspective from our race leaders to Sam Hornish. He's just crossed the yard of bricks. Where are the leaders? Right there. So Hornish has to be careful. He cannot afford to go a lap down or his dream of winning Indy is over. Look at the laps. The wick's coming back up, fellas. 217. Word from the pits, Danica Patrick will have to pit in the next couple of laps. We're working lap number 183. Here comes Kanaan. Inside, pass for the lead into 3. He makes it stick. So a new race leader, but more traffic in front of him, and it might allow Weldon to get back around him. Whoa! They split it, and it's Weldon. What a piece of driving by both of these guys, and it's now a drag race down the front straightaway, and here comes Kanaan back. 3 different lead changes in a matter of 2 turns.
We talked about Tony Kanaan a whole month. This guy's got a great handle in car. He's not been out of this thing all day long, Marty.
Wiggle by Weldon. Did you see that? Sorry, Rusty. In the middle of the turn, he got completely loose. He collected it, kept it off the wall.
And here comes Danica Patrick on lap number 183. This will be her final stop. Remember, this will be a time pit. Jerry?
When the tires are done, we're going to be close. All right, right on the mark for the guys so they can get a quick tire change here. Last stop. Good job. Keep the revs up. Just watch ahead.
All right, you're listening in. They're going to try to get about 15 gallons of fuel in, trying to get out in less than 8 seconds. And they are away at 8.2. Their final stop is done. Now, can she make it up on the racetrack, guys?
Right now, the last thing that she wants is a yellow flag. Let's go to Jackaroo.
This will be the final stop for Dan Weldon. How long will it take? Just enough fuel to make it in. They'll be able to change the tires in plenty of time. But with 30 gallons of fuel, they don't need that much. When you travel around this racetrack, you only burn one gallon each lap. So they're going to do it in a very short period of time. Will it be enough? Stay tuned.
Tony Kanaan is now your race leader. Marco Andretti has moved up to 2nd spot at the age of 19. Could there be a storybook ending for the 19-year-old rookie? Or will it be Tony Kanaan's tale? He still has to stop, remember.
You talk about things heating up on the racetrack now. It's 130 degrees track temp.
And that was Dan Weldon coming back out, so he is now officially a lap down. But remember, Kanaan still has to pit.
And this is where Tony Kanaan has always shined in past races. When it comes down to 4 or 5 laps before he pits, he always lays down the big numbers, comes into the pit lane very quickly, and he gets out of the pit lane quickly and back up the speed faster than most other people. Now here's Danny Weldon. Remember, he just did that split pack in the other lap. I think he got a little bit high possibly, guys. Got up into the gray, got some marbles on the tires, and that was the reason why he ended up having the problem here just a little bit later.
I'll tell you what, he missed that
getting
wall.
The draft right now with the traffic, Penske Missouri. Now here we go. Kanaan will go to the low side. The red and white car on your top side. Danny Weldon goes on the high side. There's a little bit of debris and marbles up there. See, he's up in the gray. So the tires are now starting to get the buildup on him. Now what Danny Weldon's trying to do now is get a draft off of Tony Kanaan and get back around him to get back on the lead lap. Here he's going to give it a try.
And he's going to take the lead or get back on the lead lap. So Kanaan holds on the lead. He says, okay, that's fine. He's got to take one more stop.
And that was a smart move by Tony Kanaan not to force the issue.
Andretti green. 1, 2, 3, 4. The last time they did that was a year ago at St. Petersburg. It had never been done in series history. Jerry, you've got more on Tony Kanaan.
Guys, remember Tony Kanaan said, today is a day I need to learn patience. I have always been overly aggressive at Indy. If I can be patient, then I can win this race in the final 20 laps. He told that to his crew, to his owners, and most importantly, he said, I now believe in myself. He will pit in 3 laps, 2 or 3. They're talking to him now, and it may be a splash only. Tony believes if he can just get in and out pit road, he may have a shot to win his first ever Indy 500.
So right now, Tony Kanaan, surprising a lot of people.
We can surprise people, so we're not obviously as fast as a lot of guys right now, but I believe that we're doing our work. That's all we can do. I know I can race, I know I can pass people, so we'll see.
Well, we're seeing all right. He is out in front. The guy to keep an eye on, remember here, there's only 2 cars on the lead lap that don't have to stop. That's Michael Andretti and Sam Hornish. Jerry, you've got more.
Guys, back on April 7th, 1988, Tony Kanaan was 13 years old. His dad had been suffering from cancer. Tony went to the hospital and saw his dad for the last time. His dad said, whatever happens to me, I want 2 things for you. I want you to look after your mom and your sister, and please, whatever happens, do not give up on your dream of being a race driver. Tony said, if I'm leading at Indy with 10 laps to go, I'm going to have a hard time seeing because my eyes are going to be full of water thinking about my dad, because without his inspiration, without him being my rock, I wouldn't be here. It would be a very emotional win for Tony Kanaan if he could hang on after this final pit stop and win this race.
Down to the final 10 laps, and now it's time for Marco Andretti. He falls off the pace. He was running second. He has to make his final stop. Yellow is out. So we had contact there on the left side of your screen. We're trying to pick up the car number as who brushed the wall.
Don't forget to flip the clutch. Don't forget to flip the clutch.
I think it's one of A.J. Foyt's car, Felipe Giafoni.
See the suspension damage, the left-hand side of your screen, just behind the wing itself. He clipped the wall. That car, once it gets in the pit lane, will be finished for the day.
All right, the one person who didn't want to see this was Danica Patrick. Remember, she stopped first of all the lead car laps. Let's go back and take another look at this.
Now he's already high. He's out of the black groove and up into the gray and ends up catching the wall. And Tony Kanaan just was able to slide underneath him. See, he's already up on the marbles. That's all the rubber bits off the tires. This is a good break for Tony Kanaan now. He's going to have an opportunity to come in for the refueling and tires.
All right, we mentioned the fact this does not help Danica Patrick because she wanted it to stay green. Who does it help? You've got to be looking towards Michael Andretti and Sam Hornish because they don't have to stop and they're going to be able to cycle through.
And Weldon, because he had to actually pass Kanaan to get back onto the lead lap, so he gets to come around and be on the tail end lead lap, and we'll have to see what happens in the pit stops here to see where everything shakes out and how quick they can get Tony Kanaan in and out of the pit box.
So we are down to 9 laps to go. It is our 5th caution of the day. Let's talk about those leading late in the race. Hate to bring this one up for you, Scott, who failed to win. Scott, you had it in 95. Davy Jones, you had it again in 97. Robbie Gordon and Danica Patrick just last year.
That's a list I could do without being on.
I knew it was going to hurt, but there's a lot of guys that never finished as good as second either, partner.
So it looks like Sam Hornish can stay out. He can make it on fuel, but when these other guys pit, Scott, I think with the fresh tires, it's going to eat them right up.
And tires have been a big issue here because we talked about the heat that the track has right now. As you can see, Tony Kanaan so close behind the pace car, just trying to serve himself well and trying to save a little bit of fuel. But I think the thing that has to happen now is that you have to regain your composure because you are getting close to having an opportunity to win the Indianapolis 500.
So while they continue under yellow, it's time for our Firestone Tire Talk. Let's go to Jack Arute.
All month long, people were concerned as what the condition of the tires would be for a normal fuel run for 30 laps. Remember, they get 30 gallons and it takes 1 lap per gallon. In the first series of pit stops, all of the drivers said that their right rear Firestone Firehawk was right down just before the cord. And as the pits open now, when they come in for this pit stop, if they elect to take tires, there have been no tire problems since the halfway mark of the race. Why? Because the diamond grinding on this racetrack creates miniature grooves. And as you have all this field of 33 going around at 200 miles an hour, Little bits of rubber fill those grooves up. And finally, at this point in time in an Indy 500, you've got rubber on the road and rubber on the track.
And remember, Tony Kanaan has to pit, and here he comes, guys. His final stop. Who else will peel off as we watch? There's a total of 4 cars making their way down towards pit lane. Both Kanaan and Franchitti, first and second, pull in. Guess who is going to inherit the race lead? Ladies and gentlemen, it'll be Michael Andretti. Vince?
Mario Franchitti took just 4 gallons of fuel, quickly timed, no tires. He's going to keep on the rubber he's got. Jerry?
And Tony Kanaan needs 5 gallons. He's down and away, no tires. And Franchitti's going to try to race Kanaan down pit road, and Franchitti will beat his teammate Tony Kanaan off of pit road here under this yellow flag stop.
So, how much are the worn tires? Remember, they had gone over 48 laps since the last time they had changed tires.
That's what puts Danica Patrick, Sam Hornish back in the ballgame. These other guys didn't change tires. They just put fuel in their cars, so they don't have... Everybody's about the same grip level at the moment right now, Scott.
So we are under yellow, our 5th of the day, and the race leader is going to be Michael Andretti when everything gets sorted back out. How storybook would this ending be? 14 times Michael has tried to win the Indianapolis 500. 14 times he has come up short.
If Michael Andretti won this race, this could possibly be the biggest story that I've heard in a long time. He's back. He wants to race with his son. His son is driving the best race of his life. Michael's been keeping it wonderful all day long. The car's been driving great. He hasn't been in a hunt all day long, but strategy has worked out great for Michael.
Jamie, you've got more on Michael?
Well, Rusty, you're right. Race strategist Barry Green just talked to him about Michael Andretti. He said, I think we have the best chance at taking home this victory. He said they don't need to come in anymore. And they said they don't know what Hornish's situation is, but they think they have the best chance to take it to the end and get Michael his first victory.
You aren't going to believe this also, because as it all sorts out through the pit stops, remember at the beginning of our broadcast, if you were not with us, we'll remind you, Mario Andretti said my perfect realization would be for Michael to win the 500 and Marco to finish second.
I wonder, out of all 3 of those right now, who was the most nervous? Mario for watching what has to happen, or sometimes, you know, Rusty, when you're sitting in the seat, sometimes it's easier to be driving the car because you know what's happening, as we watch Michael Andretti try to save fuel by getting very close to the pace car.
What a memory this would be if Mario turns out to be right.
I believe I can win it. And that's one thing I made a promise to myself, that I would not be in a race if I didn't think I could win it. That's why I was happy to retire the way I did, because I knew I could still win. And I feel especially after driving again and all that, I know I can win it. If I'm given the right opportunity with the right team, with the right car, I know I can win it, and there's no question.
His dad said in our pre-race, the perfect scenario, father to son to grandson, with, look at the smiles there, and look at Mario. No, it's too soon. You can't get that excited. They know how it can turn from heart thump to heartbreak. Jamie?
Well, you guys called it. Mario Andretti said perfect case scenario, Michael would win it, Marco would be second. Mario, do you think they're going to hang on to the end?
Well, I'll let you know in a couple of laps.
Who's more nervous right now, Michael, yourself, or Marco?
Well, we'll see. I'm rooting for both.
He's rooting for both, but I think he's pretty nervous right now. I can feel his heart beating next to me, guys.
I think everybody can. I mean, this car that Michael was in, he was never better than mid-pack. I mean, you got to remember, you know, where he started here as we are getting ready to go back to green flag racing shortly here at Indianapolis. Michael started 13th. And there it is, the one graphic he would like to change. It's like when Phil Mickelson was going for his first Masters. You know, the best player never to win the major.
Mario's just saying, be quiet, don't say nothing. Let's just get this thing done. I don't want anything to get jinxed at the moment right now.
Can Michael Andretti pull it off at the age of 43? Will he win his first Indy?
Green flag.
The green flag is out, and this time by there will be 4 laps remaining at Indianapolis. And look at the traffic behind him. That's Marco, 4 cars back. That's lap vehicles in between.
Is that Herta in his second position I've seen right now?
I don't think so.
It's Brian Herta in the second position now.
Yes, it is.
It's a team car. He can help Michael win this race if he can just hold that line. It's Marco in the second place. He immediately gets out of the way. Marco's going by on the outside. Brian Herta's going to tuck right back in. Then it's Hornish.
And the 4th car in that freight train is Sam Hornish.
The crowd is going nuts. They're jumping out. I've never seen the people this excited in my entire life. I wish the fans could look up and see what I'm seeing.
Now, how dirty will Michael be to hold back his son?
Marco's going to take a look on the outside heading into 1. We haven't seen that since 1991.
Oh, my gosh. Marco Andretti, 19-year-old sensation. I've never seen a driver at this age as good as this kid is right now. He's amazing. The talent is on. Here comes Hornish on the inside. 3 to go.
Look at Michael. He was trying to hold back Hornish so he would not have a chance of getting anywhere close to Marco.
It looks like Michael's hopes for victory are dashed again. This time by, there will be 2 laps to go. The Indianapolis 500 has become the Indianapolis 5. Will it be Marco Andretti, or will it be Sam Hornish Jr.? Hornish coming after him. The margin at the stripe, half a second. The look of Mario Andretti and the captain tells it all. Here comes Hornish. He's closing on Marco Andretti.
Oh, this does not look good. Oh,
Sam should have waited. He should have waited until the front stretch.
It may cost him dearly because this time by, it will be 1 lap to go. Just listen to the crowd as they come down the front stretch.
White flag. I believe Marco can do this. I really think he's got it. He's got to hold the line. Low lane, Marty Scott. This kid, I believe, is going to win this race. The most exciting Daytona 5. I'm sorry, the most exciting Indy 500 ever.
Down the back stretch for the final time. His father has not won it in 15 tries. Through 3. Hornish closing one more time. Coming out of 4. Down the front stretch. It's a drag race. Marco Andretti. Hornish. Who's going to win? At the stripe. It's Hornish.
Oh, Hornish wins.
Hornish wins by 6/100ths of a second. The closest finish, second closest in Indy history.
All right. You're a hell of a band guy. Whoa. You're the man. Yeah, that's awesome, Sam.
If you are Marco Andretti, though, you cannot be disappointed.
Look at the agony, the ecstasy. Let's go back, take another look at this great finish. I didn't think Sam could do it after losing that first attempt, that first run.
I absolutely thought that he blew it because he didn't get that run on him before and make it successful. But look at this. It almost made me myself back in 1992 when I chased Al Jr., except Sam got the job done.
Scott, Roger Penske runs Sam Hornish that race. He won him that race by bringing him down pit road and topping him off the field and barely making it on field mileage.
The second closest finish in the history of this 90-year event. Sam Hornish, who had never completed the 500 miles in his prior attempts here, in his 7th try, not only does he complete them, he wins the Indianapolis 500.
I don't think I've ever been this excited in my entire life. I can't believe what I just witnessed.
It's incredible. That's what makes this the greatest spectacle in racing.
I'm happy Hornish won. I was pulling for that kid so bad, and I'm not supposed to say that.
You know something, and we were at that Marlboro dinner the other night, and I sat beside his wife, Crystal, and she said he is so nervous for this event, he almost gets himself sick throughout the whole month of May. But here we go, coming off of 4. They were probably flat on it all the way around. He gets that draft off to Marco. Give Marco credit for not doing a huge block on him, and Sam goes through with the win.
37 years since an Andretti won at Indianapolis. This is the closest they have come. Does this place owe that family one? You be the judge. But Sam Hornish, who 4 times had finished 23rd or worse, gets his first Indianapolis 500 win.
If you've never heard of Marco Andretti, the world knows him right now.
Last year it was Danica mania. This year, it's now Marco mania.
This kid's got nothing to hold his head down by. That's one of the most fantastic drives I've ever seen in my life. And Roger Penske, one of the smartest guys in the world. I can't believe he made this wonderful fuel mileage call for Hornish.
There is the margin of victory as we take a look across the track. 6/100ths of a second, the second closest in the history of the event. For Roger Penske, a record-setting 14th Indianapolis 500 victory. He has now done it with 10 different drivers. Jamie?
Mario Andretti, the first to greet his grandson. What are your emotions right now, Mario?
Oh, I'm just so proud. I mean, just so proud and relieved that it's all over. I think this race lasted 3 days. But it was so awesome to watch these guys. They were up there in the thick of things right from the beginning, and so proud of them.
Mario, what is it about the Andretti family? He's a 3rd generation, almost won in his first attempt. What is it about you guys?
We just love to drive. We love race cars. That's all it is. We're born to do that, I think.
Congratulations. We're going to make our way on over to Marco Andretti. His mom, Sandy, here, all emotional. Marco Andretti, you told me Danica Patrick had some big shoes to fill after last year. You almost won this thing. What is going through your mind right now?
What you just said, I almost won this thing, you know? Man, I don't want to wait till next year. I wish it was today, but I think I could have been really bad at blocking, but that might have crashed us both. But, you know, it happened.
How did this day compare to what you have been building up in your mind your entire life?
I knew I had a shot at it. I really did. I don't like to go into a race thinking I don't have a shot at it, but, you know, and I thought I won it on the last lap. I really don't know where that speed came from, but I guess they were saving it.
Take us through turn 4 when Sam Hornish was gaining on you. What was going through your mind at that time?
I knew, this is what I thought, if I just blocked him, you know, defended my line once, that I had it. But, you know, the distance he was back, I think any other car would have won the race. I don't know where that came from, but, you know, it's a bummer. I got to take advantage of every shot out here. I really do, because second's nothing.
Jack Arute, forget the rookie. A star has been born.
And back when Sam Hornish Jr. was just 4 years old, he attended his first Indianapolis 500. He watched a Penske driver named Danny Sullivan spin and beat an Andretti. And now he has beaten that grandson to score his first Indy 500 victory, something that he said he would give up all of his championships, all of his pole positions, for an opportunity to be where he is today. Sam Hornish Jr. is an Indianapolis 500 champion. And Sam, before we do the interview, the most traditional drink of all.
Oh, I love it. Nothing better right now.
Sam, you waited so long. Can you describe the emotions that you must be feeling at this point?
It's been a long month, and you know, not everything went our way as we saw today, but we stuck together as a team. We had a good plan, and we were fast when we needed it. And you know, I got to thank God for giving me a lot of talent, and not so much the fact of what I can do driving, but the fact that I didn't want to give up and I wanted to keep coming back. And that he also put me with such a great team and gave me such a great parents and a great wife that support me very much.
Let's talk for a moment coming off of turn number 4. You put it all on the line. You had the youngster 19 years old. You know what that's like. And you got it. When did you know you had it?
I didn't. I thought that it was over when I didn't get by him going down in the 3 there, but we dug down, put her back in gear, and took off. And, you know, I got to say, you know, for his first time out there to go out and finish second, he had a heck of a ride. And, you know, no matter what happens, he should be really proud with that.
There's milk in your eyes, and there are tears in your eyes. I know you lost your grandmother just before qualifications. Your family has believed in you for so very long. You're an Indy 500 champion. How does it feel?
It's a great feeling. I wouldn't trade it for anything else. I've had a lot of friends and family passed away over the last couple of years, and I think they're all rooting me on today, so I was really happy with that. And just got to thank this team. Marble Team Penske, they did a heck of a job, and may not always go just the way you wanted to, but it was much sweeter this way.
I think there's someone here that wants to give you a big kiss. Your mom, your wife, Crystal, your dad who believed in you and started you out in karting. Pop, what do you say to your son that's now an Indy 500 champion?
Congratulations.
Well, it's a Buckeye Day of celebration here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Born and raised in Defiance, Ohio, he is now the 2006 Indianapolis 500 champion and now an Indy 500 immortal. Let's go back to the tower.
Over 700 have tried to win. Only 65 have their face on the Borg-Warner Trophy. Sam Hornish is now one of that elite crowd. We'll talk to Michael Andretti when we come back.
I want to ride. I want to ride. I want to ride. I want to ride.
I know. Let's go.
The full line of fun and reliable CRFs from Honda. Everyone wants to ride. Want to ride? We want to help. Right now, payments start as low as $39 a month.
We're on a journey to find real people who love their Weber grills, like college student and Campus Barbecue Club president Andrew Gress.
This is an official barbecue club meeting. We don't have roundtable discussions, we have round barbecue discussion. 30 years old, this grill. This is an heirloom from my father. When I moved out of the house to go to college, I brought this with me because this is the grill he taught me on.
Real people.
I love being a college student, that's why I've been one for so long.
With real passion for their Weber grills.
The testament is, it lasts.
Go to WeberNation.com to find out more about what you get when you buy a Weber grill.
The thing is, everyone wants to save money on their car insurance. You asking if they want a free Geico quote's like asking if they want free pie and chips. Of course they want free pie and chips. It's pie with chips for free. But pie and chips, you can get them anywhere. Geico quotes, made from scratch, just for you. Only at geico.com.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
T-U
V
W X
Y
and Z.
The Scripps National Spelling Bee, Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern on ABC.
Start June 8th on ABC.
Thursday, June 22nd, ABC will boldly go where no competition has gone before. Master of Champions. Each week, contestants with amazing one-of-a-kind skills and sprints compete in outrageous events.
Helicopter bottle opener.
It's the most extreme, over-the-top, eye-opening show ever. Master of Champions. Premieres Thursday, June 22nd, only on ABC.
For 42 years, ABC Sports has brought you the Indy 500. None better than today's 90th 500 telecast, presented by Capital One on ABC Sports. Brought to you by Capital One. What's in your wallet? FedEx, every day is race day. And Honda, proud sponsor of the Indy Racing League IndyCar Series. Sam Hornish Jr. realizes his dream. His best finish before this at Indianapolis was 14th back in 2001. He had the fastest car all month long, and then he comes back in dramatic fashion. You will be watching that highlight of that almost disastrous pit stop, which cost him precious time. Yet Sam Hornish from Defiance, Ohio, was able to come back, and look who finished second and third. The two Andrettis. 19 Americans start this race. 3 of them go 1, 2, 3. Michael is standing by with Vince. Let's go down.
Well, Michael, you were in the lead with just a few laps to go. What was going through your mind as you led the Indianapolis 500, chasing the race that has eluded you?
I thought, oh, maybe, you know, and then I just knew we didn't have enough laps under the caution. If we would have just had 2 more, I think it might have been good enough to get it done. But and then Marco had a run on me. I tried not to mess him up because I knew he was quicker than me, and I just wish I could have held off Hornish 1 more lap. If I could have, he probably would have won. I thought he won it anyway, and he drove a hell of a race. I mean, all day long we were together, and I just was so impressed with him.
Tell me about the battle there, as short as it was, with Marco, and what kind of thoughts that were going through your mind from a strategy and a competition standpoint.
Well, I had to be very careful, you know. I knew I didn't have enough speed, so I wanted to not mess him up. But yet I still wanted to protect my line just in case, but he had to run on me, so as soon as I went to the inside, he went to the outside. I just gave him the line and then just tried to hold off the other guys. But you know, that's the way it goes. Jim Beam Vonage guys almost pulled it off with great pit strategy, that's for sure, but you know, it just came up a little short.
How much fun did you have today?
I had a lot of fun, I really did. I mean, the car wasn't where we wanted it to be, but it wasn't bad. And, you know, our strategy was almost perfect, but not quite.
You indicated to me earlier today that this was it. Is this the last time you'll race at the Indianapolis 500?
I'll evaluate. I want to wait and see. I mean, getting this close and not getting it, you know, it's like, you know, so I don't know. We'll think about it in a few months, and then we'll let you know.
Jamie?
Danica Patrick finishes 8th today. That's 2 top 10 finishes and 2 starts. Danica, how did today compare to 1 year ago?
Well, my car wasn't as fast. We didn't really, I guess, have a winning car, but it doesn't mean you can't win at Indy. So we probably had more like an 8th place car. I'm mad because we were 5th before that last yellow came out. As soon as I came out of the pits, yellow flag came out, and you know, we had to pit early. We had to pit early every stint with the tires because I was getting some shredding on the right rear and wasn't able to stay on the track and go fast. I mean, I might have been able to stay on the track an extra couple of laps, but running like 208 mile-an-hour laps is not going to get you very far. So we decided to pit, and it caught us out at the end. And you know, as I just said, I must have used up most of my luck last year.
Danica, Marco said earlier in the week, you had some big shoes to fill as a rookie coming in here. He almost just won this thing. What do you think about Marco?
He's a good driver. He brought the car home, which is #1 important on a long race like this. I was running with him for a while. He was fast. I mean, I had to work hard to keep him behind me, probably too hard. And he did a great job. I think that it just shows that the Andretti name's carrying on then.
Danica Patrick finishes 8th today, guys.
All right, Jamie, a year ago we witnessed Danica Mania, and today we saw the birth of Marco Mania. We'll be back with more about this dramatic Indianapolis 500 after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Pillaging was great this time of year, but with so many people switching to Capital One, we've taken jobs as camp counselors. We've taught the kids a thing or two. We're not exactly role models. Burnt a village to the ground, doo-dah, doo-dah. It's hard to let go of the old ways.
For low rates and great rewards, switch to Capital One.
What's in your wallet? Barbecue.
Monday, June 12th, ABC takes the mystery out of meeting Mr. Right.
Eye contact.
Get in their personal space.
Smiling. Show teeth.
How to Get the Guy. Series premiere Monday, June 12th at 10/9 Central. Only on ABC.
WSBTV.com. Webcast on demand. Local news coverage while you're at work.
You get short and updated news throughout the day.
Major news, breaking news, in-depth video coverage.
We're following the day's top stories on the web.
Plus, accurate local forecast from Severe Weather Team 2.
It's up-to-the-minute news coverage while you're at work.
Here are the latest headlines on demand.
WSBTV.com. Webcast on demand. Coverage you can count on.
Blimpie Guide presents...
What's your Blimpie?
I love the Mediterranean.
I can see that. You got some on your chin. This is Sam. We're talking ham, pepperoni, and prosciutto. Forget about it. The Tuscan with roast turkey and pepperoni.
It reminds me of growing up in Italy.
Honey, you've never been to Italy?
Introducing 3 new Italian tastes from Blimpie. Hot off the panini grill on our new garlic herb focaccia bread.
I want my Blimpie!
Now try a ham salami and provolone for just $2.99.
Chevy makes the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. And now they're making it easier to drive one. Down payment assistance from Chevy. You choose a Silverado or Colorado, Chevy will help you get in it.
Use $1,500 down payment assistance to lease this 06 Silverado half-ton for around $199 a month after all offers. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details.
Chevy, America's #1 brand, America's #1 value.
See your local Chevy dealer or visit ChevyLocalDealer.com.
Brad Nitz, weekends on Channel 2 Action News.
Back here at Indianapolis, the parade lap around this 2.5-mile storied facility. Sam Hornish finally getting his first Indy 500 win. All day long, it looked like it would be Target Chip Ganassi Racing. They led the most laps, but they come up short. Vince?
Well, Chip Ganassi is just talking about the refreshing drink, but it was certainly not the kind of day that made you happy. Let's first talk about the Dixon black flag and the blocking call. What was your impression?
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's Mike's car. He was running that, but I mean, from what I understood, I mean, they were, you know, Scott was certainly aware of what was going on and that Brian wanted him to be straight. And I think Brian had some earlier things in the race that were getting him agitated, and he seemed to be a little bit, pull the trigger a little quick on that. I thought the kind of way that Kanan was driving behind us, I thought was a little, questionable call.
How about some of the other issues that caught your attention today?
Well, I mean, and then Dan had a tire go down. He said, I think I got a tire going down, and sure enough, he did. And that about took him out of the equation there. So.
I know you had asked about the penalty on Hornish, and he did get a drive-through. Was that to your understanding?
Yeah, no, I thought I wanted to know what the penalty was for that. You know, for leaving equipment attached to your car and running over your guys. I just want to clarify what the penalty was for that.
Thank you, Chip. Jack?
Well, he was the chairman of the Super Bowl, the committee in Detroit, and he got 14 of these Indy 500 victories today, Roger. It was some calm, cool, collected operators on pit road, coupled with a pretty good driver that gave you number 14.
Well, I'll tell you, Sam came on our team, and I saw why he did the way he drove those last 4 laps. I could tell you, we sure let him down there in the middle. He had a real good car when we had that pit stop situation. The only thing we could do was go on fuel, so we ran it way down, knowing we could get to the end and see what happened. They had the yellow, it gave us a break, and you saw when the green flag dropped, he was the driver.
Roger, you've driven so long before you became a car owner. How impressed are you when you have a driver as disciplined as a Sam Hornish?
Well, you could see him all day early on. He was taking his time. He said he wanted to see the finish. Now, we didn't help him much, but at the end, he earned his pay. He did a great job, the team, and I think I just take my hat off to our sponsors and obviously LEO and everybody else, and thank Tony George for this speedway, and tell you, Chip's team, they deserved it today. Obviously, Michael, and to see Mario up there, or Michael up there, wow, he and Marco. So what can I say? All the boys were in the league today. We got lucky.
Well, let's talk about that luck a little bit. What precipitated that miscue on pit road? Tell me about that pit stop.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm the one that tells him to go, and it looked like maybe we didn't get the probe out, so I've got to take the responsibility for that. But I said, Sam, stay cool. We didn't have a fire. I was surprised they made us come in because, we stayed in our pit box, but you can't argue with the officials. But again, then we went to another strategy, and that was to run as lean as we could. We had to make about 3.5. We did that 3.4, 3.5, and it gave it to us at the end, and then we got the break when it was time to go.
Guys, This is why experience will win you Indianapolis 500s.
Well, there's also one other. It is speed. That last lap, 2:19 to 2:14.
If there were a store in your town called Peace of Mind, would you pay it a visit? Across America, in towns big and small, there is such a place. New York Life. It starts with our values of financial strength, integrity, and humanity, and continues with our agents. So look for us in your town. You may already know our people, and we are confident that peace of mind is why New York Life is the company you keep.
The dream of every IndyCar Series driver to win a race.
Weldon will win it by 13 thousandths of a second.
Only the technology of 4 Firestone Firehawk tires could allow them to do this.
It's going to be Canard! Sam Hornish Jr. with the crown on his feet. He will win here at Texas Motor Speedway. Herta will win it by a half a car length. It's going to be Scott Sharp.
Some of the greatest drivers in the world trust one tire company to help make their dreams come true. Firestone.
I'm Joseph Renier, and this is my story. What I really enjoy doing is working out as far as lifting weights and doing the boxing. Can tend to be a little hard on the joints at times, especially at my age. After a couple hours after working out, you're starting to stiffen up. It's agonizing. A friend of mine told me about Aleve. I had been trying all these different things and not getting any results. I just take it when I need it. It does the job. For me, Aleve works great. The pain goes away. I mean, you talk about knockout power. Aleve does have a knockout punch, and that's a good thing.
From coast to coast, cops are cracking down on safety belt violations. It doesn't matter who you are or where you live. They'll be on the lookout. Cops write tickets to save lives. If you don't buckle up, expect a ticket. Click it or ticket.
It's about singers, the judge's opinion, and the country's decision, with one big difference. Their dreams will become your dreams as you live with them, rehearse with them, and have a backstage pass as they perform live, so America can decide who is the one making a music star, coming this July only on ABC.
Back here at Indianapolis, some guy just walked in front of our shot where Sam Hornish kisses the yard of bricks. It has become a tradition both for here and for the Brickyard 400. As you can see, every photographer in the country trying to get a shot. Let's take a look at the unofficial results. The top 10 were all on the lead lap, and you can see that the Andrettis fall just shy again. It's been 37 years. And then here is the positions 12 through 22, and a good run for Eddie Cheever as he ends up in 13th as you work on down through. Townsend Bell, of course, ended up coming out. Then rounding it out, there's Unser Jr., a tough break after he ran over the debris, ended up hitting the wall, and P.J. Chesson finishes in the 33rd spot. We'll be back after this word from our ABC stations.
From coast to coast, cops are cracking down on safety belt violations. It doesn't matter who you are or where you live. They'll be on the lookout. Cops write tickets to save lives. If you don't buckle up, expect a ticket. Click it or ticket.
The most successful automotive sale in history is back by popular demand at Jerry Gresham's Toyota South. Every 06 and 07 Toyota is on sale at the same prices our employees pay. Plus, get 0% financing on every new Camry, Tundra, and Tacoma. And no matter what your credit, with Jerry Gresham's Fresh Start Credit Program, you can drive a new Toyota today. Employee pricing is back. Now, you pay what our employees pay. The bottom line lowest price, only at Jerry Gresham's Toyota South, where employee pricing is back.
Have you looked at your car's finish lately? Maaco is having a sale. Get $200 off our Supreme single-stage urethane paint package. If it's time to paint your car, visit your local Maaco Cosmolition specialist today.
Do you pull it on your chicken? Do you marinate your steak? Do you brush it on your burgers when you grill it? Makes them great. How do you do it? How do you do your deals?
Want to try a new restaurant for half the price? Go to WSBTV.com.
WSBTV.com mobile. Stay connected to coverage you can count on.
Back here at Indianapolis, we said this is theater at its best. We know how this drama ends every year. We know who is going to be there. One of the 33 players, we just didn't know which one. We do now, guys, in the second closest finish ever. And it was that last lap that was so dramatic. 2:19, the speed for Sam Hornish, 2:14. That ended up being the difference. Let's go through it. Take us through.
Amazing, because we thought that Sam Hornish actually blew his chance just the lap before when he actually tried to get around Marco in turn 3. But, you know, as a rookie, I'm sure he had his foot on the gas, but there was certainly no doubt that Sam Hornish was driven Rusty Wallace, because you could just see the speed difference in the turns, and the closing rate was amazing.
Scott, the lead that Marco Andretti had on Sam Hornish Jr., I would have thought he could have held him off no problem. The run that Hornish had off of turn 4 on him coming down the start-finish line was one of the biggest runs I've ever seen in my life. But it was at the right time. That's when he had to have the run.
He did time it right there, as he did not the previous lap. But I think we have to say Marco Andretti is absolutely going to be the Rookie of the Year. A tremendous job by him.
I think that's a given, and there it is at the stripe as Sam becomes the 18th pole sitter to win the Indianapolis 500 in 90 runnings. We've got to take one more pause, but look at the celebration by Roger Penske when he realizes, I've got number 14.
Just to make it through.
May I take your...
Every vehicle we build comes with our racing spirit. Honda, proud to be part of the 2006 IndyCar Series.
We're on a journey to find real people who love their Weber grills.
It's just a better grill.
Like Jack Traxler and his wife, Joyce.
It just works perfectly all the time. It's easy to work on. It cooks great. People think you're a better cook. How's that? People think that, wow, you did this. I didn't do this. But they don't have to know that.
Real people with real passion for their Weber grills. Is it easy to use?
Can you turn a light switch on?
Go to WeberNation.com to find out more about what you get when you buy a Weber grill.
What happens if your business model changes every 4 hours? Because we consider what might change tomorrow, our customers can feel more relaxed about what might happen today. Zurich, because change happens.
Today is Cinco de Mayo, so we thought it'd be fun to have a little party. Brian's going to go first. Okay, that's not a problem. Last week we switched to FedEx Kinkos for all our office needs. Of course, that'll do it for the party.
FedEx Kinkos. Make it, print it, pack it, ship it.
Wherever wheels are rolling, no matter what the load, the name that's known is Firestone, where the rubber meets the road. Wherever hearts are racing, wherever seas are sown, the name that's known is Firestone, where the rubber meets the road.
Team has already set up Sam Hornish's car for next week at Watkins Glen, and it will be on the road early tomorrow morning, and we'll return to ABC for 60 laps on one of America's most famous road courses. Don't miss the Watkins Glen Indy Grand Prix next Sunday at 3:30 Eastern right here on ABC. Jerry Punch is with Dan Weldon, a very disappointed defending champion, because it looked for a time, Jerry, like he had this Indy 500 all wrapped up.
All right, Dan Weldon, who, Dan, in the first 100 laps, it looked like you were almost unbeatable. What were your thoughts?
It's just a very difficult day for everybody at, Target Chip Ganassi Racing, and everybody at Honda and Firestone did a fantastic job for me. We were just, it's one of those things. We had, a car that was fantastic. Andy Brown did an excellent job in, choosing a downforce level and giving me a car that not only was quick out front, but very good in traffic. And it just got away from us. I think, that's one thing that I think makes the Indianapolis 500 exciting for the fans. And, it was a great day here. That it's not been a race that I've competed at ever like this. It was a packed house, and just disappointed that I didn't get the result that I wanted when I felt we definitely could have.
At what point did you feel it was slipping away there in the final 50 laps?
Just when I cut the tire and we had to pit, it was always going to be difficult if there was a yellow, and there was.
Dan, we're very sorry. Great run, buddy.
Thanks.
All right, as we get ready to wind things down, let's talk about, at the beginning of the day, we talked about it was going to be Ganassi, it was going to be Penske, Danica, Patrick. All those stories came into play.
And, I think back of the guys coming out of retirement like Michael Andretti, I really thought that he was going to have an opportunity to win this. He has finished second like I have so many times. But when you look at Marco Andretti, what a wonderful job he's done. Sam Hornish has deserved this so many times. But you know something? I guess the cream always comes to the top.
I'll tell you what, I look at Roger Penske, the call that he made today, unbelievable call, coming in, topping him back up. He had to make 38 laps, he made 30 laps. But you know what, Sam Hornish Jr. stayed up on his game. He didn't get rattled, and he drove the last lap of his life. It was amazing.
Brent, take us home.
All right, Marty, thank you very much. And a reminder now that tomorrow night, big NBA game, NBA playoffs, Eastern Conference Finals, Game 4 on ABC tomorrow night. Now, Detroit against the Miami Heat at 8 Eastern Time. Well, all you can say about Indianapolis, the Speedway, and the 500 is that it never, ever disappoints. More of the same here today, more memories, more legends, and Sam Hornish, who wanted to win this race more than any other, takes the checkered flag, drinks the milk, and kisses the yard of bricks. And we had so much excitement throughout the running of the 500-mile race. Dan Weldon, as we told you a little bit earlier, struck first past Elio Castroneves on an absolutely glorious day for racing, with a field of 33 taking the green flag. Sam Hornish, the pole sitter, Castroneves in that very unlucky 2-spot. Tony Kanaan stalking, and then, of course, the Andrettis. What a story here today. Oh, yes, we had demolition derby time. There were 5 yellow flags, I believe, taken. And 2-time defending champion Castroneves knocked out. So too was Unser Jr. making his comeback here. But all in all, Marco Andretti, Sam Hornish, who will ever forget the last 2.5 miles as Roger Penske wins number 14 at Indy and Sam Hornish drinks the milk. So long, everybody.